dynamite.
It's just silly.
It is. It totally is, bro. It totally is.
How can, I don't know. Marquez is supposed to be like a serious tech reviewer, and this is not a serious take, in my opinion. You can't say this. This is either the single greatest robotics demo the world has ever seen, or it's mostly remote operated. No, this is clearly remotely operated, and maybe you might say, like,
since we just went live, why don't you discuss tell people what we're talking about, so they don't get. No, it's fine. Yeah, I love how passionate you are, because I want to talk about this topic. Like this is. I agree with you. Everything you've said, I agree, and more.
So
it's crazy.
Just for the early birds, we were talking about the taxi cab thing, the Tesla cab thing, and blah blah blah. And I happen to be on Twitter, and I see Marquez Brownlee's got a post on where he's playing charades. So, quote, playing charades with the Tesla Optimus robot last night. This is either the single greatest robotics and LLM demo the world has ever seen, or it's mostly remote operated by a human, no in between. And a couple comments down, it's like, dude, they admitted that it's being teleoperated, blah blah blah. And he's still like, oh, this is like, people are
they admitted to it. Hold up. They did.
Yeah.
So the bartender, humans were driving the robots.
Yeah, the bartender. There's a clip of the bartender basically admitting to it, and then there's somebody else has got shots of like a warehouse where it seems more like a testing sort of facility where they've got like gloves and looks like motion capture suits, or at least a motion capture shirt.
Sure.
And they're like, and they have helmets, and they're like doing Jenga or something with the robots. And like, I mean, they got one of them that's actually walking and stuff. So like, good for them. They're actually, it says training data being captured by teleoperation and scaled across our fleet for a variety of tasks. But it's okay. Look,
that's
to qualify what I'm going to say. I haven't watched a lot of Marquez's content over the years. I understand that he's a big player in like tech review space. And at least at one time was a very like he held a lot of sway, right? Like his word carried a lot of weight. And it seems recently that's kind of falling off here and there, like the Fisker thing, the Rabbit R1 thing, the AI pin thing, whatever. Like he's taken some of these companies to task, but not others, right? Like I've seen a lot of talk where he's
money
like
really seems to
Apple.
affect opinions in this space for sure.
Soft on Apple, saying like, oh, I think he gave like a glowing review to the Cybertruck. I didn't watch that, but that seemed to be the angle was very positive toward the Cybertruck. But just taking this one tweet off as its own, it seems if you're going to be a serious tech reviewer, you can't offer that as an option, that this is either the greatest robotics demo or it's mostly remoted by human, no in between. Like you had like
there has to be an in between, because otherwise you have to lean into this is the greatest thing ever, because
that's what I mean, right? The phrasing of this, the presentation of it is very much, it's not skeptical, right? It's not critical. It's to me, it's kind of gushing. Like, oh, this is so amazing, without the criticism or I guess there's always a bit of cynicism. You have to be a little cynical when you're being a reviewer of anything. And this isn't given that feeling, and it seems weird to me. Like, how am I supposed to take you serious? The robots were totally fake.
I feel like I feel like not just Marquez, but I feel like a lot of tech reviewers, you see that bias that occurs where it's like the companies that they're involved in, that they own the products of and that they're personally invested in. Like I would bet money, I don't know this, but I personally bet money that Marquez has money wrapped up in Tesla stock. I would bet he's an investor.
Right?
When you're an investor in something, you can no longer be objective when you're a public figure, because if you say anything to diminish the capacity of that company, you affect your value.
Yeah.
And so I just tore into a guy on X the other day who was like ripping on Jerry Rig Everything channel for doing 2 or 3 sponsored videos by Ford, which he clearly says are sponsored at the beginning of the video. He's like, this is a sponsored video. Ford is paying me to do this thing. And so he makes a big video about how that like compromises him and you can't trust him. And he hates Tesla just because he's paid by Ford. Right.
Right.
Here's the thing. He owns a Tesla Cybertruck, which is the most expensive vehicle Tesla makes.
So
he owns like 2 Model 3s and a Model S too. So he has an entire fleet of Tesla vehicles that he mostly has.
Yeah.
He's not invested in any of these companies' stock at all. And
Right.
the guy that's criticizing him, when you go to his channel, he has like 1 million videos, and every single one of them is pumping Elon and pumping Tesla. And when you look at his bio, it says, I'm an investor in Tesla stock and everything Tesla. I own Tesla cars and I do reviews comparing Tesla to other companies. It's like, you can't sit here and rip on another creator for not being objective because they made a couple of sponsored videos and disclosed it, when every video you make is boosting Tesla because you're invested and make money from boosting Tesla,
right,
and sucking the Tesla dick. And you're sitting there trying to criticize somebody else. It's the hypocrisy with these Tesla fanboys is ridiculous.
Jerry secretly loves Elon. Yeah, because he's shorting the stock all the time.
Dude, fucking Elon, man. Hey,
just,
true point. I loved Elon. I fucking loved. I ate everything he said, hook, line, and sinker back in the day.
A lot of people did. Yeah. And there's a thing that goes around every once in a while. He's like,
I choked on him, dude. I choked on him
when Elon talked about electric cars. I didn't know anything about electric cars, so like I believed him. When Elon talked about rockets, I didn't know anything about rockets, so I believe him. But then when he started talking about software, as a senior software developer,
immediately raised red flags.
Shit, and like now it calls into question everything else he's ever said. And that's kind of where I went to. Is like when he started talking about, I'm no full stack web developer, okay, but when he started talking about some of the problems that he was claiming were the problems with Twitter, I'm like, that's not how that works. Like, I know enough to be dangerous in a sense, right? Like, I know enough of the basics of software development to be like,
when you're a basic developer and you can call them out, that's like really telling. Like, that's
or at least
really
to be very skeptical. Like, I don't. That's not how that works. I don't think that's not really how that works. And now we could argue about how bloated maybe the employment at Twitter was. Sure, maybe I get the feeling that's the fact that a lot of big software development places.
No one can defend the way he handled it, though, regardless.
Yeah, but like I bet Google is overhired by like, I don't know how many employees there are, but like 1 million people, right? There's a bunch of people not doing a lot of stuff. But like, oh man, it's just some of the stuff he was saying was like, dude, that doesn't make sense. That's not how like databases work. That's not how, that kind of stuff. It's just, I was like, man, it's so weird.
He also fired any employee that even disagreed with him.
Yeah.
If any employee on like Twitter at the time before he renamed it corrected him and said, "Oh, that's not how it works," like because they're trying to basically be like, don't spread misinformation about the company. Elon likes to lie. Elon is a pathological liar. He has been his whole life. So is his father. It's like he can't help himself. He just he projects the reality he wants, not the truth. And that's why him and Trump are like really close to each other. Like he's a very young Trump in that sense. He just manifests destiny, right? Just fake it till you make it. And so a lot of
like there's something to be said. Great marketer.
Yeah,
great
marketer.
Like Carnival Barker kind of guy, right?
Hype
like
guy.
Great, great hype guy, great PR guy. Well, maybe not PR, but like marketing, like that kind of thing.
Not PR.
Yeah, right. Like great at putting the vision out there. And it seems it actually just popped in my head. The same kind of thing is like way back in the day with Peter Molyneux and Fable, right?
Not familiar.
Oh man, this is why you don't put your devs in front of the press. They talk too much about big ideas that things that they want to do, the things that they're working toward that can't really be done in the timeline that they want it to be done.
Okay.
Peter Molyneux, when Fable was first like being talked about and coming out for Xbox 360. I don't remember exactly when it came out.
I mean, Fable's an amazing game. I didn't.
Yeah, but it did not reach the level that they said that they would do. And that's the problem. Is the devs want to reach for the stars. The nerds, the guys who are so invested, who are emotionally invested in the project and want the most, and they have all these big, bright, great ideas.
Yep.
They need to be reined in by the project managers, by your marketing people, by your PR people, because they understand that, like, yeah, sure, we could. Fable could have been everything that they wanted it to be if they had another 6 years or something to work on it. They're like, it's or in a newer example, No Man's Sky, same deal. The guy behind what was it, Sean something, Hold on, let me see.
I
It's
think
the same thing though. They put the wrong person in front of the press. Sean something or other.
I think I get what you're
about
saying.
all this big bright big stuff that they wanted to do, and they thought they could do it, but like the reality doesn't match the dream.
Was the dude like Elon where he'd just almost make up shit or things that they just barely discussed and try to sell it as they've already solved it?
It's sort
of those situations.
Yeah, but
because Elon does that all the time. He'll get up in an event and just straight up something that they just talked about 15 minutes before the show. He'll go out on stage and be like, "Oh, we've already perfected it and it's almost ready to go and it'll be ready next month." And I'm sure all the developers watching from their offices are like, "What the fuck are you saying, bro?" Like Ixnay on the ANC, dude.
Yeah, there's a difference between like the Peter Molyneux or Sean Murray, where they're so excited by the project. They are so emotionally invested and they want such big things for their little baby. And I don't feel the malice or the like chicanery, the trickery behind that. I don't think that was necessarily lies. Like they hoped, they really did want to. But Elon's been saying full self-driving, autonomous driving for Teslas was going to be a thing next year for 10 years.
Yeah, it was supposed to be fully released, driving from California to New York without touching any controls except for to plug in the charger and unplug the charger and getting out of the car.
Dude, what happened to the tentacle charge plug thing? You weren't even ever supposed to get out of the car. The thing would go to a supercharger and the fucking snake thing would plug in for you, all that stuff.
You know how many things Elon has claimed that they already had made and was almost ready to go to production that just completely disappeared off the radar that everybody just forgot about?
What happened to the solar tiles?
List. Yeah.
I think you can actually get those.
He did actually do the solar roof tiles, but they don't deliver anything that he promised. They're not indestructible. They break all the time. Like he did a test where it's like, oh, a meteorite could hit these and not break them. It's like I saw a video on YouTube where a guy said a panel fell off his roof because it wasn't secured properly. It just slid off the roof. It just shattered when it hit the ground.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing.
What he offers and what he delivers are two completely different things. But here's the thing about the stock, and this is why Elon. This is the single reason why Elon is the richest man in the world. This is all it is Elon has no problem lying with confidence. Like he will get up there and he will look everybody in the eye and tell them in a very believable and very convincing way. And he will say, I will put my reputation behind it, because he knows that even if he fails, it doesn't matter because he's already benefited from it. Because here's the thing, stock market is based purely on speculation.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Stock market has nothing to do with the actual value of a company, right? So when Elon gets up there and fucking says, oh, we've created this thing and it'll be ready and it's going to ship next month, everybody buys the stock price goes up, all the investors see the stock price going up combined with that news, and then the big guys jump in and start investing, and it shoots to the moon. Then once all the hype wears off and they don't deliver it on time, then the stock comes back down. But then Elon goes, oh, we're almost there. Like we hit a little hump. We figured it out. Now it'll be out next month. Now the stock goes up again. But the thing is usually with a normal company, people would catch on to that and be like, oh, it's bullshit now at this point.
Yeah.
But because he has so many different products and so many different new things, and everything's a new thing and it's never the same thing over and over again. Yeah. Like a Tesla Roadster, the Tentacle, the flamethrower.
I think there's too many
the media with it.
There's too many big fish too deeply invested. So like there's a vested interest in keeping this stuff alive, because there's probably a good handful, I wouldn't say a lot, but like enough big players are deeply invested that if any of them really tried to pull out, it would ruin it for everybody. So they all kind of have to work. They all got to they're all helping to keep the thing propped up, because otherwise they're all going to get fucked.
Also, everybody seems to think that Tesla is like an industry leader and everything, and it's not. If you actually go and look, their car is way behind every other company.
Do they have
Mercedes has level 3 Mercedes already has level 3 driving that does what autopilot is supposed to do, and it does it well. Yeah. And you know how they solved the problem? Putting fucking LiDAR on their cars instead of cameras, so they don't have to do a bunch of trickery to figure out depth, because LiDAR is going to be 100% accurate. Taking two cameras and measuring pixels against each other is not, and it never will be.
Yeah.
And here's the problem is Elon threw so much shade at everybody else for using LiDAR, even though he started with LiDAR.
I don't know. This seems like the right thing to me.
He threw so much shade at everybody else, but look at the market now. Who actually has an approved robotaxi on the road today?
Waymo.
Waymo does.
Waymo.
What does Waymo use on their car for their autopilot?
LiDAR and cameras, something like 700 sensors, I think, of different sorts. Of different sorts. I think they use they've got a short range radar. They have the LiDAR and cameras and different combinations. I mean, it's similar to the.
How many problems have they had that you've seen in the media where it's like they're getting stuck in the middle of intersection, cops can't pull them over, they'll just randomly stop, and then the occupants in the car are like, what do I do? Like they have to call Waymo while they're sitting in the car, better, people honking at them and stuff.
They've gotten way better in the last year. Like I know over.
No, they have. But here's my point. Waymo has all of this extra technology that is far superior to anything Tesla has.
Yeah.
And they're even approved to be on the streets, and they're already a cab. They're already operating. Well, Tesla's making this vaporware that won't even be out in 2 years, right? According to Elon, which is more like in 20 years in Elon time. They're already operating. They're already out there. And the problems that they're having, you think about how many problems Tesla would have with just cameras when Waymo's having it with LiDAR. Like the LiDAR is good at maneuvering. As far as I know, the cars haven't been in any serious accidents or killed anybody, which is great, right? Or I should say at-fault accidents, because I'm sure other people have smashed into them.
Yeah, I mean, not that I don't follow this too close, but nothing's popping up.
You hear about it in the media. If somebody died in a Waymo wreck, it would make national.
Yeah, there's been weird things like stop, like you said, stopping in the middle of the intersections, or like funny business getting pulled over.
The cops try to pull over the Waymo. Yeah. There's passengers in the car. The cops actually get out and like draw their guns because it's not stopping, and there's people in the car, and they think that somebody's driving the car when they're not.
That's weird.
So they're in the back seat waving out the windows at the police like, hey, we're not driving. They eventually roll the window down and start yelling at the police.
And you'd think there'd be a bit of some training there, you know? Like come on. This is look, Waymos do not they're not stealthy. Okay. I've been in San Francisco a couple times, or
they've got a bunch of sensors.
San Francisco and San Diego, I think. I can't remember where I was at recently where I saw them. And like, dude, they stand out. It's not just branding, but they got a weird freaking thing on the top of the thing, top of the car. And like, it's very obviously a Waymo car. So like, you'd think like, hey guys, fucking read the memo. Like, there's nobody going to be driving.
I have a question for you. So I'm really curious about this. What you think, because I've gotten some answers from other people that I don't think were satisfactory, but I'm curious what you think about this.
Okay.
So do you think Tesla should be working on a fully self-driving cab when they can't even deliver full self-driving to the millions of cars they've already sold that people have paid $10,000 to $20,000 for that feature?
It's fake news.
How stupid is that? Plus, did you notice during the demo, they all drove the same route? Nobody could pick a destination and be like, take me to the coffee shop and bring me back or whatever to use it like a cab. Everybody had to drive that predefined route that was heavily programmed.
It wasn't even on streets. It was like the Warner Brothers back lot. No, it wasn't even on streets. It wasn't even real streets. It was like a back lot.
So they quite literally could have put in like basic code you or I to just navigate and follow. Turn the wheel here, go this speed.
Could have painted a line on the ground and is crazy.
Oh, by the way, the Tesla tunnel still to this day, after how long has it been out? 4 years. The Tesla tunnel under under Las Vegas, right?
Yeah.
They still, every car has to have a driver in it.
Yep.
And he's not watching the autopilot to babysit it. He's driving. They're not allowed to use full self-driving because it doesn't work in a tube.
Which is so weird. Why? How could it not?
Yeah. How can you not get full self-driving to follow a line on the ground? Like
my spaceship would do the tunnel without a problem. Like I go to what's the tunnel there in Seattle now? It's not the Alaskan Way Viaduct anymore. Well, whatever. The tunnel. They got a big tunnel in Seattle now. And hell, man, my spaceship will take the freeway and I barely got to touch the steering wheel at all. It's like, come on.
Yeah, you're talking about the tunnel that took like 10 years to make and like $1 billion because they kept breaking the drill thing.
Yeah.
But that's the thing with me. When I saw the Cybercab event, first of all, it kind of caught me off guard because I didn't hear much about them pursuing taxis. I thought they already abandoned the idea. So then they come forward.
It's a total
with this.
pivot.
Yeah,
it's a total pivot.
They come forward to this, and I'm like, how can they be marketing a cyber taxi when they cannot even give the Cybertruck doesn't even have basic full self-driving? I think they just got lane assist. They just got that lane assist thing that every basic car has for like under $20,000.
100%.
Now the full self-driving, not on their flagship vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even, it's only in beta on the cars. And you have to still get approved for it, drive a certain way. If you don't drive a certain way, it turns it off and doesn't allow you to use it anymore. So basically, you have to babysit it and actually be more attentive with autopilot on than just driving yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
They even require, like, if you don't look out the front window and you don't hold the steering wheel, it just disables autopilot and tells you to fuck off. So what's the point of having autopilot if you still have to have your hands on the wheel and you still have to drive the car and you still have to look forward all the time, right? It doesn't make any sense. But now he's like, oh, our cabs can now solve all those problems. It's like, why haven't you given it to the fucking cars? Oh, bro, Daniel Terry, my man. Hey, should I give him a little squirt? A little squirty squirt? Here we go. Yeah. Oh.
Very cool.
Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats.
Now is the data going to update?
It will here in a second. It should. If it doesn't, I'll refresh it.
But it's a total pivot.
Actually, they should have updated immediately. Let me do a little refresheroni on that.
You can totally tell that was supposed to be the design for their cheap $30,000 whatever Model 2 or whatever. It was supposed to be the cheap one.
Yep. Oh shit.
Which by the way, I would totally get down on a cheap like 2-seater electric car. Like that'd be rad. Or I mean totally. two four, or like maybe like my Veloster is technically a 3 doors, right? Something small like that was fully electric would be super rad. I want to see smaller electric cars, to be perfectly honest.
Dude, did you see the stream?
I saw you turn off all the
overlay won't even reload. Stuff. Like I went into main overlay and I said reload the web page to refresh it. So refresh current page.
Way to go, Daniel Terry. You broke it.
Did their servers just go down or something? Hold on. I got to see if Stream Elements just died. What in the hell's going on here? Uh-oh. That's not
sound
good.
Effects are getting filtered by noise suppression. Shouldn't. The sound effects should be. Well, I mean, I don't know Jerry's setup, but they shouldn't. The sound effects should go through a different.
I think Stream Elements just died.
I mean, golf carts. You know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Golf cart. Yeah, an electric CRX would be dope. Yes, 100%. The CRZ was kind of like that. I think the CRZ was a hybrid.
Dude,
and very cool looking. I really like.
Just died. They straight up are offline. Like I've never seen this ever happen. Yeah, SSL handshake failed with Cloudflare. Like they're dead. That's why you guys don't see the overlay on the screen right now. Let me see.
I mean, their website still works.
It just started responding again. Hold on, let me try logging in again.
They did get filtered. Oh, weird. They shouldn't.
It won't let me. It won't let me. Oh, the overlay just loaded.
Hey.
Okay, good. They're back.
I have like a million tabs open, so I'm.
So check this out. They also punted my cert, so like I'm no longer logged into the website. Like I have to relog in.
Oh, neat.
That is weird. What is going on?
Weird.
Yeah, it won't even let me log in. I just tried to log in, and it's just loading forever. The site is not responding. Yeah, web server is down. It just died again.
Oh, weird.
There's somebody Stream Elements.
Like 5 houses down from me that has a Cybertruck, and then it's super weird. I have to see that every morning.
Dude, what a trip. Can you guys, hey, if you guys have a Stream Element, if anybody here has a Stream Elements account, can you try to log into it?
Yeah. Oh.
Because right now I'm getting web server. When I try to log in, the main page loads, but when I try to log in, it says web server is down. And this is Cloudflare, which, usually distributes across multiple servers. So, that's crazy. I've never, ever seen Stream Elements go down. That is crazy. So, okay, so I probably shouldn't refresh. Remind me, guys, not to refresh the stream if stuff doesn't update, because otherwise it'll disappear on us again. That's wild. I have never seen that before. But I noticed when I went on Stream Elements, normally when I go to the Stream Elements webpage, it just logs me right in because of my session key. But now it's saying I have to log in again. So in their site, when I say log in and do the authentication, it says, oh, the web server is down. We can't contact the web server. So, and this is a Cloudflare message. So this isn't like me not reaching it or my internet provider failing. This is Cloudflare legitimately saying that the servers aren't responding, which is crazy. So that's pretty wild. Yeah, I can't say that I've seen that ever happen before with Stream Elements. Well, I hope they're not getting like DDoSed or something. Here, let's see. Let's see if Stream Elements. Yeah, Stream Elements got low ping. They're responding. They're fine. So I wonder if they just like something happened and crashed all their servers. Their main page is loading though. Like if I go to streamelements.com, it loads up immediately. Can't log in. It just won't. It won't let me log in.
id.streamelements.com error.
You got the same thing?
Yeah, I can't log in.
Yeah. So yeah, so they punted everybody's cert because otherwise we'd be logged in when we go to the website.
Oh, weird.
And it's not letting you log in. That is freaking weird. At least it loaded. At least they got the server online long enough for it to load. But guys, if the stuff doesn't upload on the screen, I'm probably not going to refresh it again because it looks it'll eventually come back, but it might not come back to Stream Elements. And I just discovered that's a major flaw with using Stream Elements, because if their server goes down, I lose my overlay.
You can, I think you can download it all as local HTML files.
Oh, can you actually? Oh, if that's the case, then I'll probably just opt to do that, because then if their server goes down,
or
I don't
just
end up having all
take
this problems.
Take the link, right? Because you just copy and paste a big ass link.
Yeah.
And you can, and then save the web page locally.
With all the images and everything. That's such a good idea, because as long as the JavaScript still points to their server and it's authenticated, it should still get updates and everything, right?
There might be some funny business with like the live parts. But the actual graphics and stuff should be okay.
Hey, Blaster Master, he said, did you get Internet Archive? What happened to Internet Archive?
Dude, somebody DDoSed them.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah, took them down.
Why would anybody attack Internet Archive?
Some fucking protests, some protester stuff. It was like I don't, my mind went to PETA, but it wasn't them. But it was some hacktivists brought down the Internet Archive, not to punish the Internet Archive, but to like bring eyeballs to their thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's stupid, man. That is so stupid. I hate it when people do shit like that. I really do.
I mean, look, I'm all for hacktivism and stuff. Like, go ahead, bring down fucking Dell's website or whatever. But like their Internet Archive is like a nonprofit doing like good work and stuff. And why are you gonna poop on them who've never done anything bad to anybody just to like say, fuck the oil companies or something?
Yeah, if anything, Internet Archive has gone through like pure hell to stay online for everybody.
Yeah.
And Internet Archive is kind of like Wikipedia in that they're like an invaluable source of information. You know how many times I've gone to the Internet Archive to find evidence that I needed in like legal disputes? Like, it's freaking super valuable, because there's so much stuff that's archived on there that you can go back and look at, that if somebody decides to change some things to make you look like you're a liar, you can go back to Internet Archive and be like, there's a snapshot of that. And you'd be surprised how many things are snapshotted. Like, even just if somebody just goes and watches like a YouTube video enough, they'll snapshot it. And so there was I won't go over the whole deets, but there was a dispute that I had with somebody who was making false allegations about me online. I called them out on it, and they decided to go delete all of the evidence that I showed that they lied. So I went to Internet Archive, and luckily it had a backup of their website. It had a backup of their YouTube video that they took down, like the whole video. Like, I could literally go and download the whole video from the Internet Archive. And so I was able to present that to the police as evidence and the case. And that actually, it helped my position and solved the problem. So, so it was super helpful. It was super helpful to have that. So it kind of sucks that, Internet Archive's getting attacked, because they provide such a great service like that for people like me that really have used them. And the other thing too is, like, if you want to play your childhood games, oh my God, Internet Archive is awesome. If you guys don't know this, try this out. If you go to Internet Archive, do a search for the DOS archive. So go on Internet Archive and just do a search for DOS games. It will bring up a collection of like every DOS game from your entire childhood, everything from like Doom to Quake, Wolfenstein 3D, you name it, and you can play it all in your web browser. You could literally just fire it up in your web browser and just play it to your heart's content. It's absolutely an amazing service. I don't know how the hell they don't get the shit suit out of it for this. Dude, I literally found
it's abandonware. There's like nobody,
But I legit found Mario Kart 8 for the Switch on there.
Oh dang.
Like, literally, it was hosted on their servers. Like, you could click and download the zip, and it had like 200,000 downloads, and it had been up there for like a year. So there is some problems with that. I'm almost wondering, do they live out? Do they operate somewhere outside of some jurisdiction? Because I find it weird that they haven't just gotten that shit taken down. Because like, if you have pirated shit on your website, you operate in the United States, it's like the company will run you into the ground. Like, you've got no fucking chance of surviving. So I'm wondering how they do it. Let's see here. Internet Archive. Let me head on over there. So, Internet Archive is temporarily offline. Are they getting attacked right now?
No, it's been down for a bit. Yeah, they they broke them.
Well, that's kind of weird that they're down and now Stream Elements down. Like, is everybody just attacking everything right now? What's going on?
It's a madhouse out there, man.
So Stream Elements main web page is still loading. Let me try to log in again and see what happens. Oh, hold on. Is it letting me log in? Okay, now, okay, so it's redirecting me to streamelements.com/dashboard. So it did accept my login. However, it finished loading and it's just a white blank screen with no HTML.
Dang.
So let me go to view source. The page source is, okay, elements control as elements, blah, 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 script load script type kip.net. Load Google APIs, load script, load viewport, and nothing. So yeah, their basic HTML that's supposed to like load the rest of the elements on the page just fails and doesn't do anything. So it looks like their content distribution network is down, or their node. Uh-oh. Wow, dude. So yeah, they're scrambling to get stuff back up. But yeah, it's broke. Like, try to log in now. Go to your stream elements and try to log in now and look what it does. Oh, I'm in. I refreshed. Okay, I'm in the dashboard. Ah, we're alive.
Oh, wow.
We're back. Yes. Okay, let me break out my activity feed again. Yeah, that was strange. I've never seen that happen, dude. That was so freaking bizarre. So is Daniel Terry's name on the screen now?
Right? Yes.
Oh, great.
It was after you had refreshed it that first time.
Okay, good. Adam said down for days, not weeks. Oh, did somebody say weeks? I didn't catch that. So Adam's in chat. So Internet Archive's been down for days. Wait, how is that possible? I literally just played games on Internet Archive the other day. Are direct links still working? Because I think I used a direct link to Internet Archive game off of Bing.
Oh, maybe.
And it actually did work. Like, it loaded, and I was playing Leisure Suit Larry.
Nice.
On my Framework laptop over here. I was playing the old Leisure Suit Larry game, Leisure Suit Larry 6 or whatever. Blaster Master said they stole 31 million passwords. The hackers totally destroyed the website. Oh, shit. So this wasn't like just like a DDoS. This was like people broke in and destroyed the servers. Oh, dude, that's going to take forever for them to get that back online.
Oh, hang on. I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead. See, Blashman said, I signed up a week before this happened just so I could access the ROM sets that have recently been hidden to the public. When did all this happen? I swear I was literally just playing ROMs and downloading ROMs. Like, not yesterday I played Leisure Suit Larry, and 2 days before that I downloaded some ROMs. So this must have just happened. They'll be back up Monday-ish. Wow. So this is like a massive downtime event. Man, that sucks. Because here's the thing. If they had a backup, they would just go to it immediately, right? A site the size of Internet Archive, I'm sure that they have multiple backups. They push a button, and the backup restores over the course of probably a couple of hours. So the fact that they're down until Monday tells me that whatever hackers got in there, they fucked up shit enough that they can't just restore a backup. Maybe they destroyed the backups. Like, maybe they're having to go to like a physical offline hard copy that couldn't be destroyed, because companies do that. Like Microsoft would have like hourly updates to Source Depot, like where all the source code is, and it gets mirrored around the world to multiple sites to protect it in case a natural disaster takes out Redmond. And then those locations, I think it's weekly, they pull a physical copy of the backup and take it off the network. And that's basically, so if anybody breaks into the network and literally destroys everything in low-level formats, all the equipment remotely, they still have a physical hard copy they can connect. But to recover the physical hard copy takes a long time, because it's a lot of data that has to be restored. The network guy said, sorry, I wasn't here earlier. Had a positron meeting. Hey, no worries, bro. No worries. You are just a mod. You are a mod, and you can come and go as you please, sir. I don't require anything of my mods. If I don't pay you, you don't owe me shit. Archive.org redirected to have you been pwned? Really? Let's see. Archive.org. Because I went to internetarchive.org and got the temporary offline. Oh, I'm still getting temporary offline.
Everything's broken.
So it says temporary offline. Internet Archive services are temporarily offline. Please check our official accounts on Twitter, X, Blue Sky, and Mastodon for latest information. We apologize for this inconvenience. That is crazy. So that means the Wayback Machine is even down. I've never seen the Wayback Machine ever be offline. This is wild, man. This was like a... Okay, so the last update on October 11th. Okay. Oh, that was just yesterday.
Oh, just
Sorry,
yesterday.
I thought it was the 14th.
Okay, that's not too bad. That did sound like a while back.
The data is safe. Services are offline as we examine and strengthen them. Sorry, but needed. Okay, so the data. So they have all the data, but they're trying to figure out the attack vector and patch it to make sure it doesn't happen again. But that's crazy that it's taken them this long. That tells me if they're not up, if they haven't found a way to patch it yet, that tells me that they're probably still worried there's other attack vectors. Like
right.
If they're not up till Monday. So I'm wondering if this is a generic attack vector, because like we said, we just saw Stream Elements get owned. We just saw Internet Archive. Well, not owned, but I mean, I've never seen him down like that before. I've never gotten that message before from Cloudflare ever.
Yeah,
that was weird. We saw the main page go offline, then the main page came back online, then it wouldn't accept logins, then the session tokens were invalid. So if they're invalidating session tokens, that tells me one thing: they were hacked. Yeah. Because there's no other reason to invalidate everybody's sessions tokens and force them to log in again. Because what probably happened, and again, I'm speculating here, but most likely if somebody used the session token to gain access to their service and do damage and take the website down, then they invalidated everybody's session token because they're probably making the assumption that there's some compromise that occurred.
Oh,
and they're forcing everybody to re-authenticate so they get new session tokens. Dude, session tokens are dangerous, man. So check this out. If you go to any website and you hit F11 on the keyboard to go into DevTools, and you go to variables for the website, like the basically go to variables, go down to cookies. So if you look under the cookies, there's always at least one cookie from the website if you log into it. If you click on that, there's always going to be a token, or sorry, there's always going to be a variable in there that's called session something. Sometimes it'll be session, sometimes it'll be session_NA, sometimes it'll be session something. It'll always have session in the name, and it'll have a big hashed value inside of it. That hashed value is your session token. That's basically the key that every time you talk to the server, that gets transmitted to the server so that the server knows it's still you. So if your IP address changes, if you log into a different network, even if you're on a different device that has those session tokens mirrored, like you set up Chrome to do that, you just log right into the site. It trusts you. But the problem with that is those session tokens are stored in files on your hard drive.
Right.
Which means if somebody compromises your computer, you get a virus or malware, the first thing it does is go right into the folder with the session tokens and suck them all up and transmit them to somebody. Because as soon as they have those session tokens, all they have to do is drop those cookies basically in their folder and connect to the website. And as soon as it connects to the website says, hey, do you have a cookie for this website? It's like, yep, this one matches. It loads, and then that session token gets transmitted, and it goes, oh, hey, welcome back. And it just gives you full access. So you'll notice that there's a lot of sites now that'll require you to re-enter your password. Have you noticed that now? Like if you log in and you make a change to something that's critical to the account, like trying to delete the account. It'll say, hey, you need to put in your password again. It doesn't just trust you. Like YouTube used to just trust that. Like YouTube would let you even change the password without asking you for the old password once you had a session token authentication. And that's why so many people were getting hacked on YouTube, because they'd use a session token. They jump in there, they'd hijack it. Oh, awesome, it's working. Woo! Martin, thank you for the $6.52. That's awesome.
Listening to K-Tech Talk while showering is the best way to shower XD. Do you listen to anything while showering,
That's
bathing?
Funny.
Oh, yeah, I listen to a lot of stuff while showering and bathing, dude. Yeah, I keep forgetting. You can't, unfortunately, AuxxZillary can't hear the text-to-speech because I can broadcast video to Video Ninja, but for some reason they won't let me send the audio. Which is weird, which is weird to me, because it's like, why can't you just send the audio? It's a webcam. I'm loading it as a webcam. Why can't it just send the audio to VDO and then he'd be able to hear exactly what we're all hearing? But no, that's too much for him. But I'm going to find a way to work around that, though, because I want you to be able to hear everything. But yeah, when it popped up on the screen, text-to-speech read his whole message. It was pretty cool. As far as what I listen to when I shower and bathe, one of my favorite electronic devices that I've ever purchased was during Black Friday. There was a sale, and I got this shower radio. And this is like literally like probably 8 years ago, 9 years ago. This is a long time ago I did this. And I bought this shower radio, and it just takes C batteries. It takes 4 C batteries. You stick it on your wall in your shower. I know it goes forever too, dude.
C batteries.
You only have to change the batteries once every 2 years.
From the 80s, man. You carry it on your shoulder,
dude. It looks like it. It literally looks like it. So this little shower radio that I bought. The reason I bought it is it was during Black Friday. It was $5. It was on sale for $5 when it was normally $25. So I was like, oh, I gotta buy that for $5. You got it, right? So I bought it for $5. It shows up. I put it in my bathroom. It's 8 years later, and I still, every time I get in the shower, power on that thing and listen to music while I'm taking my shower and listen to the news. So it ended up being like one of the most used electronic devices in my house. And after 8 years, it's still going strong after being in the shower, being exposed to water and steam and all the soap and everything. Still works flawlessly. And the tuner in it's fantastic. So I'm actually really surprised that like something that I bought that is so cheap and I thought would be disposable ended up being like one of the most durable electronics I've ever owned. And still to this day, I use every day. The network guy said I tweeted at them and offered my work for free. Dude, that's awesome. I love that you help so many people, man. The networking guy in chat, dude, he is all about helping people. He said, Jerry, can you signal boost my tweet on I offered work for free? I'll try, but you know I'm not famous anymore, bro. You know that I just got my small pack of friends that come and hang out now. I'm not signal boost material, but yeah, I'll signal boost it. Where's it at? Oh, of course. Here's another problem with X. I can't even see it, bro. I follow you. You follow me. We both have notifications enabled, and you do not show up in my feed. You're nowhere. I can see Anthony Mangione. I can see Cryptopsy. I can see everybody else. You're not even in the list. I'm like scrolling down. Let me refresh again. So you should be in here. Like I should be able to see you. Nope, still nothing. Okay, here let me look at my other feeds. So yep, nothing, dude. You are shadow banned on X right now. You not a single one of your posts is in my feed. Let me go directly to your account. This has happened to multiple people, by the way. Let's see here. That one network guy. Okay. Yep. You follow each other. Notifications are still enabled. And let me go to replies. Okay. He said, I can help. I have multiple companies and people, including Person 3D, just with the vouch for me DM. Oh, you didn't tag me. That's why you didn't show up in my feed, dude. So yeah, that's why I couldn't see it. He didn't tag me. He just said, he replied to them directly and he said, I can help. So he didn't even reply to my reply. He replied to their reply. And he said, I can help. I have multiple companies and people, including Person 3D and Joseph Person, that can vouch for me. So dude, you didn't even include me to vouch for you? God, man, I'm just proving the point that I'm not famous anymore. Well, here, I'll retweet it though. Here, there you go. It's reposted, bro. But that's why I couldn't see it. The signal boosted is because you didn't tag me and you didn't respond to my post. Jeff Clark said, you are still famous to us, famous enough to be in our game too. Oh, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Yeah, Jeff wants me to do some screams and record them so they can put them in their video game. So I got to do that because I think that'd be cool just to have like low key my voice in a video game for any capacity. Paige said, hey, Jerry, have you looked into NDI for sending video and audio to aux? Yeah, actually, NDI is probably what I'll end up using.
We've dabbled a couple times with that.
Yeah, so
in various ways.
So in order for the NDI stream to work, all I would have to do is, instead of broadcasting my stream to Video Ninja, I would broadcast my stream to VLC, Videoland player, the old
oh yeah, I still
it's
use
like
that.
old school video player.
Still my number one video player.
Yep, and then what you would do is you would connect to me directly, and then you'd be able to see the entire stream with audio and everything, like direct to you.
Sure. So but then how would you get my video and audio?
No, I'd still have to get it through VDO. So you would still connect and broadcast to me in VDO, but then you'd have a separate window that you would open up, and that'd be the one you listen to. So the only problem with that is you're going to hear your own voice mixed into the feed, and I don't know how to filter that out. Like I don't know how to create a feed where your voice isn't mixed in, because you're going to hear yourself through your local loopback. Like you hear yourself through your headphones when you talk, right?
I monitor my input directly.
Yeah. So there's no lag, right?
Right.
So but the problem is if I send you an audio feed of the stream, which is lagged by a few seconds, right? And or not even, actually, it wouldn't be a few seconds. It would be pretty
into the YouTube stream.
You're gonna get an echo. You'd get an echo on your own voice. So
I have to mute or usually I just pause the YouTube stream directly, but it'd end up being like that, right? It'd be delayed a little bit.
So what I really need to look into is if there is a way in OBS Studio to basically mute your mix when I'm sending it to a specific location. Because if I can mute your audio coming in and send it to you, then all you would hear is me and the effects on the screen, and then you'd hear your local loop back.
I wish there was an easier way to create virtual sound devices, right? Because that's like what the GoXLR Mini does. That's what, or if this every time I come back thinking about this, it grinds my gears. The people or the person behind Voice Meter. Right. Yep. Voice Meter Bananas or whatever.
Yep.
It's a very obtuse piece of software, but it does basically the same thing that the GoXLR does, just without the hardware element, right?
Yeah.
It creates a bunch of virtual sound devices for you and gives you a little interface so that you can send different you can say, oh, I want all my Chrome stuff to be on this slider. I want my games to be on this slider. I want my microphone, blah, 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 blah. But it's not very it's VB cables are the same is right under that same thing as Voice Bananas or whatever. The thing is, it's not very user friendly. And years ago, somebody was, because like it's in development, it's in constant development. Somebody tweeted at the guy, or a few people tweeted at the guy, like, man, you guys, because when GoXLR was just coming out, and other devices like it, they're like, man, you guys would have a gold mine if you would just simplify this interface, if you simplify the user experience on your software, you guys could charge $20 a month or whatever, and people would gobble this up. And he says no, like it's deliberately like it. I guess it's supposed to mimic like an actual professional mixer. Which looking at I had that USB mixer. It's similar to your Yamaha one.
The MG10XU or
something like that. Yeah, it's similar to that one.
Yep.
I had that, and it's a confusing looking thing, all the knobs and switches and buttons and stuff. And like, it took a minute to kind of figure it out.
Yeah.
But man, if just a simpler, but he's like, no, I don't want to do that. Fuck you. Essentially. I was like, man, that kind of attitude is terrible.
Yep.
Cause everybody could, if you take like a couple hours and you sit there with Voicemeeter and you really sit and figure it out, it does exactly the same thing as the Go XLR does, but the Go XLR software is so much simpler.
Yep.
Tomas tipped $6.
What is this? A $200 mixer can do sub mixes, hardware always wins. True that.
Hey, thank you, Thomas, for the 69 sexes, bro. Look at that smoke going. Smoke show. Oh my God, fun. Thomas, we really do appreciate that super chat. And did it update? Let's see.
It did. Latest
awesome.
Super chat 65.
Yep,
yeah.
It works.
I like that it translates it. That's fun.
Yeah, no, that is pretty cool. I actually like the new overlay. Like I created that in
Krita,
really which is like a Photoshop ripoff, like an open source Photoshop ripoff. It actually works really good. It took me a little while to get used to it, but yeah, no, it seems to do the job. There's a couple really cool audio programs that I've used though, like VB Cable. Bradley Smith up there recommended.
Yep.
So virtual audio cable is cool because you can actually take it and split an audio source on your computer all the way down to the channel and redirect it to a completely different sound card.
Yeah.
So like what I did
you use a combo.
Yeah,
use a combo of VB cable and Voicemeeter.
Yeah. So it's really confusing though. Like if you watch YouTube videos, because it is massively confusing to set up those pieces of software and get it work the way you imagine you want it to work.
Really, and I mean like take it one step at a time. Like, okay, I'm gonna work on my microphone. Gonna get the microphone to do.
Close it when you're not streaming. Close it when you're not streaming because oh my God, if you're playing video games and shit, it crosses the signal so hard.
That's fun.
I will say this though. I used it because I don't have my speakers set up in the room yet with my my stereo receiver. Yeah. So I just wanted to use the speakers on my screen. And I was like, well, I've got 3 screens, so I want a left channel, a right channel, and a center channel, right? So you can't do that in Windows because there are 3 different audio sources. Like each one shows as a sound card over HDMI, right? Each one of them is an Nvidia sound device. So if you go into virtual audio cable, you can actually break out the right channel, center channel, and like it creates a virtual device that the audio goes to, right? That becomes your default system device. And then it splits out the right, center, and left channel to my screens. So if I set each screen to the same volume and I play the music, I actually get stereo with a center channel. I don't get surround because it sends the rear channels also to the same screens. But it's cool because it's like the TV screens, even though they're shitty audio, it still gives me like a wide, more filling audio in the room than if just one screen is playing. And so you can also leverage that with like other situations. Like for instance, if you had if you had like 3 sound cards in your computer and each one of them was connected to a different speaker, so to speak, you could actually break up the audio and send it to the different devices. The only thing it didn't do last time I played with it is you couldn't send an audio stream over the network. I hope that they add that at some point because local networks are so low latency now, like literally sub millisecond. Yeah, that you could have like another computer in the house, have computers all over the house, and then you could just basically send one audio feed to all of the computers and have them all playing it in sync. I think that'd be kind of cool for filling the house with audio. So yeah. So I'm wondering, that's one thing I couldn't do with the virtual audio cable. I know there is software bespoke that can do that for like media software for playing back that'll synchronize with each other, but I want it for the whole system. I want it to be like if I'm playing Forza downstairs in the bedroom, like the audio could come out from everywhere in the house. I think that'd be like pretty cool because Xander likes to run around when I'm playing video games. He likes to hear the sound of all the cars and stuff like that. So let's see. Some interesting audio tools over Linux would be Pipewire and Jack 2. Yeah, I have very little experience with Linux. I used to use Linux when I was younger and I stopped using it for the longest time. And now it's pretty foreign to me. I mean, other than logging in and knowing how to do like sudo and update my apps with apt-get and like looking at my network statistics with ifconfig instead of ipconfig, I really don't know a lot about Linux anymore. However, since I've been playing with Docker, I have been becoming more familiar with it, because Docker is really, really heavily skewed towards Linux. Like with Docker, you can create a Windows container, but then you're basically defeating the purpose of Docker, which is you're creating this big bloatware operating system to just run a couple of things, right? With a Docker container in Linux, you can create these little lean and mean containers. And the thing I really love about Docker is it gives you full access to the hardware graphics on the system. And I didn't realize this. So I have a Docker container for running a program called Face Fusion, which is an AI program that allows you to basically, you can do deep fakes with it. You can even do audio lip syncing and everything. It's like a tool. It's free on GitHub, and it lets you do anything. Like if I want to put my face on Vin Diesel's body and have and have him like speaking to my voice, moving his lips to my voice, it won't make my voice sound like him. You got to use a different tool for that. But you want your lips, you can do that all inside of Face Fusion. It's a really, really cool tool. And before you think about doing like pornographic things, they've already put in code to block that. So if it thinks it sees a nipple or thinks it sees too much nudity, it'll just throw you out. But it's a really neat utility for like creating like fun little videos and like deep fakes to fuck with your friends. And I had to run it before. I had to create a what is it called? Anaconda. I'd use Anaconda to create an environment. Then I would create the environment with the specific Python version I needed. Then I'd install all the variables in that environment. Then I'd have to activate that environment and then go finally run Face Fusion on the computer. With a Docker container set up with Linux, because it actually ultimately runs better under Linux anyways. It actually boots into the Docker container under Linux, and it fully utilizes CUDA on my graphics card. So when it boots up the Docker container and I go to the website and I run a pass, my graphics card jumps to 100% utilization and the memory gets maxed out. So I think that's crazy. I don't know how it's doing it, but it's creating a Linux instance in the Docker container. So it's running basically Linux under WSL2, which is like Windows Linux VM thing, hypervisor. But it's different than a hypervisor. I haven't quite figured out exactly what the differences are, but they made it very clear that no, it is not a hypervisor. It uses some hypervisor features, but no, it's its own thing. Okay. And I believe that because Linux fully accesses the graphics card. So even though it's in a Docker container running its own Linux distribution with its own variables, it's still able to access the GPU fully, like it's there. And to do that in Hyper-V, even with a Windows VM, you have to do a ton of shit to make it work right. So the fact that just works, because think about it, Linux has to load, like when Linux is loading, it has to load its own graphics driver inside of Linux. So the only thing I can think of is that Windows is exposing the graphics card, like literally the hardware graphics card for what it is, and Linux is loading a driver and it's allowing two drivers to coexist. I have no idea how that works. Like, because a driver should have full control of the graphics card. Like if you have two drivers fighting over trying to control the same graphics card, you'd think it'd create total chaos. Like one would try to resync the screen and change the resolution while Windows is trying to maintain one. You'd think they'd fight. So I wonder how Microsoft is managing that, where you can actually in WSL2 fully access the graphics stack. Like I can be in WSL2 and launch a game and it'll pop up in a window, and I'm running a graphical game using CUDA on my graphics card in a window in Windows. So it's like, dude, it's seriously like pure fucking magic. I have no idea how they do it, but it's really cool. So now I just create Docker containers for everything. And they're actually intimidating at first, but then I realized all Docker is it's kind of like its own little language, like basic scripting language. And you open up a file just called a container file. And you basically just in text say, I want this version of Linux. I want these Python packages. I want
$5.
Oh, dude.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Parts fan. Woo woo! $5, man. Thank you, hollers. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Adam. If Adam is still in chat, I don't know. He's always coming and going, doing something. Adam, I had to order another DMX controller. So he got me this thing called the DMX IS that I've used forever. But the problem with the DMX IS is that it doesn't support controlling remotely with something called oh god, what's it called? It's like a standard for like DMX control. I don't know why they don't support it. So, but apparently this is common. So ArtNet, it only supports broadcasting ArtNet. It does not support incoming ArtNet connections. So to control it remotely, you have to use this thing called OSC remote control, which is like a really basic language that I can use in a Python script, but sucks for home automation. Home automation wants ArtNet, like for everything. So I had to buy a controller that supports bidirectional ArtNet, and I found one for $70. I'm going to give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'm sending it back. But it also has a network plug, so you can plug it in the network, and it can become like its own entity on the network, and then you just send the ArtNet commands to it, and it controls the DMX shit remotely. So that should be here today, and I'm going to try that out. Nice. And then I'm going to move the DMX-IS over to my other computer, my server over here, and I'm going to have it control a couple of other things that are unrelated to the stream. This DMX-IS has worked wonderfully for like many years, but I finally ran into its Achilles heel, which is it only allows you to remotely control it through that weird OSC remote control protocol. And so now I'm getting something that supports ArtNet, which is like more of an industry standard thing. And so basically, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, DMX is a protocol that's used for controlling studio lighting and audio equipment. Okay. Adam even said the DMX-IS is also 20 years old. Dude, this thing has gotten some life on it. 20 years old. It still has software. The software looks very antiquated, but it works under Windows 11. They still authenticate it to this day. So every time I install it, I have to take the serial number off the bottom of the device, send it to their website. They have to send me an unlock code. So basically, if they ever go out of business, the hardware just is throwaway. So I put in the code, I unlock it, I install it. 20 years later, this thing still works. Like, as a matter of fact, I'm using it right now. Like when I do this, when you guys see me doing this is me using MIDI. So I'm hitting MIDI buttons on my devices. And then those MIDI signals go into DMX-IS, which then get converted into DMX commands that then go to this DMX box and get transmitted to the lighting equipment and the smoke machine via the DMX protocol.
Oh, crazy.
And everything's connected with the same cable you use for your microphone, XLR.
Semi-pro. Yeah. Some semi-pro like concert stuff.
Exactly. So this DMX system is like controls all this, and it is daisy chained. You just go one device to another device to another device. So it's like old school BNC network, right? Yeah. So I have one studio light on this side of me that does RGB and also UV. And then I have another one on the other side of me that does RGB and UV. Can't really see because the lighting right now. You can kind of see it on my seat. And then I have the smoke machine, which I can push this button to launch, right? So all of this is controlled. And then I'll have the leaf blower connected back up and a couple of other gimmicky things. But that's all connected with just one daisy chain of XLR cables going from one device to the next device to the next device, just snaking around the room.
Crazy.
And so this new controller that I got that supports this protocol, what it's going to allow me to do is I can put every DMX device into Home Assistant, which, by the way, if you guys haven't used Home Assistant, it's like one of the most wonderful pieces of software I've ever come across in my life. It's absolutely amazing. Martin said, "Why did you stop using WLED?" No, I still use WLED. I just don't have it set up right now because I took it offline and then I broke a power cable on it that I have to resolder to get it working again. Once it's resoldered, it's coming back into the game. No, I love WLED. But the cool thing about WLED is you can control it remotely. So WLED also has a protocol that you can connect to it with Python scripts and control it remotely. That's how I was able to put the text on it and change everything during the live stream. I had it all tied in. I'll have to go fix all those scripts because they're all broken now. But yeah, no, I'm bringing back the LED screen for the live stream. Don't worry, that's not gone forever, guys. But once I can put all the DMX things into Home Assistant, Home Assistant, what I can do is instead of having to know all these different protocols, like right now, the way it's set up is for me to turn my ceiling lights on and off, right? I have to push, like here, where's my phone at? So let me grab my phone. So if I want to turn off the lights in the Nerd Cave, I can open up Home Assistant, and then I can go to the Nerd Cave and I can say, turn off the left light. See how that turned off?
Oh, yeah.
Turn off the right. And it's instant. Like it is instant.
Yeah.
There is no it's actually, for some reason, it's faster to control these through Home Assistant than it is to directly just send them a signal from my script. I don't know how. They're doing some magic. So I can turn that on. I can also turn my Elgato lights on and off. So like if I want to, I can turn that off. See, there's my Elgato light. I can even turn my air conditioner off, and it's all just on the screen under Nerd Cave. I can turn my TVs on and off. I can change the inputs on the TVs. Like I can control everything from Home Assistant because Home Assistant basically takes every proprietary automation thing that you can think of and creates a standardized interface that you can use with the UI. You can either use a UI, a custom web page, or you can write your own scripts that just control it directly. And what's cool is I went into a local AI, not even an online AI. I went into an old version of Llama under LM Studio, and I said, write me a Python script that'll turn my light on in the Nerd Cave with Home Assistant. And it wrote a Python script, cut and pasted it, put in my IP address to my home server, ran it, boom, it worked immediately. So I already have the code now but here's the cool thing. If normally to control these lights on my ceiling use a different protocol. So these are TP-Link Casa switches and lights.
Yeah.
They use their own proprietary app and protocol. So you have to use their app to control them, and they're not even supposed to be controlled by automation software, but somebody wrote a plugin that does.
Of course.
So now I put that into home automation. Then I have Belkin Wemo switches, which are a completely different protocol. So normally I'd have to have a different app for that. I plug those into home automation. Now, keep in mind, if I want to control it in DMX, that's another standard, right? That's another thing that I have to use a different thing to control. All of these things come together in Home Assistant, and it basically homologates them all, or not even homologates. What's the word I'm looking for? It combines them all under one standardized protocol. So now if I want to turn a light on, I just basically connect to the Home Assistant server with the API and say, turn this, the name of this light. I want to turn it on, or I want to make it 50%, or I want to, depending on what device type it is. And you say, just do it, and it'll go to Home Assistant, and then Home Assistant translates it to the language it needs to and sends the commands over the network to control it. So now I can turn my TVs on and off. I can change their sources. I can send a stream from my Plex server to my amplifier in the bedroom and have it play stuff. I can even make it play audio. Like if I just want to, I can go to text to speech in it and say, I want to send text to speech to a screen in the house, a TV in the house. And it will actually change the input of the TV over to Chromecast if it supports it, or AirPlay. And it'll take that, create a file with the text to speech rendered with what voice you select, and it'll play it through the TV. So if my wife's downstairs watching TV and I want to get her attention, I can literally just take my phone and be like, hey, I need something, blah, blah, blah. And it'll switch the TV over to that input, and it'll say Home Assistant up at the top, and the audio will be my text to speech. So I'm like,
that's cool.
Dude, it's so sick that you can do all this stuff. But even like Open RGB, you can plug into it. DMX, all these different standards for like Casa switches, Belkin, Z-Wave, or whatever it's called, Zigbee, all that shit, Philips, all their lighting, all Philips lighting stuff. If it can be automated and there's a way with an app to control it remotely, Home Assistant supports it. And so you add all that support, and same thing, Amazon Alexa. You can add an Amazon Alexa and have text to speech come out of the Amazon Alexas anywhere in the house. You can add your Ring doorbell. You can add your Sense Power monitor out in your garage. So I add all these things into Home Assistant. But what makes it so much nicer is now I used to have to write all these scripts with different code, different libraries that connected to different technology, and remember their IP addresses and all this shit. You don't have to do that anymore. Once you put it in Home Assistant, I have one Python script. And all I have to do with that Python script is say, go to this zone, because everything in your house has a zone, like the nerd cave, the bedroom, basically a room, right? All I do is put in the zone and the name of the device that I want to control and what I want the device to do. And one script can now control any technology regardless of what it is.
Nice.
So if I want text to speech to come out of my TV downstairs, I can run the same Python script and say, find the TV in the master bedroom, and then I want you to send this text to speech to it, and it'll do it. And the cool thing about that is now I just have that one script, and I can put that into StreamerBot. And if you guys do something, now you can control my lights, you can control the smoke machine, you can control the leaf blower, you can control even the robotic arm when I get that back online. You'll be able to control the fans, the air conditioner. Like right now, if I wanted to, I could go into StreamerBot and create a command for you that would allow you to just turn off and turn on my air conditioner. And it would be as simple as just putting in, and all I'd have to do is just put in the one Python script. I could put in a command, because I did this yesterday just for fun. I could put in a command where you can turn off every light in my house that's automated. So like you push one command and it'll just cascade the whole house and turn everything off. All the lamps in the bedrooms, all the lights on the ceilings that have the smart bulbs, everything. It's badass. Let's hear. Soten Mash said, does home automation work if the internet is down? Is it all local? Yes. It's completely local. It's completely open source. It'll run on your network without any external dependencies. However, if you want, you can expose it. Like if you forward a port from your router, you can access it externally, like the home automation app. And they have an app for Android, an app for iOS. You can control it through a web page on the computer. You can control it through pure API. You can control it through SSH. Like there's all these different ways that you can connect to it and control it. And it's powerful, dude. I did not realize, and it's easy to set up too. I thought it was going to be a nightmare. No, it's actually quite easy. James Janus said, so with Home Assistant, can you turn off weight? No. Sadly, that is not possible yet. If it was, I wouldn't be this big right now. Trust me. Let's see here. Martin said, Jerry, let us control his house. Oh, I'm going to. That's the plan for the Twitch stream, is to let you guys, like if you guys help support me, you guys can turn off the AC and make me suffer. You can turn the fan on behind me if you want to cool me off. Like that fan right there is actually connected to a switch. So I can turn it on with home automation, or I could give you guys a command to turn on the box fan behind me to blow air at me, right? I'm gonna have the leaf blower connected like I did before, but with home automation, my wife downstairs in the bedroom can just turn it on to fuck with me whenever she wants. So, which will be fun. Like I even told her, it's like now with this new home automation, I even installed it on her phone and she loves it. She can actually just click on my TV screen upstairs and say, play text to speech, and she can just, I'd be here on my computer doing whatever I'm doing, and the TV will just switch to an input and start saying whatever she typed in.
Nice. That's so cool.
It's so cool, dude. It's so freaking cool. So yeah, I can't recommend home automation enough. Or sorry, Home Assistant. Now there's multiple things. Like I get it confused. Home Assistant is the open source, like free control everything software. HomeKit is Apple's version.
Mm-hmm.
And surprisingly, home automation actually supports HomeKit devices. So if you have a device that says compatible with Apple HomeKit or whatever, you can also use that in home automation. And I found that anything, I mean, there's pretty much everything. I went through all the random, really weird, obscure shit in my house, and the only thing I couldn't control was DMX, because this DMX-IS is 20 years old and supports this OSC protocol, and I couldn't find a single plugin for home automation that supports that weird, obscure protocol. However, the ARPANET protocol, which is from the 80s, is supported by home automation, so when I get the new DMX controller today, it should fix that, and I should be able to put anything DMX I want on this thing. Necromancer said, have you ever tried programming in NeoVim? I'm currently trying it, and it's so cool. I've never even heard of NeoVim. What is NeoVim? Let me go look that up. So, like, what is it? NeoVim? NeoVim. Okay, so, oh, I've seen that. No, I've seen that. I've seen their logo. So, I've definitely seen this. Okay, what is this? So, API's first class discoverable version to documented. Message pack structured communication enables extensions in any language. Remote plugin. Okay, so this is a library. This isn't a language. Remote plugins run as co-processors safely and asynchronously. GUI, IDEs, and web browsers can embed NeoVim as an editor or script host. Lua plugins are easy to create. Just Lua is something I really want to learn to play with. Do you know what Lua is?
Yeah, that's a little like a scripting language.
Dude, it's really cool. Like, I really want to learn
I think there was a video game recently that was all done in Lua.
Lua's pretty powerful.
I think it was Celeste. Celeste was written all in Lua. Something like that.
So a lot of video games use Lua internally. So like, for instance, you know, GTA, all the mods for GTA 5, they're all written in Lua. So because you can actually get GTA to actually run Lua inside of the game. Like, it'll actually load your Lua scripts and run your Lua scripts so that you can modify things. A lot of games use Lua in their development because it's easier for the developers to inject stuff and do updates and stuff like that. But it also gives the public an input for doing their own modding and things like that. The only games you really don't see supporting like Lua natively these days are games where they're so locked down they don't want anybody extending their game. Which there are a couple games that are like that, where they get really touchy about you fucking with their game, right? But for the most part, you know, companies will let you, as long as you're on your own game on your computer, you're not playing multiplayer online, you're allowed to use Lua mods and stuff like that. But I haven't personally written anything in Lua myself, but it looks like it's a language that's really shifted towards like the rapid development of mods for things rather than standalone games. Like, you could make a standalone game, obviously. It's a feature complete language, but it looks like they designed it from the ground up to be more of a complementary thing, like a language that exists within another program, and like a scripting language. And so I really want to play with it, because there's so many games out there that will just suck Lua up and allow you to use Lua to interact directly with the game. And they'll even expose API that you can play with Lua. Like, inside the game, they'll create Lua endpoints, and then you look through their documentation, and then you can use those Lua endpoints in your Lua script to like interact with the game and control the game. Paige Covington said, Gary's mod is where I learned Lua, and now I use it to run control systems in conference rooms at work. Oh, wow.
That's pretty cool.
So you're using it for some pretty powerful shit. That's really cool. Oh, yeah, check this out. So Thoughts from New Luell said, I also use Home Assistant to view my sugar levels. So here's the weird thing about Home Assistant, and I am a little creeped out by this, if I'm honest. So if I go to Overview, where it shows everything in my house, right, that I've added. Oh, and by the way, if you install Home Assistant, it probes your whole network and finds everything.
Wow.
So like, if you install the plugin for the device, it'll pop up and say, oh, we discovered a device on your network. Do you want to add it? And then you can choose to add it. And then if it'll ask for more information, if it needs it, like if it needs logins and stuff, you have to give that. But it'll find the devices. And I thought that was kind of cool. So right now, looking at my overview, I have a printer in my attic. It found the printer. It discovered the printer on the network, says, do you want to add that too? And you're like, why would you have a printer in Home Assistant? How do you automate a printer? Well, no, it's just for information to show you on the dashboard. So right now, my printer says that it's idle. Its state is currently idle. It currently has 60% of the black ink, 50% cyan, 50% magenta, and 50% whatever Y is. I forget what Y is. Yellow, maybe? I think it's yellow. So it sends me constant stats on my printer inside of Home Assistant. If I scroll down, it shows me my Ring doorbell. And it even gives me the option to disable motion detection momentarily, change the front door volume, see when the last event occurred, and I can click on an image and it'll play back, like high-speed playback, the last event that was fully recorded. So you, like, if somebody walks up on the porch and delivers a package, I can go into Home Assistant and just touch it and it'll play it back and show me like who was on my porch delivering it. So I added my Sense Power Monitor. Now there's like 300 freaking variables that I can add to the dashboard, like daily power from grid, daily net production if I have solar panels, daily production, daily to grid, daily usage, monthly, and then weekly, and then yearly for all those stats, so I can see my power usage of my whole house. Scrolling down, it found my Nest thermostat and added it. Now it shows me like a cool UI, and it looks like this. Like each UI is like, you know, standardized. So it shows me the current temperature in the house, what the temperature is set to, but it also shows me my humidity. It says the humidity is 55% in my house. My Nest thermostat does not show humidity anywhere on it. There's no humidity anywhere. Oh, he's got to run. So there's no humidity anywhere in that app. But for some reason, it's able to probe it and pull it and show it to me. So 55% humidity in the house. I can turn the furnace on and off. I can disable the Nest thermostat, which completely turns off the heating system. I can turn the fan on if I want to. So cool beans, right? But then if I scroll down, it starts adding some other stuff that's kind of weird. Like, for instance, I have an AdGuard ad blocker that runs on my network. It's basically like Pi-hole. Think of Pi-hole, but like a different version. So it found that connected to it, and I can disable and enable filtering. So if I hit something that gets blocked that I don't want blocked, I can just turn it off with one click on my phone, do my thing on my computer, and then turn it back on. I also have I can turn on home parental controls. I can turn on home protection. I can turn on and disable the log. I can enable safe browsing. So if I enable safe browsing, anytime, this is cool. This is a feature that I like. I don't know if Pi-hole does this, but it might. You can actually, if I enable this thing where it says enable safe browsing, if you go to any search engine that supports search safe browsing, like where you say, you can click on the little thing and say, I want to search, anonymously, and I want it to be, or not, sorry. I want it to only show me things that don't have like pornographic things in them or whatever. Well, you can click a button in here, and even if you go to bing.com or google.com, it will automatically redirect you to the URL that has that feature enabled. So if anybody in your house tries to go there, it always redirects them to the search safe. So they basically have no way to disable search safe, which I thought was interesting. I mean, we don't use that here, but it's clever, right?
Yeah.
It also shows me, how long it takes for the average DNS query, how many queries. Like right now, since I brought the ad server online 2 days ago, I've had 59,640 DNS queries. AdGuard has successfully blocked 1,870 of them. That means a block ratio of 3.14% of all DNS resolutions have been rejected. It tells me how many safe searches have been conducted. But then it starts giving me like stats. I'm like, what's going on here? So my Barnacle, my NAS that I have downstairs in the closet, it tells me every single volume, how much space total it has, how much space is used, what the CPU load is, what the memory utilization is. I didn't even know you could get this information from the Synology remotely. Like, I thought you had to log into the dashboard to to see this in the dashboard on the website. But no, it's pulling all this data. It tells me what the download throughput is, the average throughput in, average throughput out, memory usage, security status, and upload throughput, right?
Yeah.
But it's crazy because as you scroll through, another thing it showed me that kind of freaked me out a little bit is iPhones. So it found my wife and my iPhone on the network, and it found my son's iPad. And I'm like, why would you add automation for like a phone? Like, what are you going to do like with a phone, right? Are you going to just like remotely like send keyboard commands to it? Like, what are you going to do? No, it pulls a shitload of data from the phone. It pulls how many steps you've made, how many floors you've ascended, your location. And it pulls this data almost in nearly real time. It shows all the telemetry from the phone, what the current state of the battery is. Is it current charging or not charging? Is it currently on or off? Is it currently logged in or locked? All of these things are transmitted to the dashboard on Home Assistant. So if my wife wants to see what's going on, she can see if my phone's plugged in. She can see if I'm using my phone or if my phone is locked. So if she sends me a message or something and I'm ignoring her, she can go in there and be like, hey, wait a second, he's on his phone. I know you can see that message. So some people might not like that feature, but the fact that it does stuff like tracking like steps and health, because the phone just does that and it's able to just gather that information from the phone, I was like, damn, this is pretty freaking powerful. So everything I've added to it, it's actually found data points from it that I didn't know existed. It'll even tell you like how much power a bulb uses.
People want a link to what you're talking about.
Oh yeah. Let me grab that for you. I think it's let's see. Let me make sure I give you the right link because there's a couple scam sites that are trying to give a virus version of it. Let's see here. It's Home Assistant. Let me find the right link here. There we go. So let me grab this, put it in chat. Hold on. Getting everybody hyped up about this like free open source app. So yeah, it's home-assistant.io. And let me make sure. Actually, hold on. I probably should have made sure that actually links to the right version. It does. It does. You're good. I wanted to make sure this wasn't one of the scam sites. They will try to sell you. This site will try to sell you like their own Home Assistant Raspberry Pi 4 interview. You don't need any of that. It'll run on Windows. It'll run on Mac. It'll run on Linux. It'll run on a Raspberry Pi. It'll run. It doesn't require a lot of processing power. Like honestly, it sips the CPU and lets you install like a bunch of services and stuff on it. It runs on very minimalist hardware that you can just stick anywhere. You put it in your network cabinet and just like plug it into your router and you're good to go. But yeah, no, fantastic piece of software. That has a lot of capability. And one thing you're going to want to look into is there's a thing called HVAC, I think it's called HVAC. Let me double check that.
Like your AC and stuff.
Yeah, no, hacks. Sorry, I had it wrong. HACS. So there's a thing called HACS that you're going to want to look up. Okay. And HACS is a third-party marketplace that plugs into Home Assistant because there's a lot of plugins in Home Assistant, but there's a lot of stuff that's missing too, right? So if you add this Hacks marketplace as an integration, then you get a new option called Hacks in the little sidebar, and you can open that up, and now you can search all the apps that people have made for Home Assistant on GitHub, which is like literally thousands. And so just to give you an example, scrolling through some of them here, I have a Bamboo Labs plugin that'll fully integrate your Bamboo Labs printer and allow you to remotely monitor it and program it and give it commands through home automation. TP-Link router. If you have a TP-Link router, there's a plugin so that it can do all the special stuff that TP-Link routers can do. Nice. There's a plugin for something called a HAS AirTouch, Windy webcams, whatever those are, some IP cam thing. Bresnet LOS, I don't even know what that is. Solar Edge Forecast. Xiaomi Miot Auto, whatever that is. Mushroom mini graph card, Sonoff LAN, let's see here, Xiaomi Gateway 3, button card, passive BLE monitor integration. So if you want to monitor low powered Bluetooth devices, you can install this. An adaptive lighting plugin. Let's see here, UI Loveless Minimalist. I don't know what that is. Mini media player, web RTC camera. So let me click on web RTC camera, because I actually do have an RTC camera. And WebRTC camera says Home Assistant custom components for real-time viewing of almost any camera stream using WebRTC or other technologies. So you install this plugin and it allows you to add all of those different cameras into home automation and normalize them. So the idea with home automation is Home Assistant, the idea is instead of having all these different technologies that you need different applications for, like right now, if I want to turn on my TP-Link devices, I have to open up the Casa app on my phone. If I want to control the Belkin Wemo, I have to open up the Belkin Wemo application on my phone. If I want to control my lights on the ceiling, I have to open up the Philips. The Philips lap if I have a Philips Hue, right? If I want to control my Nest to change the temperature of my house, I have to go into the Nest thermostat application. Yeah. Now with Home Assistant, you take everything, all these different cameras, different types, technologies, proprietary, open source, closed source, doesn't matter. If it talks over the network and you can do something between an app and that device, Home Assistant can step in and not only allow you to control all those things in a similar way, it'll allow other programs. Like you can get other programs that'll control those devices through Home Assistant, and it normalizes everything. So instead of having to have 100 apps, you can have one app that controls every single thing in your house, one web page that can control every single thing in your house, you can even create your own Python scripts that can control 5 different proprietary technologies using the exact same commands. So instead of having like, a light bulb, an RGB light bulb here, a white light bulb over here from a different manufacturer, a switch from a different manufacturer, what it does is it normalizes all those so that you can basically say, I just want to take this light and turn it on. I just want to take this light and turn it off. If the light supports it, you can say, I want to make it 20%, 30%, 40%. If it doesn't support it, it just comes back and says the device doesn't support it. But it exposes all these basic commands. So it basically says every device that's a light bulb can only do a certain amount of things. So it exposes that every light bulb can, at max, can do these things. It can create light. It can change the color temperature. It can change the intensity. It's pretty much what a light bulb can do. So it exposes that functionality for all light bulbs. And now if you have 20 different light bulbs from 20 different manufacturers that you got during Black Friday that all have their own apps, as far as home automation is concerned, they're all the same. And now if you want to take your TV and plug it into that, you want your TV to say, make all the lights in the room change color depending on what's showing on the screen. You can actually put a plug-in into Home Assistant that'll send the commands that change light bulb colors. And even if you have 5 different light bulbs from 5 different manufacturers, it will still synchronize them to the screen. So really cool stuff. So I want you guys to play with it. Let me know what you think. Also, it's you just run it inside of a VM. I just created a VM to run mine. You can either run it in Linux, or you can run it Windows, or you can spin up a Docker container. If you have Docker installed, there's a Docker container for it. You just load the Docker container, you run it, boom, go to the website, you're done. That's it, you know. And it's very easy to set up. It's very straightforward. Like I thought, the reason I've avoided it is because I thought it was really like Linuxy. Like I was expecting to have an experience where I have to go edit a bunch of text files all the time and do a bunch of like low level shit to get it working. Yeah. And I was really pleasantly surprised. It's like you load it, you go to a website, you configure it. It's a very intuitive method. Like adding a device. It's like, hey, I found a device. Do you want to configure it? And then it asks you straightforward questions on how to configure it. And then boom, it just starts magically working. It's like very, very straightforward and simple to set up. Bradley Smith said Synology has containers. Yeah, they do, but my Synology doesn't have enough memory to run a lot of stuff. However, you're probably right that it would have no problem running Home Assistant. I tried to run a container on it last week and it failed because of out of memory. What was it? What was I trying to run on there? It might have been Home Assistant actually. Let me go. I'll have to go double check that. But yes, Synology is capable of running Docker containers. Synology can also host full on VMs too. But you got to have a lot of memory, and my Synology I think only has 4 gig. Paige Covington said, Jerry, I have a Bamboo plugin working, and if there is a print error, all the Alexas in my house state the error and tell me when the print is done. That is awesome.
That is nice.
And by the way, Home Assistant does do that. Like if
Joe
somebody's
Taji
at my front door,
$9.99.
Oh, thank you, bro.
When are we gonna get an automation that detects a fart from your chair and announces it and sprays out fog and changes the LEDs to different colors based on how strong it was? Lol, zany face.
That actually would be pretty funny. I can't give you an ETA on that, but that is a really good idea, actually. That is actually a really good idea. And the other thing too is I have a little ESP32, little $5 ESP32, and they have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth built into them. They're fully supported, like all the stuff you can install in that thing supported under home automation. So if I wanted to, just like with WLED is controlled by one of these $5 controllers. If I wanted to, I could put a humidity sensor on there, the ESP32, put a little battery on it that'll run it for like 10 weeks, right? So I only have to charge it every once in a while because I don't want cables running in my chair. And then I could have the humidity sensor right under my ass. So when I fart and it gets like super humid, it could take the humidity and then send that to StreamerBot. And then StreamerBot could fire an event and set the intensity of that event and what it does based on how much moisture was detected. So I could literally create a fart detector for my chair that would actually coordinate and run events. So yeah, it is completely possible with about $7 worth of electronics and a little bit of creative software. I will say, dude, programming with AI now is insanely good. Good. Oh my God, dude. Like even using the one that really has surprised me lately is Claude. So Claude 3 is what I normally use for writing Python scripts now. I used to use OpenAI, but now even OpenAI 04 and what is it, I0 or whatever it is, don't even touch Claude for Python programming. So all I did was go in there to Claude and say, write me a Python script that turns off every device in my house using home automation. That's all I said. And the thing, it writes a big Python script with placeholders in it. It says, put your IP address to your server here, put your authorization token here. And it even told me how to create an authorization token. I didn't even know how. I was like, how do I create an auth token for home automation so that, an external thing can interact with it without me giving it user and password every time? And so it walked me through and gave me instructions on how to go in settings, go into this weird menu where you wouldn't think it is. And then boom, you create it. You have an authentication token. You copy it, pump it in, boom. So I put the IP address in there. I put it in there. That's all I did. It was just cut and paste other than the IP address and authentication token. I run the script and it literally finds like 35 devices in my house and turns them all off. All the TVs turned off, all the lights turned off, all the air conditioners turned off. The Nest thermostat even turned off. I didn't expect that.
Very cool.
Right? So it literally found everything in the house and turned it off by me just putting in the home automation server IP address, regardless of what technology these devices were using. The Alexas, it didn't turn off. I was kind of surprised by that. Like it didn't turn them off, but it did attempt to. I just think they ignored it. Oh, by the way, Joe Taji, thank you for that $9, by the way, dude.
Took $19.28.
Oh, we appreciate that support so much. Hey, Pele gave us 200 sexes. Thank you. Woo! More smoke. I'm trying not to set off the smoke alarm. So I'm letting it dissipate between squirts here. Oh my gosh, dude! I normally have a leaf blower that can break up all the air, but don't currently have it today. But yeah, let me know, guys. Run home automation. Let me know what you think about it. And by the way, it doesn't just control the device is. It also has a fully built-in like scripting engine and automation system where you can basically create events. So you can go into home automation and I can say, if my Ring, like for instance, this is one I have set up. If my Ring doorbell detects somebody, right? Play through every speaker in the house, on every stereo that's currently powered on and every TV that's currently powered on, play that somebody was detected at the front door. Yeah. And now, before the Ring doorbell, you could connect it to the Alexa to say, hey, you know, somebody's at the front door. But with this, I can make it work with any device. I can make it even fire an event on my phone. It can SMS. I can say, hey, if it does this, use the SMS service to SMS my phone and say somebody's at the front door. I can have it play sounds out of the TV that somebody's at the front door. I can set up a script that'll take the picture that it captures of the person on the front door and automatically open a web page to show me, like, here's the person that's at the front door. So it's fully scriptable. You can automate all these events. If somebody, you can also, this would be fun for Halloween, right? If somebody comes up on your porch and the Ring doorbell detects them, you can have it flash the lights on the porch and you can have them play something through the Ring doorbell. That'd be cool. So you gotta be like, ooh, kids, get off my porch, and flash the lights, you know, and do lightning sounds. But because it standardizes every automation technology on one playing field, now it's really easy to automate things and say, if this happens, do this, and if this happens, do this, and do all these events. And you can tie it into email if you want to. So you can even have an event. Let's say if somebody turns on the TV in the bedroom, I can have it email me and say somebody turned on the TV in the bedroom. I can even have it email me and tell what input they have it on and what app they currently have open. So I can even see if YouTube's open or if Netflix is open, right? Yeah. I could have it, like if my son is on his iPad, I can set up an event that says if the iPad joins the network, so he turns it on and it connects to the Wi-Fi. Right. When the iPad connects to the Wi-Fi or he's doing something on it, I can have it fire an event to notify me of what he's doing. Same thing with the Quest headset. I can have it with his Quest VR headset. If he turns on the Quest VR headset and it joins the network, I can have it pop up a notification on my screen or send me an SMS on my phone or pop up a notification on my phone that says your son is currently playing VR. Huh. So there are endless amounts of like automations and events that you can set up to say if this, and it can be multiple things too. You could say somebody has to be detected on the front porch and they have to be, you know, visible on cam 3, 4, and 5. So, you know, that you detected some movement, right? And then if you say, if those 4 things are satisfied, then do these other things, right? You could set up a thing where if your phone is in proximity of your local network at your house, unlock your front door. So if you have a smart lock on your front door that connects to your network, it also supports smart locks. So normally you'd walk up to your smart lock and you'd have to use an app on your phone or whatever and say unlock the front door. Now what you could do is just say, if my phone is at this signal strength on this access point, which you can do with Unify, then unlock the front door. So almost like a card key. It's like keyless entry, right? You walk up to your front door, it unlocks. As soon as you get, 20 plus feet away from your front door and your signal drops below a certain signal strength, then it just locks the front door and leaves it locked. I personally wouldn't do something like that because I wouldn't trust it. But it's just the fact that the infrastructure allows you to do something like that. Like where you could, another thing that you could do that I haven't tried personally, but it looks like you can do it, is it'll show you the signal strength of every device that's connected to a access point in your house. I don't know if this is only for Unify stuff. It probably depends on your router and how much information your router sends out through SNMP or whatever protocol you're monitoring it with. But with my new networking setting that Adam set up for me, it'll tell me what the signal strength of every device is on every access point. So like, let's say my phone is connected to 3 access points in my house, right? And it'll tell me the signal strength to each access point, which means you can triangulate your position in the house based on those different signals. So if you have 2 or 3 access points, what you can do is say, if the signal strength on the phone on access point 1 is between this and this, and you can measure it by going to the corners of your room with the device and recording the numbers, you could say, if it's within these numbers on AP1, AP2, and AP3, then turn on the TV and turn on the lights. Yeah. And now when I walk into the bedroom, the access points, just based on my signal that's reporting from my phone to those access points, I can use that to trigger a chain of events that turns on everything in the room. And I can also do the reverse, which says once my signal strength falls out of these ranges, like if I leave the room, turn everything off. And I don't know how reliable that would be, honestly, but still the fact that you can actually use like the signal strength from your access points as a trigger to turn on shit and turn off shit based on where you're at, because most people carry their phone around with them everywhere. It's kind of cool. It's really cool. Thoughts from New Luel said, almost all routers connect with Home Assistant. It will tell you everything. Yeah, it's crazy how much data it gives you, man. It's absolutely insane. Paige Covington said, Jerry, I stumbled upon a plugin that lets you script automation in HA and Python instead of YAML or the visual scripter. Wait, stumbled on a plugin that lets you script automation. Oh, and Home Assistant. Okay, yeah, for the Home Assistant stuff. That's cool. So it lets you actually use just raw Python. You don't have to use like their YAML scripting format that looks like JSON. I don't like the YAML format. I think it's silly. Bradley Smith said, as long as you have 3 or more access points, you could get it to work pretty well. I'd imagine so, because one of the cool things about Unify with Ubiquity is you can install an app, I think it's called Wi-Fi Man, and you can just walk around your house, and it will map your house using the signal between your phone and the access points. And it maps it so accurately that it literally shows you a blueprint of your house with like every wall, the stairs, the levels, everything. So I like scanned my house. I was shocked when I looked at it. I was like, holy crap. It knew the master bedroom, where my son's bedroom is, where the hallway is, where the bathrooms were. Like just from me walking around the house, I just had my phone and it's AR too, augmented reality. So like you point it around, the camera looks at everything in the room, the walls, and then it takes the signal strength from every area that it's sampling as you're walking around. It maps out the entire house. And then Unify can use that map to figure out which access point to switch your phone to as you're moving throughout the house. So instead of it having to lag and be like, do a couple transactions before it realizes it needs to move you to another router, now it can use that map instead and say, as soon as you cross that boundary, just automatically move them to the other router. Or sorry, AP, not router. So basically you're jumping around to the access points to maintain power. And I noticed a big difference. When I did the room scan on the house, my throughput went from, I think I was getting 480 megabits per second on my phone doing the speed test, and it went up to 900.
Wow.
So now I walk around my house almost everywhere. I get like 900 megabits per second, except for in the master bathroom.
Cool.
So
cool.
Really, really, really cool shit. Let's see here. You only have to pay if you want interoperability with Alexa and Google's. Actually, no. Oh, hell yeah, Pele. Woo, brother.
I'll tip $48.21. My favorites. Thanks for all of you podcasts.
Oh my God, dude. He said, my favorite thanks from all your podcasts. That's so awesome, dude. Thank you so much, Pele. We mucho apreciado. Seriously.
Business.
So, Jane, who said that said that Home Assistant you had to pay to get it to work with Google and Alexa? You actually don't. That's where Hacks comes in, HACS. So if you install Hacks, which there's a whole thing online on how to install. It's not hard. It's very simple to install actually. You just add a repository, hit install, and you're done. Once you install Hacks, now you can go into the aftermarket marketplace, and there's already plugins for Alexa and Google Assistant and all the assistants actually. And so you install those, and then you use those instead of the ones that you normally pay for to use. So yeah, there is a workaround to not have to pay anything to do anything. You just need that Hacks plugin. I will say this though, just be careful about what you install with Hacks. Like study it a little bit before you install the plugins, because there are some plugins in there that are like they'll kind of fuck shit up. Because none of them are tested. It's just a marketplace with like every Git project that's tagged as Home Assistant will show up in here. So just be warned. If you don't want to program, it does it automatically if you buy it. Oh yeah. If you pay for it, if you pay for Home Assistant, like you buy their little monthly subscription thing, then you get access to a lot of functionality, like they do voice commands to Home Assistant. However, you can also work around that with Hacks. You just install a plugin through Hacks and it allows you to do the same thing. I have like 3 different text-to-speech engines loaded into Home Assistant. One that uses Google's online service, one that uses like just local processing power because I'm running it on a full-blown computer, so it doesn't matter. It'd probably suck if you try to do it on a Raspberry Pi, but it'll do text-to-speech locally. And I have another one that'll do text-to-speech using like Bing or not Bing. What is it? AWS. It uses like AWS's voice stuff that you get for free for a year when you sign up or whatever.
Oh, neat.
So you have all these different voices, true voices, local voices and stuff that you can use, and they're all interchangeable. So you can pick any of the voices, because again, it doesn't matter if they're different technologies that are accessed different ways. Home automation normalizes that all into one home automation language that you can control everything equally. So I know the stream is starting to sound like a freaking advertisement for a Home Assistant, but Home Assistant is free. I believe it is. Isn't it open source? I'm pretty sure a Home Assistant is open source.
I think.
I'm almost positive that it is. But they do sell like a subscription, but what you're paying for with that subscription is like access to their servers. Like they use their servers for like the text to speech. They use their servers for the AI features. Like for instance, there's no AI built into Home Assistant by default. Like you have to pay to get the AI integration. And what that means is you have to give it like dumb commands like you do with Alexa. You have to say specifically like turn off this light in this room in a very specific way. But if you pay them to get the AI component, then you can just say, hey, Alexa, can you turn off the lights in this room? Or you speak it however you want, and the AI will figure out how to formulate that into the proper command for Home Assistant. But you could do the same thing with LM Studio. Like you could take LM Studio and just write a thing that says, I want, anytime I turn on a light, anytime I turn a thing on in the room, just take the speech and convert it into this command, which, by the way, dude, AI, if you don't care about the processing power that's needed, dude, AI is fantastic for data conversion. So if you want to convert data, like if you have 50 people writing you essays and you want to and they're all talking about the same subject, and you want to normalize all those essays into like one summary of like specific data points, it can actually take all those different writing formats, different languages and everything, and compile them into one normalized like piece of data that you can put in a database. And so
Very
for
cool.
things like Home Assistant, you could literally just write a prompt that says, anytime the user is talking about turning a light on or off, convert it into this format, and then just use pseudo language to say, turn light off in insert room name, and it will do it. It'll actually go and convert that into that format that Home Assistant understands. And so you just create a couple of prompts, plunk them in there, point them at your LM Studio, and now you've got that same AI capability that you'd have paying for their service. So really freaking cool stuff. James Janus said he typed a message earlier. Let me see if I can find it here. Did you hear about the movie that just came out about a man and a hooker? It is a horror film. That's such a terrible joke, but I like it. Oh my God, that's awesome. All right, well, that concludes my advertisement for home automation. I can get my check now. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not sponsored by them. I just really, really am passionate about the software. Like, I legit didn't think it was that good. I've seen people like Linus running it for years. I've had people telling me for years that I need to plug shit into it. And so many times now when I'm live streaming, people have said, hey, if you just install Home Assistant, then you're like your Elgato lights and your Stream Deck and your DMX and your TP-Link stuff, all this shit will just work. They told me. And I was like, no, it's not that simple. It is that simple. It really is that simple. Like, if you just plug everything into home automation, now every device in your house is just one language to control. And it's a very simple language, which I really appreciate. John has said the latest Olama integration for Home Assistant can do LLM integration for free. Aw, damn, seriously? And it handles all the tool usage stuff for you. No prompt engineering is really required anymore. Oh, dude, I got to check that out. Cool. So is that a Hacks plugin, or is that like an official plugin? Steve said my next gig is a salesman for Home Assistant. Dude, I sell that shit hard. Although I wouldn't make much money selling free software, would I? So selling free software, I mean, they do give me 100% of the commission, but for some reason I still can't pay the bills. That's what happens with free software. Okay, now I know we got way off course, but let's go ahead and reel it back into the topics. Because I really did want to talk about the freaking Elon Musk cab event some more.
This is weird.
The Cybercab. So for those, a lot of people have joined us. Actually, we're over 200 concurrent viewers right now.
Hey, nice.
So this Cybercab, I think that's what Elon's calling it, right? Not Cybertaxi, the Cybercab.
Okay.
The couple of things I noticed immediately. One, I noticed it looks exactly like the Volkswagen XL1 prototype. So if you go to Bing and you type in Volkswagen XL1, you're going to see a picture of a car. Tell me that car does not look like the Cybertaxi, or the Cybercab. It literally looks like Franz. Straight. I don't know if he did it on purpose or if it was just like in his head. He just remembered this old prototype from VW. But it looks like they basically started from this design. And that car also has the same like Gullwing style doors. Sure. Like it even has the same pop-up doors.
Kinda. So, I mean, these ones seem to go more of like a up and, I don't know.
It's similar. It's very similar.
Yeah, they're similar.
I'm not saying it's a copy, but it is similar. It looks like it was heavily inspired by.
This looks cool. Man, it bums me out when they do concept cars and then like the real one comes out or like they just drop it. Like,
they legit sold that one, dude.
Oh, man.
I think they only made 200 of them, if I remember, worldwide. So it's more rare. It's rarer than a Bugatti Chiron. They were really expensive. I want to say they were over $100,000. But it's got a 3-cylinder diesel that gets like with the combined hybrid function gets like 180 miles per gallon.
Yeah.
So that's pretty damn good for a 3-seater.
So let's see here. Production began in 2021, limited to 250 units, a total of 50
To be fair,
units.
VW does lie a lot though. They got caught lying big time about diesel. And this is a diesel.
It's gonna be built.
50 units. 250 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 units. 250
Prices started at 111 euro. That's crazy for a diesel electric hybrid. That's insane.
And it's slow. It's really slow. However, it has like a crazy low drag coefficient. Like it literally just cuts through the air like butter.
Yeah.
And so when they did the demo back when it first came out, I think it was in 2001.
Weird.
The CEO of the company drove it 200 and some miles on 1 gallon of gas. On diesel, 1 gallon of diesel, but again, it's a plug-in hybrid, so keep that in mind.
Okay,
but still, he went 200 miles with 1 gallon of diesel, which was pretty freaking amazing and broke the record at the time. However, there wasn't a huge demand for it because one, it was $100,000 3-seater, really slow hybrid. It looks cool as hell, though. I think it looks amazing. But think about that, $100,000, and the reason it was so expensive is because to get the thing to do 200 miles, which was their goal that they were after.
Yeah.
Everything on it had to be carbon fiber. So it's like carbon fiber monocoque. Yeah, it's all material. The materials are just ridiculously expensive. But the fact that it could go that far, it had 3 people and it had some cargo room. That's pretty damn amazing. Like it was a really neat car. But now you have old Elon talking about this whole Cybercab thing, and the thing I wanted to point out for the people that are just joining us, keep in mind that Tesla still hasn't delivered full self-driving. They haven't. They have not delivered what is considered like reliable full level 3, not even level 4 like they were claiming, or level. I think Elon was even saying level 5 or some shit.
Yeah, he's been talking about fully autonomous for a decade.
Yeah, I watched a YouTube video of people comparing Mercedes now has full self-driving. Like Mercedes now, and like most of their car lineup, you can get full self-driving. They call it something else, but theirs is level 3. And they did a side-by-side test. I watched a review where a guy did a side-by-side test where he drove the exact same route with a Mercedes driving and with a Tesla Model 3 driving, which Tesla Model 3 is supposed to be the best one for the current sensor technology and everything like that, the cameras. So guess who won? The Mercedes.
Yeah.
The Mercedes kicked the ever-living shit out of the Tesla. So here you have Elon still after, 6 years after he promised you could drive from LA. He even said on stage that the technology was done. They already tested it. It should be out in a couple of months. He's like, it'll drive all the way from California to New York without you touching the wheel, right? Today, it can't even drive you to the market without you touching the wheel. It can't drive to the market without you looking out. If you don't even look straight ahead, it just disables full self-driving, tells you to take over. So which the Mercedes doesn't. The Mercedes is way more forgiving on that. The Mercedes, you can literally sit there and play games and watch movies on the TV while it's driving. Like that's how much confidence they have in their system. And the Tesla, it's like you look away, it punishes you. So Mercedes already has a better full self-driving system. Was it Waymo? You said Waymo already has a complete fleet of LiDAR, fully self-autonomous cabs that actually hold more people, by the way, too. I think they haul 3 people, maybe even 4. I don't know if they let somebody sit in the driver's seat. So you can haul 3 people in that car. It's already out. It's already working. And now Elon's saying he's going to release something that's not as good, that can't carry as many people in 2 years, that you'll be able to buy, because I guess he expects that everybody's going to want to buy and operate a fleet car, which I really don't think a lot of people are going to go for that. There's too much liability involved with that. Because remember, if your car crashes and kills somebody, you're liable for it. Like,
that's the thing, right? Like they want people to buy these things and
run them like a business.
It's the same nonsense that he talked about like almost 10 years ago, where like, oh yeah, it's an appreciating asset. You'll be able to rent out your Tesla and it'll like drive people around like while you're at work and blah blah blah. And no, it's I don't know. It's a way to just offload the liability so that they don't run their own like taxi company or whatever driving service.
I feel like it's the same thing they're doing with the robots. They're only doing it to pump the stock illegitimately and take over the news cycle so that Elon can get his bonus. Because the reason Elon is the richest person in the world is because he has a deal that he established with Tesla early on that is the most bullshit deal you've ever seen. And by the way, they didn't have a choice. They had to take it. That's one of the reasons.
They actually lost a bit after that.
Yep.
So like 60 billion I saw.
Yeah. So Elon gets a certain amount of stock based on the performance of the stock. So Elon figured out a long time ago that he can use his social media influence to artificially boost the stock at those points where that he's up for the bonus every year. So every year you see a point when you look at Tesla's history, every year, same time you see the stock go up and then come back down. And what that is Elon just basically lies through his teeth, takes over the media cycle, spreads misinformation all over the internet, and then gets the stock price to go up on speculation. Then his bonus comes due. He gets a shitload more shares, and then he's happy, and then he just goes back to shit posting on X for another 9 months.
It's bonkers.
So it's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. That's why I was like, I did he ever get denied the bonus, or did they give him the 50 billion bonus or whatever that
I think the board or whatever the shareholders, I think they all voted in approval of it. I think.
Fuck,
if I remember right. Yeah.
They're such zombies, man. They're such zombies.
Again, it's because people are super invested already, and they're looking out for their own interest, right? So like they all keep doing this because
they have to be pumping and dumping just like him, like
at least
following his lead.
I'm looking at the 5-day, like the 5-day record for the whatever stock pricing and whatever, and I love this. There's this precipitous drop from 8 p.m. On Thursday to 9:30 a.m. Friday. It dropped like $20.
As Steve Miller, he says, I don't think it's stupid. It's actually brilliant. He's a billionaire now and untouchable. Our idea of brilliant is completely different.
The thing is, it can't.
I don't think that's brilliant. I think he's
there's something to be said about evil genius kind of thing, right? Like, sure, you can step back and be like, oh, look at the like in The Watchmen, right? Yep. The big bad guy at the end of the movie, he doesn't start gloating until he's already won. Like, there's no changing the plan. There's no defeating him. He's already won. Like, there's something to be said about like, oh, that's the evil genius. That's brilliant, right? But like in context, it's pretty bad. But they can't stay propped up forever.
Elon is not rich and untouchable because he's brilliant. Elon Musk is rich and untouchable because he got lucky. He legitimately got lucky. His family wealth was what enabled him to skip his military service to get citizenship in Canada, and then his dad paid for him to get citizenship in the United States to push him to the front of the line. His dad fronted all the money for Zip 2, which then gave Elon the money after Elon screwed over his partners and sold the company to Compaq. He took that money and rolled it into X, which was the payment system that became PayPal. But when he founded X, he brought in a developer and a person that worked for Zip2 that was another developer, and then a designer that he had. They were the ones that actually created everything. Elon was just the mouthpiece for the company and the money guy. That's it. So he'd come in, they did all the work and everything. You know what he did? As soon as he wanted to sell the company and they wanted to continue on, obviously the rest of the board, he just fired him. He kicked him off the board, took over the whole company, sold it, and kept all the money himself. So he basically screwed over the people that actually created PayPal. They didn't get shit. So he screws them over. Then he takes that money and then he does the same thing with Tesla. And he's been doing the same thing. The pattern is the same. SpaceX is the only thing that falls outside of this pattern. Everything else is the same pattern. Find a pre-existing technology, join the company to be the money man, become the mouthpiece of the company because you're the money man, abuse everybody in the company to push them way too hard, promise things that you can't, put them in a precarious situation, and then at the end, fire them all and turn the company over and sell it, or fire them all and replace them with people that you can pay a hell of a lot less. And these are like founder people. Like, it's always the founders. He's Zuckerberged more people than Zuckerberg has. So, he's fucking, I think Steve Miller, I hope Steve Miller's trolling. I literally hope for my sake that he's trolling at this point. He said Elon's going to be the head of the Department of Government Efficiency. First of all, that position does not exist. It's a made-up position that Trump designed just for Elon.
That's so weird.
And if Elon gets that position, you do realize that is a massive conflict of interest, right? You can't govern. You can't be the guy that governs the people that govern you. That's not how that works. If I could govern the police, then I can do anything I want. Because I can just say, oh, I'll just call over your head and say that you can't give me a ticket. Oh, now you can't give me a
everybody.
Ticket. He can fire everybody. He can also take all the regulation away from his companies while still enforcing it on every one of his competitors. That's not okay.
Weird.
And so that's weird. Why, by the way, if you're wondering, guys, why Elon is fighting so hard to put Trump in office when he literally hated Trump not even 6 months ago and said that Trump should never be president. The reason that he had the change of heart was because Trump did say, if you put your money behind me and you make me president, I will give you a position that'll take all the regulation off of you, Tesla and SpaceX. Because right now, the only thing keeping Elon from doing a lot more damage and killing a lot more people by pushing technology that isn't ready yet on public streets and risking the environment with his fucking rocket launches and shit of, this rocket that can't even fucking work yet, is regulation. He has to meet certain standards just like everybody else, all of his competitors. If he can just wipe out and remove all that regulation, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. If he wants to just like do launches that are like killing the neighbors across the street, he can fucking do it. He can do anything he wants with that job. So I really hope for everybody's sake that he does not get elected, that Trump does not get elected so that he can't hand Elon a literal fucking Trump card to control regulation across his businesses. That's not okay.
It's weird.
So it's already bad enough. Wait, what does it say? I mean, not really your fault or control for saying having a heart attack or seizure, a stroke, etc. You don't exactly have.
Oh, the liability thing for the robot cars.
So wait, well, you wouldn't be liable for somebody dying in the car, but you'd be liable if the car hits somebody and kills or hurts the occupant.
Yeah, you're saying, but like if you were to have a heart attack and like crash into somebody, right? I mean, you probably still get something. You probably still get punished in some fashion, but
I don't believe that's true. I'll have to double check that. What state are you in? Because I'm pretty sure here in Washington, even if you have a heart attack behind the wheel, if you hit another car and you kill them, you're still liable. It'd be involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah, because
we literally have a charge for that. It's called involuntary manslaughter. It's where you accidentally kill somebody through means like even if you were not at fault, like if it was a complete freak accident, if you caused the death of another person, it could be involuntary manslaughter. So yeah, if you have a heart attack and you careen into somebody, I don't think you're completely safe. I mean, I don't think you'd get like murder. You wouldn't be considered murder, like drunk driving or anything like that. But I don't think you would just walk away scot-free. Plus that'd be really difficult to prove. Like if you had a heart attack, like just because you wrecked into somebody, like they don't know what the state of the heart attack was. They don't know if at the beginning of the heart attack you just completely started ignoring driving, even though you were capable of still driving for a little while. Like there's a lot of variables there, so a court would ultimately have to decide. Yeah, negligent homicide, exactly.
I feel like that's a little more purposeful, right? Like where you're like if me and my buddy are jumping, or I like convince my buddy to jump off my roof and he dies, like
what if a jury
negligence? I think negligence implies a certain level of not intent necessarily, but like a certain level of knowledge of like you're doing something deliberately.
I get you.
Unsafe.
Let me throw a gray area. Let me throw a gray area at you. You tell me, because this is where I think it's going to be harder to make the decision.
I'm not a lawyer.
So well, neither of us are, not by a long shot. So let me ask you this. What if you're a person that has a pre-existing heart condition and you have to take heart medication because you are at extreme risk for heart attack, but then you choose to drive because technically your license hasn't been expired. You crash into somebody because you have a heart attack, knowing that you're at high risk for having a heart attack. Could that be considered negligence by a court?
Or narcolepsy, like you know that you're going to pass out at any moment, and you're driving, and you didn't take the appropriate precautions, right? Then,
like for instance, with me, you know what happened if I wrecked into somebody? If I wrecked into somebody and I said, "Hey, I passed out," the very first thing that the other side, that the prosecutors are going to say is that I take opiates for pain, and that reduces my capacity. Therefore, I'm at fault.
Yeah.
Even if I've been on the drug for 20 years and driving on the drug for 20 years and I've already acclimated to it and it has no negative effects on my reaction time.
Yep.
I would have to prove that in the court. Like I would have to take testing to prove that my reaction time was the same on and off the drug, which means I'd have to be in incredible amounts of pain for a long time and go through withdrawal to be able to prove that to the court. But they would make me prove it. That would be considered a point of negligence. And honestly, I even agree with that to some extent. Because if I'm somebody who's using a substance, even if it's prescribed and that substance is known to have side effects that could cause me to have slower reflexes that could lead to the death of another person, I would feel like there'd be some responsibility on me if I hit somebody, even if I don't believe it affects me. Regardless, I think that would be something that the court system would have to decide on my behalf. Like I'd have to give them the information, do the testing they wanted, but ultimately they get to make that decision, not me, right? Because I'm the person taking the medication. So, unlike Elon controlling himself and controlling his own destiny, I don't think I should be able to do that. Like I shouldn't be able to circumvent the law, especially if you kill another person. That's something I'm highly sensitive of. Is like if my actions led to death of another person and it was avoidable, even on a small level, I would feel absolutely terrible for the rest of my life, and I would let that family just take it out on me. I'd go to prison. I could not live with myself knowing that I killed another person when the option that I could have made would have prevented that. Even if it was a small option, even if it was something as little as like not texting on the phone while I'm driving or not eating a cheeseburger while I'm driving. If what I'm doing takes my attention away enough that I end up killing another person, I would take full responsibility for it. You should not drive on opiates. Take a robotaxi.
Yeah, there you go. Get the robotaxi.
That'd be even more dangerous. I honestly think you're in more danger being in a robotaxi than you are driving literally fully drunk. Have you ever seen autopilot on these autopilot videos on YouTube?
Yeah, some of that is so weird. That's why I'm like, I'm more for like a lot of the safety stuff we already got, the adaptive cruise control, the lane keeping and things like that. Like you should be in full control of, like on surface streets and stuff where you're making big turns or having to stop at stop signs and lights and things like that. Those are the times where you're more likely to be getting into an accident anyway, and you should be paying attention and in full control of the vehicle. And I mean, you still got some other safety stuff too, like it'll stop for you if you're doing stupid shit, things like that. But man, like on the highway, even the Ioniq 5 basically drives itself. I can turn on the adaptive cruise control. I turn on the lane keeping. I keep my hands on the steering wheel because otherwise it complains. But otherwise, it drives itself. It takes good, pretty decent curves and stuff. Like it gets a little funny.
To be
with
fair, so does
some of the
Tesla.
lines,
Tesla lane keeping or whatever. What do they call it? Not full self. Do they call it autopilot? Yeah, Tesla autopilot. Fantastic. It's worked great for years. I used it with Adam when we drove down to PDX land in Oregon. Once we got on the freeway and enabled it, it did the entire drive, traffic and everything, all the way to PDX land without him having to touch the wheel. So as long as you're on a freeway and as long as you're following other cars,
which is great.
It'll even change lanes and shit and go around stuff. It works great.
I thought this 5G thing was going to lead to like cars kind of talking to each other, like in a short range sort of way, right? Like, and maybe it will eventually, some sort of short range communication protocol so that they can know where each other are and like do a little bit better at avoiding each other with not just, cameras and lasers and stuff, but like, hey, here is my possession relative to you and a bunch of other and all the rest of us that are here, a part of this like cloud. You're getting onto the freeway and or if you turn on the cruise control or whatever, it goes boom and it's able to talk to like the 20 cars that are within a certain range and just all the more data that you can collect so that, they can, heck, man, there could be an accident 5 miles up the road and that goes bong and a signal gets sent all the way back, all the way down the freeway backwards. And like a flock of birds, it just like everybody just goes whoosh, and can flow around it.
And then load balance and like put everybody off on different routes and figure out how much traffic each route can handle to divert them around the accident.
It wouldn't even be a blip. The thing could just go blip. Everybody, maybe the first few of them, there'd be a bit of a wave of slowdowns, but like you could just.
But here's the problem: you can never deploy a system that vast right out of the gate. You have to be able to get the basics right first. So until the car can drive on the road with other people, they'll never be able to deploy enough of them or required as a law for everybody's car to communicate.
Yeah.
But I do agree with you. If every car could communicate, I do believe that full self-driving would be much more reliable because you wouldn't have these weird variables with other cars. However, you're still going to have the variables with the people, objects, the debris, weather. Like, for instance, the cameras on your Tesla are not going to detect black ice on the road.
Right.
And so if you're driving along and you hit a patch of black ice, it's like the car doesn't really know what the hell is going on. It's going to make a lot of decisions that could spin you out and put you into a wall. Whereas if you're a human and you've trained for that and you have the experience for it, you can get through it. You don't see a lot of Tesla videos where they're doing the Tesla full self-driving in snow because whenever they activate the damn thing in snow, it immediately disables it. It's like, nope. It's like, I'm not doing it. And it's like, why can't it drive in snow? Humans can drive in snow, so shouldn't full self-driving be able to drive in snow?
Yeah.
But they're like, no, we won't take on the liability because their cameras can't see shit because they're snow blinded.
Yeah, that's something though, even like my Ioniq 5, if it's real snowy, real bad, the front sensors like wig out. And especially if it like starts to build up a little bit on the front, it throws all kinds of crazy warnings like, but it warns you and turns off all of those features, right? Like you can't use the adaptive cruise control and the lane keeping and stuff because it says, oh, my sensors are wigging out. Like, sorry, some of these safety features you're not gonna be able to use. And that's like the smart thing. Yeah,
like cars that use LiDAR and stuff like the Waymo, they put heating elements in that'll melt the snow. They use compressed air to clear the lens on the sensor. Like, for instance, there's a company, well, you know this company. It's Rimats, who make the Navara. And actually Bugatti, they own Bugatti now too. Well, they're working on a taxi. So they've been working on a taxi for like 4 years now, and they're getting close to releasing it. And their taxi uses LiDAR arrays around the car. But the cool thing about theirs is they have LiDAR and camera, but they have these compressed air nozzles that can blow any debris off the nozzle. So while the car is driving, this high pressure air is continuously cleaning the lenses on the LiDAR. So even if the thing gets splashed with mud, it's like super high pressure. So it's like even if mud splashes on it, snow gets on it, raindrops get on it, it blows the lens completely off and keeps it clear even in the worst conditions.
Nice.
So, and the neat thing is, like, even LiDAR is heavily affected by snow because of the reflection that comes back.
Yeah.
So driving in snow and like ultra heavy rain and stuff are always going to be a challenge for these cars because they're camera based and those lenses can get water on them. Whereas if you're the driver, you've got a windshield wiper and you're looking from inside of the vehicle, right? So it'd almost be smarter for them to have the cameras inside of the vehicle looking through the glass, but then they wouldn't have as much field of view. So they'd have to have a lot more cameras, right? So that's the trade-off. But I don't think Elon is so stuck on making full self-driving work with just software and video. And I really don't think, because I think his thinking is we have two eyeballs, right? So if you can get depth perception, which by the way, he's not doing, they don't get the depth perception that they're getting from the camera is estimated by these big cameras that are way far away from each other. They're not distanced like the human eye. So he's not even starting from like a human condition where each array is two cameras that are spaced to give you human depth perception, right? But they can simulate that, you know, based on algorithms and shit like that. But he's never going to be able to get or be able to process the amount of information that's required to match a human driver. Because the cameras are very limited, right? You're looking at two-dimensional images. They are a fixed amount of resolution. So again, the accuracy is going to fall off over distance. And you need to be able to process those images and be able to correctly identify what you're looking at exactly. But even if you can't identify it directly, still respond to it. So like a human driver, like you have an instinct and a reflex. If somebody like rips over into your lane really quick, you can like crank the wheel and get out of the way, right? So if you're a really astute driver. However, autopilot has to make the decision of when that person's coming into your lane. It's like, can I get over? Do I slow down and hit the person behind me, or do I speed up and hit the person in front of me? Like the decision that it makes on your behalf is going to affect other people and affect other people's lives. I don't like that. I think that's dangerous, right? The whole thing where it's like, oh, do you run over the 5 people or do you run over the one baby, you know, the one baby on the side or whatever? Full self-driving has to make those decisions, right? Just like a human would in that situation. The problem is it doesn't make those goddamn decisions. What it does now is it goes bong and it gives control back to the driver right before it runs the baby over, and now it's the driver's fault. And this is something I really don't like, and it's been demonstrated. There's a guy on YouTube. I wish I remember the name of his channel. He did a really good review of full self-driving. He actually praised it for a lot of things too. But one of the things that he did was he took the car and he took a piece of cardboard and just shoved it out in front of the car really quick. When the car was moving, like he literally just shoved it out in front of the car as it was driving at him. And the car basically just goes bong and hands control back to the driver and then applies the brakes, but not quick enough and hits the cardboard. So, but the way that's recorded on the car when that goes to court is that you were in control because full self-driving was disabled at the moment of impact. So even though you didn't have enough time to react, you're still responsible. I mean, realistically, you'd be responsible anyways because you own the car. But the point is, autopilot needs to handle those situations, any situation. And it turns off like 20 times on every route. Like if it sees any abnormality or it gets confused or anything, it's like, driver, take over. I watched the video just yesterday with the latest self-driving where a guy's driving and the lines disappear on the road because the lines got worn off in this area. And as soon as the lines get worn off, it's like, bong, hands control back to the driver. You're like, wait a second, you're telling me it can't figure out from like how the other cars are driving, which it can see, and looking at the sidewalk, it can't figure out what the path should be based on that like a human would approximate it. And the answer is no, it can't. Wait, how the hell do you gift 0 memberships?
That's thanks.
No, I didn't. It says gifted 1.
Memberships.
The message was messed up. Did you see that? There was a message on the screen. It said he gifted 0. It says in the actions he gifted 1.
Gifted Aubrey. Oh, weird.
So Pat's fan, thank you for gifting that membership.
Pat's
that's absolutely awesome.
Gifted a Brie Gravenstein a membership.
It's talking right now. Oh, that's awesome. Well, Gravenstein, you just got a membership. Welcome to the family, Aubrey Gravenstein. Oh. Yeah, seriously, it's got a boo. So yeah, that was weird. The pop-up message on the screen said gifted 0. So there's a 1 index error somewhere in there. Whoopsie. Yeah, Cryptosky saw it too. But yeah, the full self-driving thing, this is okay. So to get to the brass tacks, I think it's bullshit that Elon Musk is even working on a driverless taxi when he can't even fucking get self-driving to work on his Cybertruck at all. He can barely get it working on the Model 3 and the Model S. And even in those cars, you have to maintain forward-looking and constantly touch the steering wheel for it to stay engaged. And it turns off if it senses any danger whatsoever. So why the fuck is he working on a car that doesn't have a steering wheel, that doesn't have pedals, that the occupant can't even take over in an emergency, that's driving itself when they can't even get that working on the cars after what, 6 years after they promised it'd be 100% ready and out of beta? I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, hey, wait, what? Blue Varo gifted one membership. Who did he gift it to? It's funny it doesn't show who he gifted it to.
Theodoros. In the chat it does.
Memberships.
Oh, it does. Okay.
And then later, boom,
oh, there it is.
Blue Varo gifted Theodoros.
Awesome. Whoop, whoop. Yeah. Woo. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum,
Blue Varo gifted Theodoros Nicolau membership.
The lights are actually pressure sensitive. Have you noticed that? So like, watch. So there's red, right? If I just touch it, now a little bit harder. A little bit harder.
Cool! Like it gets brighter.
Yeah, so it's like
neat.
Dun, 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 dun.
You do the thing from Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
It's like
what does membership do? Man. I don't know what membership does on YouTube. You don't have like any emotes.
So memberships turn your name green and put a little icon next to your name in chat so that I know that you're special. That's what membership does.
Oh, that's it.
And it gives you access to my jitters, my private videos that I make for patrons. Members on YouTube also get those. I haven't made one in a while though. I need to get back to making them. I fell off really hard because of health shit, but I am happy to report one thing. So this is good news. Good news, everybody. It's actually good news with a lot of maybes on the side. So I'm on a drug called gabapentin. And if you know what that is, you either love it or hate it, because there's some people that take it that have horrible problems, or some people take it that's life-saving. Luckily, I've been taking gabapentin for about a year now, and it's had very little effect. It's noticeable, like it's taken the edge off the pain slightly, but not enough. Like the pain still gets to the point where I'm just in tears, curled up in a ball, just fighting through it every day. The medication that I'm on that's opiate-based, the buprenorphine, it probably does the most for pain relief, but still doesn't even hardly touch it. Like still, even with the combination of the two drugs, I am in so much pain most of the day if I sit upright. If I lay down on my side, I'm okay. If I sit upright on any surface, the pain just starts multiplying over time until I just literally, I'm in tears and shaking because the pain is so bad. They can't fix me. The steroid shot is hit or miss and costs too much money, so I can only do it like once a year. And if it fails like it did last time, it's just a waste of money. So I'm running out of options. Well, I finally just got pissed off and just took a shitload of gabapentin. I doubled the dose. So I went from, what was it, like 600 milligrams to 1200 milligrams in a single dose, which is a very high dose. That is considered
sounds like a lot, yeah.
way higher than normal. It's like double what the highest doses they give for normal nerve pain, but they will take it up to 1200 a dose as the maximum for other pain levels. So I tried the dose, and it actually was really effective. Like it literally made my pain go from like a 7 down to like a 2 and hold there for probably a good 8 to 9 hours. So then I backed it off to 900 milligrams. So I titrated back to still more than what I was previously taking, but less than the max dose, right? And I was maybe like a 3 or a 4, but it was still tolerable. The pain was tolerable. The problem is it also makes you stupid tired. Like it makes you exhausted and brain fog and hard to stay awake. You can't concentrate. You forget where you're at sometimes. Like it is bad brain fog.
Ew.
But the good news is people assured me that if you just stay on the dose for a while, your body will acclimate and you won't have that anymore. I'm happy to report that after 4 days, do I seem lucid?
Yeah.
So I'm on a max dose right now and have been for hours. And so my pain right now is probably sitting at about a 3. Which normally it'd be a 7 or an 8 by now. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's really good at managing the pain at the higher dose. The problem is, this is the rub, is that they have to take my blood test in a month to check my liver enzymes. And if my liver enzymes are significantly elevated from the increase of gabapentin, which I can also combat by getting exercise. So by having the pain low, I can exercise more, which can offset the liver damage. So, but if they find out that the liver damage is accumulating too fast, then I have to go back to the dose that doesn't hardly work, in which case I'll probably just titrate out and stop taking it because it's ineffective. So what the good news is, I found a drug that works really well now after searching forever. The problem is, though, is I may not be able to take it after they check my blood. They may say, nope, abort, you can't do it. So well, crossing my fingers, because this is like the one thing that's worked after a really long time. And I have noticed that my brain fog has been reducing every single day for 4 days consecutive. Like the first 2 days were a nightmare. Like I was like, dude, I can't function like this. But yeah, I'm noticing that I'm getting my cognition back while my pain is still suppressed. So yeah, it's literally a life changing drug. Even to the point where I may even try titrating off of the buprenorphine, because I find that it's not very effective. You know, it's not super effective if the gabapentin can work as well by itself. But I have a sneaker and suspicion that the pain relief I'm getting is a combination of the two, because when you're dealing with pain relief, a lot of the stuff is a combination between two. Pat's fan said they had me on 300 milligrams and it didn't work. Dude, they had me on 600 milligrams and it didn't work. I was on 600 milligrams for a year because it's a drug that takes a long time to build up in your system. And so, but once it's built up in your system, changing a dose is immediate, which is weird. I don't understand how that works, but it's bizarre. So, so what happened with me is I was on this 600 milligrams and it wasn't hardly doing anything. It was almost imperceivable. Like I'd forget I took the meds because I didn't even notice any pain relief. But at the higher dosage, it was like night and day. Like my wife immediately noticed, like I was getting up and I was standing up straight and I was walking around more. And she's like, whoa, you know, what's going on? I was like, whoa, I think that gabapentin shit's working great.
Nice.
So my fingers are crossed that my doctor is like, hey, as long as you get enough exercise, that your liver is starting to repair itself and you can hold your degradation of your liver down at this level, then I can keep taking that dose. Jack said, I take 1,500 milligrams daily for several years now. It's great for me. Yeah, most people respond to 600 milligrams per dose. So that'd be 1,800 milligrams a day is considered like the high normal dose. And most people respond to that really well. But the problem is that I looked up, as gabapentin is one of those drugs that's very reliant on blood volume, like alcohol. Okay. So because I'm such a big guy, I obviously have a lot of blood in me. So I have to take a higher dose because of that. If I was half the weight, then the 600 milligrams would probably work and be effective, like really well. But sadly, because I'm so heavy, I need to take a lot more of it. So, okay. But it has been working. I have had a couple of days where even with the high dose, I was still in a significant amount of pain, but never the pain where I was like curled up in a ball, which was like happening every day. Like I shit you not, guys. I would do tech talk, and then I'd get up out of this chair. My pain would go from like a 6 all the way up to like a 9. And then I barely get myself downstairs. And by the time I got in the bedroom and I was on the bed, I was literally tears coming down my eyes, curled up in a ball, just moaning. And I just had to stay like that for 45 minutes to an hour until it goes away. One day it was so bad I couldn't even get downstairs. I literally just stayed upstairs because I didn't want to concern. Xander gets really concerned when he sees me in like crazy amounts of pain. So I try not to show him that. So I just stayed up here. I laid down on the ground and just let it play out. And it just, my wife had no idea. My son had no idea. I was just up here. I was just basically on the floor, just moaning and groaning for like an hour until it finally got controllable enough that I could get downstairs and take my medication. And then my wife, of course, she was mad at me. She's like, why didn't you call me? I could have come up. I could have helped you or whatever. I was like, I didn't want to alert Xander. Like I didn't want to concern Xander, because when he sees me that way, his little heart just gets broken. Like he's like, oh Dad, oh my God, are you okay? Are you going to be okay? Like, you're not going to die, are you? Or whatever. And I don't like him to see that. So when I hit the nuclear pain, I usually either go sit in the closet with the light out, because that helps sometimes to be in a dark environment. And then like ideally I'd like to get in the hot tub, but the problem is I have a fear of getting stuck in the hot tub, because that's happened where when my pain is really high, I'll get in the hot tub and then the hot tub doesn't correct the pain. And then I'm stuck in the hot tub and my wife and my kid can't get me out. Like they're not going to move 400-pound me. It's not going to happen. So, and I don't have a crane. So that's not going to happen. But the hot tub is my only other place that I get relief. So gabapentin allows me to be, relatively out of pain outside of the hot tub. Not all day though. The problem is, even at the max dose, I only get at best maybe 14 hours of pain relief. So there's still time in the morning when I take it, and at night before I go to bed, that I'm still in quite a bit of pain. So there's no escaping it completely, but honestly, you get to the point when you live in chronic pain every day of your life and you're never out of pain. Even just being out of pain for like a half an hour is like the best gift ever. Like I'd go out in the hot tub and just float on my back. I'd just get in there, put a pool noodle behind my head and just float on my back by myself in the hot tub. And that's the only other place where I would feel like 90% of my pain go away. But it was only while I was fully relaxed and floating in the hot tub. The second that I started applying any muscle to my core or my hip, the pain would just come right back and shoot. And then another thing that sucked is you get out of the hot tub and it like multiplies the pain. So you go in a 7 and you come out a 10 because you feel good while you're in the hot tub and you relax. But then when you get out of the hot tub and re-engage your muscles, it pinches even harder. So I get a little scared of the hot tub sometimes when I'm in a ton of pain. So see, so Jerry got stuck in a hot tub before. Ouch. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I've been stuck in the hot tub twice. And then after that, I was like, nope, I'm never going in the hot tub again unless I have somebody around. Damn. Because the problem is when you're, when the nerve gets fully pinched, my leg stops working. So like the muscle in my leg doesn't even respond. I can't even lift it. And so not being able to lift my leg, it's pretty difficult to get out of a hot tub when you only have one leg that's working at about 25%. Let's hear it. It doesn't have melatonin like methadone or opiates. What is Jack talking about? Jack. Did he say something else? Oh, 1,500 milligrams for 7 years. Oh, the gabapentin. He's talking about the gabapentin.
I think so, yeah.
He said gabapentin doesn't have withdrawals. Take that with a grain of salt because I actually do know somebody who had severe withdrawals off gabapentin that they said it was the worst in their life. They said it was even worse than the opiate coming off the opiates. However, me personally, I've come off of gabapentin 4 times that they've tried it now in my life where it's been unsuccessful. It's 600 milligrams for several months. And I literally just cold turkey just stopped taking it. And I noticed no difference. So I think it's like a lot of things. It's really based on biology. Yeah. Like some people handle it, some people don't. Because it's the same thing with caffeine. We were talking about this before the show. It's like caffeine. Some people withdraw off caffeine really bad. Like some people get these massive migraines that are like almost impossible to manage and their vision will get blurred literally from just stopping drinking caffeine cold turkey.
Yeah, dude.
However, there's some people that stop drinking caffeine cold turkey and they just get really tired and they have no other perceivable side effects. So yeah, it just depends. Do I still use the TENS device? I do, Mechberg. I still use the TENS device. It's sitting right next to my bed. I will say though that because the gabapentin's been doing a good job lately, I haven't been using it nearly as much, which is great news. Let's hear James Janus. Oh, he wants me to see his message. Okay, hold on here. Part 1 was late at night and did not see the 1-lane road I was on because multiple lanes and was in the wrong lane and swerved slight to the other. Almost got a DUI for being on my ADHD meds. Yeah, I mean that's the fear when you're on medication is anytime you get pulled over for anything and they ask you, are you on any substances? It's like you're like, do I tell them or do I just stay silent? The answer is you stay silent. But if you stay silent, then they get really suspicious and start saying nothing. Around. So, yeah, honestly, the best advice I can ever give you is don't talk to cops. Period. Yep. Hey, Blue Varro, thank you for giving that membership earlier. I really appreciate that, bro. So, yeah, don't ever talk to the police. And that's not to say, like, even if they act really nice, even if they seem like they're on your side, trust me, they're not. Their job is to get convictions and to put you in jail. That's what gets them advanced. So don't ever talk to the police. Always, if they pull you over and it's a traffic stop, give them your license, give them your registration. But if they ask where you're going, where you're coming from, what you're doing, don't tell them a fucking thing. Because every single thing you say literally will be used against you.
They tell you so.
They like it's right there in the fucking thing. Literally tell you that.
Will be used against you.
Yep.
Not to help you, even if it's like a positive thing, they will try anything they can to use it against.
Never invite them into your house, even if they're outside and they're like, "Hey, can I step in and talk to you?" Because they'll do that to just get you to slip up and be like, "Yeah, come on in." Because once you invite them into your house, they can now look around and do anything they want. You can't ask them to leave. You can't kick them out. Once you invite them in, they're like fucking vampires. It's like once you invite them into your house, they can't get out.
I like that.
But if you don't let them come into your house, and they come through the front door, they can't act on anything. All they can act on is what they can see through the crack in the front door. If they start looking around, just close the door. Because it's not going to help you. Nothing. And I can tell you from experience with the police, they don't care if they help you or if they help you get the person that wronged you. They just want some kind of conviction to come out of it. And so there's been situations where it's like, I've literally been the one calling the cops because I was the one that was rear-ended by an uninsured motorist. And I walked away with a ticket for $900 and a threat of going to jail for just calling the police because I got rear-ended by an uninsured motorist. So once I encountered that kind of corruption and realized that that's really common, like incredibly common throughout the police force across the United States, like don't even risk it. Don't talk. Don't say anything. And the cops will try to trick you. They'll be like, hey, if you don't tell us anything, then we're gonna have to haul you down to jail. Well, here's the first thing: if they have enough evidence to haul you to jail, no matter what you say, you're going to jail.
Yeah.
There's no getting out of it. So that's an empty threat. That's an absolutely empty threat. If they detain you and put you in cuffs and they're like, oh yeah, if you just tell me this, then we can just let you go and it'll all be over. Nope, they have to let you go anyways, because if they had enough evidence on you, they'd already be taking you to jail. You'd be in the back of the car driving down the precinct. The only reason they're asking you questions is because they want to get you to the point where you self-incriminate so that they can actually haul your ass in.
Yep.
That's it. So,
I refuse to waive my Fifth Amendment rights to remain silent. Do not ask me any questions.
Yep. The other thing is always record everything. So I have my phone. Actually, my new phone. This just reminded me. My new phone doesn't have the setup because when I upgraded to the new phone, I forgot to transfer it over. So this is actually reminding me. On my last iPhone, my iPhone 11 Pro Max, I set up an automation event on my phone that I literally say, Siri, I got pulled over. That's all I said. And what it would do is it would turn off the screen on the phone, activate the camera, activate the microphone, and start recording. And so, and the cool thing is I just put the phone in the cup holder, or I'd have it up on the dash. And anytime I got pulled over, I would just rotate the camera slightly so that it could see the driver's window with the wide camera. And I would just say, Siri, start recording, and turn off the screen, because if the officer sees the screen's off, they just assume that it's not doing anything.
Yeah.
And you record the whole thing. And the reason you want to record it is because the police have full control over their body cams. Most corrupt police departments can have people dump the footage and say it got corrupted.
Take forever to try and get it.
Or nobody can get it, and it just gets blocked completely. And I even have a friend right now who's serving time in jail because they wouldn't release the body cam footage. Even after 5 years he served in jail, they still refused to release the body cam footage, claiming that he assaulted a police officer when he's claiming that he was just pushing a dog off him who bit him and he needed like 23 stitches. So because they sicked the canine on him because he was frozen in fear when they pulled him over at gunpoint and he couldn't get out of the car. So they just opened the door on the car and let the dog drag him out. And then they put him in jail for 5 years for assault on a police officer because of a situation they created. So anyways, he couldn't get the body cam footage. And that was his only way to defend himself, to show that he was just defending himself and trying to get the dog off of him. So, and the dog wasn't harmed, by the way. The dog suffered no injuries, didn't have to go to the vet, didn't have to get checked out, nothing. It was a complete non-issue. They just wanted to pin something on him. And he had never even had anything before that. He'd never had a speeding ticket. He's never had a misdemeanor, a felony. He's never had any problems at all before this. And it instantly went to 5 years. The judge gave him 5 years to set an example because this was in Idaho. This is in Mormon country. So yeah, really sad story because that body cam footage could not be accessed. And and what's that movie we were talking about? The one that just came out on Netflix, Rebel Ridge.
Rebel Ridge. Yeah.
Rebel Ridge. Watch that movie, man. Rebel Ridge is
good.
It's literally a great movie. Fantastic movie, and it does an amazing job illustrating like how the police aren't policed. Like the police themselves aren't policed by anybody else. So as long as the precinct is corrupt and they all cover each other's back, they can do whatever they want. As long as you know, and if you have a scraggler that doesn't play ball, you just kick them out. You fire them. And so these precincts over time, once it gets corrupted up high and the chief is corrupted, everything else under it gets corrupted, because you either get fired if you're not corrupt so that they can keep the corruption going. And then they only hire people that they know will be corrupt coming in. They basically commit to being corrupt coming in the door. And you end up in a bad situation. So police just don't, and it's not, police officers should not treat you poorly if you refuse to answer their questions. If police officers get agitated at all, or they get angry, or they start making threats, that is so outside of what they're supposed to do professionally. Professionally, they're supposed to respect your rights. If you don't want to talk, that's the end of it. They're not supposed to ask you any more questions. If you say, I don't want to talk unless I have a lawyer present, they're not supposed to even ask you any more questions. So if they start getting, oh, well, you're going to jail, and I guess you want to go downtown and sit in the jail, and it's really stinky down there, and blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
It's like, okay, take me then. Because that I'm going to use that in court, like, because I know I'm innocent, and unless you actually are guilty, in which case you really shouldn't talk. but if you're innocent and you know you're innocent, like, don't let cops intimidate you, because everything that they do to you is just a paycheck for you at the end of the day. If you have your shit recorded and you can prove that they did wrong to you or whatever at the end of the day, then you're the one that walks away with a huge paycheck and you're set for life. So there's actually a guy I watch on YouTube who does a really great job. Like he's what's it called? Audit the Audit, I think. Or is that, no, that's
there's a handful of them like that.
There's this one guy who goes around there's this one crooked, he does it all around the United States, but there's this one crooked police department in his hometown that he basically exposed the corruption all the way up to the chief.
Nice.
And they have raided his house illegally. They have arrested him illegally multiple times. And every time he gets it all recorded. He has people with cameras everywhere that even the police don't even know about that are recording like from across the street. They always try to confiscate his camera gear and destroy the evidence, but then the other footage always comes forward. And so he sued the department, I think, like 3 times successfully, and like one settlement's well over $1 million. And now he's on his 4th lawsuit with them now because they arrested him just recently again illegally. So and he's gotten a ton of people fired from the department. He hasn't gotten the chief fired yet, but he's working on it. Long Island audit, that's the dude.
Like usually sheriffs are voted or elected, so that's got to be hard to.
So check out Long Island Audit. This guy is awesome, man. He goes in, he knows the law, like he studies the law, he knows his rights. Whenever he goes into a new area, he makes sure he studies the local law for everything down to like the county. He wants to make sure he doesn't give them any tool that they can use. And then he basically goes and does legal cop watching activity. The corrupt cops get irritated. The good cops don't mind. The good cops talk to him. They answer his questions. They leave him be. The bad cops get irritated and start trying to push him around, tell him he can't record and tell him he has no rights and that they're taking him to jail. It'll be like, then take me to jail. So he's like, well, we're going to confiscate that camera. Go ahead. It doesn't matter. You know, the cops are like, oh, we could destroy his memory card, blah, 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 blah. He actually got 2 cops that recorded on microphone. They didn't know they were being recorded. This is fantastic. Well, they were walking away from him. He said, because he's I don't think he's black. I think he's like Hispanic. But he's dark skinned. He's got brown skin. As they're walking away, they're like, yeah, back in my day, we would have lynched him. We would have hung him. As they were walking away, just because he was in a library recording, they basically took him out of the library illegally, kicked him out on the street, and basically told him that they were going to arrest him multiple times, but they couldn't. You know, obviously, he's like, you can't arrest me. Go ahead. If you do, I'm just going to sue you. So they walk him down, and as they're walking away, when they think they're not being recorded, he says that he goes, yeah, if that was me, I would have lynched him. And the other guy's like, yeah, totally, he'd be dead. Back in my day, he'd be dead. And so, in those 2 cops, basically, that footage got released. It actually made the news in a lot of places. And those 2 police officers, I believe, were put on suspension, but they're still working today. Like, they actually didn't even get fired for saying that. Imagine being a cop and saying that if you could get away with it, you would have murdered somebody just for exercising their rights. And then still having a job and not even getting demoted or anything, just after being on administrative leave for like a week. Oh God, that pissed me off so bad. When I saw that, I was like, oh my God. So this guy is amazing. This guy is absolutely amazing. He goes around and gets all these dirty cops fired, and he's made a business out of it. He makes a lot of money, and it's great because it's like, that is a job that actually does help the community, like dramatically. It does keep cops on their toes, because when the cops are seeing these other cops go to jail for being crooked and stuff, now they're thinking about, oh shit, am I ever going to pull a guy over like this that's doing the same thing and then my career's over? Because, you know, and so by him doing what he's doing and making it very public and getting these millions of views on these videos, he and other channels pick it up and spread it too. He's really helping to get a lot of these corrupt cops out of these departments.
Good.
And so I think that's awesome. But yeah, long story short, don't talk to cops. No, even if they're nice, just don't. I'm not saying be rude. You can be polite, but just say you just don't, you're not going to talk. It's your right not to talk. And because everything I say is going to be used against me. So I don't want to talk. It's that simple. And if they can't respect that and they threaten to arrest you, just know that you would go to jail. That's the one thing you have to think in your mind, because you get scared, right? The whole idea is for the police officer to scare you and be like, listen, if you tell me what I want to know, then I'm going to just let you go, right? And it's that fear of going to jail that you're like, oh my God, I'm going to tell them whatever they want. But realize, if they had enough information to take you to jail, do you really think they'd just let you go if you came straight with them? No.
Right.
They'd take you to jail. The reason they haven't taken you to jail yet is because they need more information. So you basically just, even if they threaten you, just say no. And even if they do take you to jail, that's actually a good thing. And that's a really good thing, because if they take you to jail illegally against your rights and you can prove that in a court of law, well, they're going to get a big civil suit against them, and you're going to get a big payday in about 5 years after you pay your attorneys $10 million. But wait. Some of those First Amendment auditors are just horrible people, but many are chill and very needed at the same time. I agree. I do agree.
That are, like, they're just trying to start stuff. You know what I mean?
If you're an auditor that literally is like on purpose trying to walk up to a cop and be like, hey, F you, I hope you die, you piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. Those auditors I don't like. Because the ones who are like deliberately, like, it's almost like bait, right? Like where they'll be in the parking lot recording the interior of the car. Yes, technically you're supposed to do that. You're allowed to, right? Not supposed to, you're allowed to. But like, that is
that is still like, that's kind of sketchy. That's like a suspicious behavior. And so when somebody comes out and starts asking you questions, like if you saw somebody taking pictures of your car out in the parking in your driveway or out on the street, like you'd be a little suspicious and start asking, hey man, what are you looking inside my car for? It's the same thing. And then to get all bent out of shape about it and start giving bad attitude and stuff and being like rude, you're just being abrasive and aggressive just to like bait them. You know,
I disagree a little bit because I think that you have to bait a lot of the corrupt cops. Like you have
to
test them. That's how you test them, is by putting them in a situation to see how they act in that situation.
But so I don't know. It goes both. It's like,
but being mean to them on purpose, I don't agree with that. Like
if the cop comes out and says, "Hey, why are you looking into the cars?" Well, I'm allowed to, and you start giving a bad attitude immediately. Like if the cop just asking, like, "Hey, like what are you doing? You know, what are you doing out here?" And you're like, "Well, I'm allowed to do this. Fuck you." That you're just starting shit to start shit. You know, it's like poking the big guy at the bar on purpose just to start a fight, and then being, "Oh, I you remember me." Like some of that just seems skeezy. But
how is it not all? It's all baiting though. Like the whole point of an auditor is to do something that's legal, that you know the cops are being corrupt and enforcing against the law, and then having them show up so that you can prove your point.
It's a little great because like there's some times where
like the guy that carries his gun while he's fishing, right? He makes sure that he goes to places where he's allowed to carry his gun, where he's allowed to fish. The cops pull up to him and he says, he tells them exactly what he's doing, minimal, right? He said, "I am fishing and I have my firearm and this law allows me to do that." That's all he says. And then the cops will either be like, "Okay, have a nice day," and they walk away, they got their answer. Or the police will be like, "No, you can't do that." And then they'll handcuff him and disarm him, take his gun, unload it, and give him a bunch of shit.
That's
and so those are the bad cops that he baits out by doing that. But I agree with you on this ground. Like, this is where I do agree with you. If they're intentionally being as mean as possible to the cop, like on purpose to put him in a situation where he is highly elevated and antagonized, there's a certain point where I don't agree with that. Because I think at that point you're trying to put somebody into a heightened state. Like making him actually fear and be like, "Hey, do you know, the cop comes out or whatever and says, 'Hey, do you have a gun on you?' Technically, you don't have to answer that.
Right.
You don't have to answer that. But, you know, but at the same time, you also don't have to be like super rude to the cop and be like, 'Fuck you. If I have a gun, I can have a gun.'" That's what I mean.
It's like the rudeness
I don't agree with. Yeah.
It's one thing to like match energy, right? If they come out here all super aggressive and being fucking bad, "What the fuck do you think you're doing? Look at these cars, blah, blah, blah." Mm-hmm. And then you're like, "Well, I'm allowed to do that." Like that's a little more, I don't know, a little more acceptable, I guess.
Kyle
but
K, this is interesting. This is where it's a gray area. So he said, like the ones who film outside of military bases to get content, that's just poking the bear, but it is technically their legal right to do so. They are exercising their legal right, and the cops cannot arrest them for that. So by him doing that, he is weeding out corrupt cops. Because if a cop shows up and arrests him for activity he's doing, whether you agree with it or I disagree with it, doesn't matter. So the fact is, it's legal for him to do. So if a police officer can take away your freedom because you were doing something legal just because the cop thinks he's above the law, that's bad. Those are the police officers you have to get rid of. So if you're doing that on purpose just to waste the cops' time and waste resources, I don't agree with that. But if you know that that area is known for cops being aggressive towards people exercising their First Amendment, and then you go into there to prove that, right or wrong, and to rectify, I don't have a problem with that. So, like, if you hear a report that, like, you know, hey, if you're outside of this military base, the cops pull up on you and they get all super aggressive when you're literally outside the bounds and you were legally within an area you were absolutely allowed to be by your rights, then that's bad. Like, those police should not be acting that way. Are they allowed to observe you? Absolutely. Right? Are they allowed to ask you questions? Absolutely. You're allowed to ask them questions. You just don't have to answer them. If you know what you're doing is legal. And that's the other thing too, is the police need to know that shit. Okay. If the police are enforcing laws that they're just making up and pulling out of their ass, that's never good. That's never good. So when the cop pulls up and says, "Hey, you can't be here doing that," and you're like, "Can you show me the law that says like that shows that I can't?" Like, what law are you enforcing? In order for you to arrest me or to accuse me of a crime, you have to tell me what the crime is. And the officer's like, "Well, you just can't do that. It's illegal to do that." It's like, no, give me the RCW. Like, give me the actual law. And if the officer can't give you that law, they should not be saying that it's illegal because they obviously don't know. If they knew, they would know the law. Yeah. And that's where I have a problem, is the police that just make up laws. Like the guy that arrested that one dude and kicked him out of the library. He's like, "You can't be in here. This is a private space." And it's like, no, it isn't. This library is funded by public dollars.
Yeah.
This law specifically says that I am allowed to film in any public area, and this is a public area because it's funded by tax dollars.
Right.
And there is no signage anywhere saying that this is a restricted area. Like you can do that, like in some, governments can have restricted areas. You can't just walk in the police department, like go into the shower.
Yeah. There's
so it has to be posted, right?
Town hall or something. There's going to be employee only places and things. Yeah,
exactly. But you get these cops sometimes that like even just filming in front of the police department, the police will just come out with a chip on their shoulder and be like, "Hey, what are you doing?" If you don't tell them, they're like, "Well, you can't record here." It's like, who says? It's like, show me the law. If you can show me the law, then I'll happily leave. But these guys that go in here, these auditors, they check the law ahead of time so that they know exactly what their rights are, so that they know that they can't get in real trouble. And then if the police arrest them, they can retaliate against them, and rightfully so, because they should be fired, because that you can't have cops enforcing laws that don't exist. And that sadly happens a lot. And that's why these First Amendment auditors are so successful in the first place, is because you have these police officers that think in their mind something should be illegal, right? So then they say it is illegal and they act as if it's illegal, and then they end up arresting you. And then it's like, they don't even go check the law. They have a device on them where they can go look up any law. They can even call the department, even get the legal person on the phone if they don't know the law themselves and they're trying to clarify it. There's a support person at the police department that can help them with that. But they don't want to do that. They just want to have a chip on their shoulder sometimes and be like, "Oh, I don't think you should be able to do, like, I don't think you should be able to do this, even though it's legal. So I'm going to act like you can't."
Yeah.
And that's where I don't have a problem. Like another good video was, a kid was recording pictures of a town, and this guy wasn't even First Amendment auditing. This is one of just a kid who was just going about his business, and the cops broke the law and basically kidnapped him. And he was taking pictures on the street. Somebody called in and said that he looked suspicious because he was taking pictures outside of a building.
Right.
And so the police rolled up and they asked the kid, he has a camera, "What are you doing?" He said, I'm just taking pictures of the town. He's like, "I live here. I'm taking pictures of the town. This is what I do. I'm a photographer."
Yeah.
He even gives the cop his card. And they go, "Well, you can't take pictures pointing towards people's houses. Like you can't, like, even if a house is like 1,000 yards in the background, you can't point your camera towards people's houses." He's like, "No." He's like, "That's not true. I'm in a public area. If they don't want me looking in their windows, they need to close their blinds, because I am standing in a public space. I'm allowed to take pictures or videotape anything that's occurring within a public space."
Yeah, dude, realtors take pictures of houses here all the time.
Yeah,
it's for comps and stuff. Like they do that, and it's weird. Like people get on the Facebook and like, "Oh, hey man, there's this truck out there, and there's people taking pictures," and it's like,
you know who else does it? The police. The police take pictures of people's houses all the time.
Tax auditor probably come out here and do that too.
Yep, power company, everybody, auditors that do your audit on your house, they take a picture of your house every year when they come by and do the audit. So the point is, just because you might not like somebody taking a picture of your house, but if they're standing in a public area, they have the right to do it. Like
the phrase is reasonable expectation of privacy.
Exactly. What is it? I think in Washington they call it the curtilage. As long as you don't break the curtilage of the house or whatever to look in the windows, then you're technically
like getting up on the window or something.
Exactly. If their face is like pressed against the glass, then that's a different thing. And they can get trespassing if they come on your property, as long as it's marked. If you don't have it marked as no trespassers, then they can go onto your property.
There might be some fuzziness there.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like I think in Washington you have to either have a fence, which implies that you're not allowed to be on that property, or you have to have signage that says no trespassing.
As a kid, one time I almost got in really big trouble. Me and some buddies, we stumbled onto like an access road that ran close to a freeway. And admittedly, we were doing stupid stuff. We were like throwing rocks and stuff. But we didn't realize like what this gravel road was. There was like, we had come down this big hill that was behind our apartment complex through these woods and stuff. And then we just come across this big gravel road, and there's the freeway another 300 feet or 400 feet further down. And I think there was a fence down another hill from this road that we found. And we were throwing rocks. There's no way we were hitting cars or anything. It was the freeway was way too far away. Eventually, this white state truck comes up, and we're rah rah rah. What the fuck are you doing? And we're like, "Oh, we didn't know." And they take us to some manager's office or something at some little building down the road, and we read the riot act, and the cops showed up, and we're all bummed out and like freaking out. And they're saying, "Well, what? How could you not know? Like you were here, like blah blah blah." It's like, we didn't see any signs. There wasn't any fence. There isn't nothing. We just came from up this hill from, there's apartments up there, and we just tromping through the woods and stuff. We didn't know. And you're probably the ones who fucking took down our signs and blah blah blah. We didn't. We're sorry, we didn't. Blah blah blah. It just freaked us out, and I don't think my dad ever even got talked to about it. But Man, that was freaky. But it's one of those things where, like, were we trespassing? It's hard to say. I mean, probably technically yes, right? Because we're in a place we're not supposed to be, but like we didn't know. There was no fence. Like, again, it was just down this wooded hill.
That's why it has to be clearly posted,
and
because there's
I think
too
that's
many
why
areas where you can just wander onto somebody's property and not know.
I think that's why we ended up none of us have actually gotten. I think the one guy who had like an actual slingshot, I think he ended up getting a little bit of trouble. Like with his parents.
Wrist
Nothing
rockets
official.
like illegal for his age or something? Because I know
Something
wrist
like
rockets
that.
some places are considered a deadly weapon.
Yeah. I think he more got in trouble with his parents, not like any legal trouble.
No,
because we were all
trouble.
kids.
Okay.
We were all really like, this is like 4th, 5th grade or something. But yeah, like we didn't know. We just come across this random freaking gravel road and then the freeway over there. So yeah. It's important to highlight that.
I had an old man pull a shotgun on me once. He didn't aim it at me, but like he had it like, in front of him, loaded, ready to go. Because me and my friend Jake were playing on his property in the woods, but the problem was we didn't see his property line because it's in the woods.
Yeah.
Like there was no posted signs, no trespassing, but it ended up being a misunderstanding because he did have a no trespassing sign, but a storm ended up blowing it off the tree. Like he had one posted like every 100 feet on the trees, but it ripped them all off. They were all ripped off. So all that was left was the nails. And so after he saw that, he was like, "Oh, sorry, don't tell the cops that I like pulled my gun on a bunch of kids." He was actually really cool after that. But yeah, he was really protective of his property, and apparently he had all these no trespassing signs up. We didn't see them because they were torn off the trees. And so that was just a misunderstanding. There's also another time growing up where I trespassed on somebody's property because the fence was down. Like their fence was actually physically down and rotted. Oof. And so I thought that it was just like a really old property that was abandoned because it wasn't being maintained. So me and my friend walked in they had an outbuilding that was just dilapidated. And the person came out, screamed bloody murder at us because they're like, that thing could cave in at any moment and kill you guys. And we, we got it. We were like, okay, yeah, we just thought it was an abandoned piece of property. We didn't know anybody was actually there. So, so like misunderstandings and shit like that can happen. But yeah, as long as you have it posted, like no trespassing, like you specifically say this is my property line, no trespassing, and somebody crosses that, then yeah, you can call the police and have them arrested because that is criminal trespass. So, Steve said, I wouldn't want to risk losing my job, bill, rent, etc. It's kind of important. Well, here's the thing, Steve. If you allow the police to do that, you're probably going to lose your job anyways and not be able to pay your bills because you just gave the cops a ticket to be able to detain you anytime they want, harass you anytime they want. You're basically allowing, if they can detain you and hold you against your word and force you to talk against your rights, where does the boundary stop? Like, what about next time when they just arrest you because they want to just for funsies? Because they know that you can't do anything, that you're never going to fight against them. So that's where I don't believe, because he was saying earlier, I don't know if you saw the comment earlier, but he said, I care more about getting to my work the next day than going to jail just to get a cop fired. And it's like, no. That's the thing. You're one of all, if you get fired, if your job fires you because you were illegally detained by the police, that's a lawsuit you got there too.
Oh man. Yeah.
All day long. You can't, there are so many discrimination laws. And so if you can't go to work because you are illegally being detained, you are physically kidnapped and unable to against your will, then that company, and even if you don't sue them, just the public press will cost that company millions of dollars.
Yeah, right.
So they're not going to fire you for that. Any business that would fire you just because you didn't allow a cop to violate your rights. I mean, to me, what that sounds like, Steve, is even escalating. I was like, what if the cop escalates it? What if he shows up and he's like, okay, you're going to bend over and pull your pants down and I'm going to have my way with you and then I'll let you go. Otherwise you're going to jail. And you're like, well, I really got to go to work the next day. So here you go. No. It's like, yeah, sure. Maybe I care more about like paying my bills and having my job and supporting my family than, having an officer have his way with my bum for 10 minutes, but that's not the point.
Yeah.
The point is, if they're doing that to you, they're also doing that to other people. If they're doing that to you, they're going to keep escalating. If you allow them to keep doing that, then they're going to keep getting worse. And eventually somebody's going to get killed or worse. So to me personally, that's not acceptable. To me, it's like if the police illegally detain me, then that's on them. I'm going to make sure they pay for that. Like there's no fucking way I'm going to allow that to slide. And I don't think anybody should, because I think it's the people that let it slide. Like for instance, one that was really scary that I watched, and this is where it gets a little edgy, is there's a police officer who was basically, and he was actually charged. He's in jail for life now. He was found, he raped 14 women. And so what he was doing with his job is he would drive around. He'd see a woman come out of a bar who looked like they were a little bit drunk. And he'd approach him and be like, hey, it looks like you've been drinking tonight. Like, you know, where you headed or whatever. And, you know, they'd be like, oh, I didn't do nothing wrong. You know, blah, blah, blah. Like, well, why are you doing? And he's like, okay, well, where are you headed? I'll drive you home because you appear to be drunk. Oh, no, I'm calling an Uber or whatever. He's like, well, I mean, you could either go to jail. I can take you in for public intoxication or I can give you a ride home. And you could be say, okay, fine, you can give me a ride home. And he'd drive him out in the woods, rape them, and then tell them that if they tell anybody or they do anything, he's going to make sure that they go to jail for life and lose their kids and lose their livelihood and everything. And so they played along. All 14 of these women he convinced. And then what he did is he started coming back to the same women again, making them perform more and more sex acts. Because he's like, wait a second. If I was able to intimidate them the first time and prevent them from talking, then I can keep just doing it again and again and again because they know that I can just arrest them and take their livelihood and their families away. And so they continued to let it happen. And it wasn't until one of the women finally came forward after all this, because she had recorded evidence he didn't know about to prove that he did it, that the other 13 came forward. And this police officer was doing this for years and years and years. He had a whole rocket where every day he was going around and hitting like 2 or 3 of these women, raping them over and over. And some of them were married and had families and everything. He was picking them up at their houses and driving them out places. And it was just this disgusting story. He went to jail for life when he finally got caught. But again, this is an example of the women were so afraid of losing their children and being kidnapped that they were just like, oh, okay, I'll just let him have the sex, big deal. And then I'll be free. But what they don't realize is now he knows he can do that. So now he's doing that to 14 other women. And he's running this whole, that's basically at that point, that's human trafficking. Like the dude is literally kidnapping and human trafficking. So yeah, the hammer finally came down on him, but he was allowed to do this for years. And apparently there was lots of reports coming in from people on the streets, from women that were talking, and they were just completely ignoring him. It wasn't until one came forward that actually had recorded hidden evidence to prove it, then they were able to get evidence for all the other cases and establish beyond a reasonable doubt that he did this to all these other women. So I was like, holy shit. So there's a lot of corrupt police officers out there that know that they're not police themselves, and they will just do whatever they want, and they'll threaten you. And that's why I'm saying, don't know your rights, because if they threaten to arrest you and you know that you didn't do anything wrong and that they have nothing on you legally to arrest you on, then you can sue them. And what they'll do sometimes, police do this a lot. The auditors also notice this. The police will take you down to the station, but they won't book you. They'll handcuff you, put you in the vehicle, drive you down there, waste your time for an hour, but then never book you, because as soon as they book you, then they have to put a charge.
All right. Yep.
But what he does is he records everything and either has the camera in his pocket or he's holding his phone while it's recording. So he gets audio recording of everything that's said. And then he goes to court, and then basically it shows that the officer arrested him without stating a crime. They have to tell you what crime that you committed.
Yeah.
Before they arrest you. They didn't state the crime that he committed, other than they think it was illegal what he's doing, and they're arresting him because he wasn't cooperating him. They drive him down to the police station and say he's going to be in jail for hours if he doesn't talk, and he's going to, oh, it'd be a shame if you're in jail. We can hold you up for 48 hours on a psychological blah, blah, blah. But he has it all recorded. And and the other cool thing is they try to destroy the evidence on his phone. Like every time he says they'll put the phone up to his face to unlock the phone so that they can go delete the videos. But he has a thing on his phone where it puts a copy in a second location that they never know about. So they go in there and they wipe the phone and they think they're clever. Good. And then when he gets his phone back like a week later, when they release it from evidence, because they can basically take everything off you without charging you with any crime and then not give it back for like a week or a month or a year or whatever. Also,
biometrics are not covered under the Fourth Amendment, but passcodes are. They can't force you to enter a code or a password to get into things, but your biometrics are they can force you to use your thumbprint or your face or that kind of a thing, because it's like basically it's kind of like public in a sense. So that's why, like, when my phone reboots, I have to punch in the code first. So like if I think I'm about to get arrested, I'll turn my phone off.
Yep,
turn my phone off. Turn it on. I don't have to give you the password.
Yep.
They can't compel you. It's a Fourth Amendment thing for like search and seizure, and then it become a Fifth Amendment thing for self-incrimination.
Yeah. So Steve said, my logic is if you know you're innocent, just cooperate them and fully they let you go home. There's no guarantee they let you go home if you cooperate.
Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully.
As a matter of fact, hopefully. Okay. So just realize, like I said earlier, if they have enough to take you to jail, they're taking you to jail. So the only thing you can do by cooperating is get them closer to taking you to jail. That's it. There's nothing nothing you can say that will make them release you if they have enough evidence to take you to jail. They're not interested in you clearing your name and being innocent. They're interested in having enough to put on the report a charge and sticking it to you and getting you to jail. That's it. Just spread those cheeks, Gordon said. So But here, just to be clear, when I say don't talk, like I'm just saying don't give them like you don't have to give them any information that you're not required to. Yeah. There is information you are required in many places to give them. Like you might have to give them your ID depending on if it's a place where they can card you for that, right? You may even have to answer some basic questions. There may be a law saying that you have to say where you're coming from or where you're going, depending on what they pulled you over for. But if a police officer engages you and they don't they don't suspect you of a specific crime, there's nothing you're going to say that's going to allow them to let you go home if they're already willing to be corrupt and take you to jail.
I like these guys, these couple lawyers. They're called the Pod Brothers at law, and they have a script. It's the only 25 words you use when cops pull you over. Why did you pull me over? I'm not discussing my day. Am I being detained or am I free to go? I invoked the fifth. Then you shut the fuck up.
Yep. I like, what is that? There's another lawyer who's on YouTube. He always has a gun sitting on his desk. It's funny. He's like this really classy looking lawyer, really expensive office. And he's also a Florida law guy, and he always says snitches. What does he say? Stop snitching. He sells shirts and everything. He says stop snitching. Stop self-snitching. If
you invoke the fifth and then speak again, there's an implied like revocation of that. Yep. So like if you say I invoke my Fifth Amendment rights to remain silent, you don't say anything else. Yep. Period.
And you can repeat it too. Like if they need to hear it 100 times, then tell them 100 times. Because the thing is, that's not a lot of police will try to make you think that that's implying guilt. Like I've seen that so many times where a person's like I don't have to tell you anything. Well, if you don't tell me anything, I'm gonna have to assume you committed the crime and take you downtown. And it's like, well, if you have enough information to assume I do the crime, you'd already be taking me. You wouldn't be asking me.
There's a few exceptions to, I think it's like in civil cases maybe that they're allowed to use your use of the Fifth Amendment as like evidence or in the consideration of your guilt, but generally it's not supposed to.
Yep. I like his name's Bruce Rivers. Yeah, that's him.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Yep. So Bruce Rivers, CLR Bruce Rivers on YouTube. He has some really, really good videos. I like his videos he did on not Kanye. Who's the guy the other rapper guy who's getting charged? Diddy. Oh my God. I love the Diddy Do It memes. Did he do it? This Bruce guy did a really good video where he's like, he is fucked. Like he goes through and explains like how he is so fucked and the things that he's said and the things that he's already done so far in the videos that he's made and how it's like incriminated him. Like he's already done no matter what. They have enough evidence on him to incriminate him without him saying a damn thing. But he like demonstrated how speaking in a video is how he got his house raided. Like he actually goes through the video and he explains like he gave them everything they needed to do that raid on his house through a video that he released publicly. And so he's like, be careful about like the things that you say online because the police are watching. They always are.
Yeah.
If the police want, and the thing is not just because they suspect you of doing a crime, corrupt police will watch you because they want to make sure that they've got control over you. Like if they don't want you speaking about something or they want to get you in trouble or whatever, they're watching everything so they can collect everything, hoping that they can snag you on something.
Yeah.
And so, especially if you're somebody like in the case of Long Island Audit, they actually raided his house and he knew it was coming. Like he knew the raid was coming. So he went to a different city and he had he had cameras put all over his house so he could record it. And no shit, the chief himself, how many times does the chief go to a crime scene himself? Like almost never, right? Why would he? So the chief literally pulls up with a ski mask on, 5 other dudes in like 3 different cars that are unmarked Honda Civics pull into his driveway. These guys get out with like riot bullet vests on and like run up to his front door and like breach the front door and go in the house. And he has it all on video and he turns on the audio on his little Ring doorbell and he's like, hey guys, I'm not there. What are you doing? What are you doing? He's like, I got you all on video. What do they do as soon as he says that? They all run out of the house, get in their cars and just take off. Don't leave any note. Don't write anything down. Don't send any emails. Don't notify him. So that's why he's now suing the city. Like that was either the third or fourth lawsuit that I think he either won or is still in litigation, where it's like these people actually raided his house because they were going to arrest him because he made a video exposing the police chief and exposing 2 crooked cops that arrested him illegally. And so they considered him a troublemaker because it's the 3rd time now he's like successfully sued this county police office. So they wanted to retaliate by going down there, raiding his house, hoping that they'd find something they could use to incriminate him and then handcuff him and drag him down to jail again to intimidate him. And he wasn't even there and he knew it was coming. So he nailed him so freaking hard. And I thought it was awesome. I was like, dude, well freaking played. And the thing is, he knew it was the chief because like when the chief showed up, he was one guy that took off his mask.
Oh,
so when they walked up to the door and they were breaching, he got out of the car. Once he was up to the building, he took off his mask, not realizing that there was a camera right there recording him, because he had cameras everywhere. Like he had it set up like Fort Knox, and he had all the video live streaming to a private stream. So even if because they tried to turn the cameras, like they were grabbing the cameras and turning them away from him, but it didn't matter at that point because he already had them all recorded. So I was like, dude, the level of corruption to get to that point is absolutely freaking crazy.
Bonkers. I gotta get going though.
Oh, is it too?
Yep.
Oh shit, bro, time flies.
Get out of here.
All right, man. Well, you enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, you too, dude. Just, chill out, have a good time. Don't hurt too bad.
Yeah, I'm actually doing pretty good right now.
Good. Right on.
We'll enjoy your weekend. Hit me up if you want to do some gaming.
Yeah, we'll do. Oh yeah, I gotta try.
Yeah, let's fire up Star Citizen.
That's the one. I got that all installed and stuff, and I was poking around a little bit.
Yeah, let's see. Let's go get our characters stuck in precarious situations or die from hunger.
I started in some place that's like some floating city or whatever, and I didn't think they'd let me just jump off the edge. I thought there'd be like a wall or a fence or something, and I fell for like 10 minutes. And like I do think I eventually hit a bottom, but it still kind of looked like I was falling, and I didn't die or anything. I was just like, well, fuck. I got stuck in a food
station. I got stuck in a food station. I had to log out for like 24 hours to get unstuck. I literally tried to climb behind a counter because there's nobody working there. It was just like a little, there's little food stations where you can go buy food. And so I climbed behind the counter. It was like a hot dog stand, and I couldn't get out. So I was stuck there. And there was like people walking by me, and I'm like, hey, help, please. Can you guys help me? The guy ran over, and he was like trying to help me get unstuck. And he was like, he was trying all kinds of stuff, like shooting his gun and stuff, like trying to create enough of an explosion, not to kill me, but to knock me over the thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got stuck there for like 24 hours. It's hilarious.
Right on.
All right, well, go ahead and get out of here, bro.
Bye, everybody. Have a good one. Don't let Jay stream for too long.
Yeah, no, I might even switch over to Twitch a little later since I haven't streamed forever on there.
Good. Okay. Well, have a good one. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Let's see. Do we get AI AuxZillary here in a second? Let's see. Yep, there he is. We get the AI AuxZillary now. There was only one. I used to have a screen where I could blow myself up like full screen, but I haven't created that one yet. So I need to do another overlay for that one. Or I guess I could just like drag myself over and like be in the middle. That would actually be kind of funny. Actually, here, let me see if I can do that. Hold on, let me grab my camera here. So what if I do this? What if I move myself here? I'll leave myself there. Okay, so that zooms me out, right? So oh, it's not far enough over. Oh wait, what if I do this? Hold on, I have an idea. Stand by. There we go. There it is. There it is. Now you guys get a wide shot of my room across both of them. How about that? That's awesome. Hold on, let me zoom out a little bit. What do you guys think about that? Is that pretty good? Then it just looks like I'm in two different cameras at once. I'm like, look, I got auxiliary space now. Woo! Oh, Theodorus misses the AI pictures of AuxZillary. That sucks. I've never played Ark Survival Evolved. I've heard of it. I've just never actually played it. Let's see here. Scrolling up. What do we got? Kyle said almost 100 gallons of sex lube. Diddy didn't have good intentions with all that. Not only 100 gallons of sex lube, it was all laced with like ecstasy or MDMA or some variation of some date rape drug. So basically everybody that was getting massages at this party were just like passing out and just getting like raped by him. It's like, dude, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Oh, I just realized I'm also the background to the chat window. Did you guys see that? Why is this noise? Come on. Be professional, microphone. Come on, be professional. Stay. I need a new mic stand. This thing's shot. I just noticed that I'm the background for chat. See down here? Like here. See, look down the chat window. I don't know. I kind of like this. So now anytime I want to show something to you guys, I can just bring it up here. This can be my showcase window. Be like, hello, look at my showcase here. I got a can of air. You heard that Diddy was trying to groom Justin Bieber too? It's kind of looking that way. That was so creepy when he was like talking to Bieber and he's like, yo, you don't party with me like we used to anymore. And Bieber was like totally nervous. Like he couldn't do eye contact. He's like looking at the floor. He's like, yeah, dude, I didn't have your number. You didn't have my number or something. You want my number? He's like, yeah. It's like, dude, Bieber looked like he was like, oh man, I used my booty to pay for my career. It's like, and of course, even if that happened, he could never say that, right? Because that would like ruin his reputation, and then nobody would see him as a song artist anymore. They just see him as like the kid that got raped by Diddy or whatever. So, but it sounds like Diddy did a lot of really, really bad things to a lot of people that he gave careers, because apparently that was the thing. That was the thing, is to work with him. Like, as I understand it, like a lot of the stuff that they're going to prove in court is that the people that he made their careers was like predicated on him partying with them and doing shit with them. And so, you know, I know a lot of it going around there, like making it into a meme or a joke that, like, you know, you had to let Diddy have the booty or whatever, your career would be ruined. Like, who's the one guy that said that his career was ruined because he didn't give it up to Diddy? Pharrell, I think it was Pharrell Williams or something like that. He's the one that's like, you gotta tell him no. He's the clip, you gotta tell him no. And apparently that hurt his career. He's like, I gave up $500 million of deals. He said, I had to do $500 million because I said no to Diddy. Like, if I just let, and he's like, that was all to protect my virgin butthole. He's like, if I didn't do that, then I'd have $500 million right now. But no, I told you gotta tell him no. I was like, dude, that's fucking crazy. So, and everybody acts awkward around him too. That's, if you notice, like his friends or his clique or his group he runs with, they all act really afraid of him. Like they it doesn't seem like a friend relationship. It seems like they're just doing whatever, you know, he wants them to do to get what they want. So, Diddy's Puff Daddy. What, he went like Puff Daddy, Diddy, something else. He's gone by like 20 different aliases. Now he goes by Love, apparently. I guess he changed his name again. Now he's Love. He just calls himself Love. Honestly, that's probably not the best nickname that you should have when you're going to jail for raping a bunch of dudes. Bear Williams said, have you heard from David in a while? He hasn't been. Yeah, we talk to him all the time. We just talked to him this morning. He's done a few shows on his own. Hopefully nothing bad happened. No, not at all. See, this is the thing, man. And Theodorus, not Theodorus, Bear Williams. I'm not getting down on you for this. Please don't think I'm attacking you for this. But God, there is this huge deal where like everybody online jumps to the conclusion that something bad happened or there's some kind of bad blood if they just stop seeing public interactions between two people that used to have public interactions. Oh, Cat Williams. That was the guy. Cat Williams was the one that told Diddy no. That cost him like $500 million in his career or something like that. But back to the question, just because you don't see public interactions between people doesn't mean they're at war. Me and Chris Perillo, we're still tight. Jay and I, we don't talk a whole lot anymore, but we still talk. We're not on bad terms by any stretch of the word. It's just, he's just, you know, he's a very work-oriented person. And when I was in that world doing the same kind of work, it was easier for us to interact a lot more. And now I've just kind of fallen out of that. And I don't live local to him. I live up here in Washington. So without me traveling for making videos and stuff like that, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But there's no bad blood there at all. But everybody assumes that there's like some huge like fucking war going on or something. And then with like David Hewlett, it's like we just talked to him this morning. He's actually on a shoot. He sent us pictures from his new movie shoot he's doing. I can't show it to you guys though because he didn't give me permission. But, you know, he's like in full makeup. He just did a shoot for another movie he's in last night. He told us that, you know, he's sorry he couldn't join us this morning because he's hanging out with his family who flew in to see him after his shoot that he did. So, but yeah, no, we talk to him all the time. It's just in private, right? It's like the only time you talk publicly with somebody is when you're doing something public with them, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense to talk publicly about something when it's just like private interactions that aren't, you know, aren't meant for the public. Bear Williams said, I was just asking because he hasn't been on, but I admit I missed most of the show today. Oh, no worries. No worries. That's why I wanted to make it clear that I wasn't attacking you, because what you said is actually something that everybody says. Like, it's a very common thing. That's why I just wanted to call it out, because it's like everybody seems to, I shouldn't say everybody. I hate the term of everybody, but a lot of people seem to assume that there's always bad blood when two people stop talking publicly. And it's a bad assumption. It's a bad assumption because a lot of the time people talk publicly to begin with is because they're doing stuff that's of a public nature that they want the public to know about. However, the private interactions between them, if they're really friends and they hang out and they do a bunch of stuff, the private interactions stay private. So the only time, so like if David has time to be on the show and he wants to come on the show, then of course he's going to be public. Everybody's going to see him, but he's been super busy shooting movies and hanging out as his son's soccer tournaments and stuff. He's been just buried. And he even told us that he could be on more shows if we move the time. So we're thinking about moving the time, but he doesn't really know what time he'll be free yet. And I told him I don't want him to have to commit to anything. Like, I want it always to be a spontaneous thing if he joins us. I don't ever want it to be something planned or he feels obligated to do. Same thing with Aux. I don't want him to ever feel like he's obligated to do any of this. Like, it's only when he wants to and only for fun. But yeah, just anybody that if you stop seeing public interactions, that doesn't mean there's bad blood. And if there was bad blood, trust me, you guys would probably know about it. It's hard to keep shit like that secret when you're both people are public figures. So, but yeah, no bad blood. I don't think I have bad blood with anybody right now. So that I can think of, well, not anybody, but like people that I normally used to interact with and stuff like that. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head that I'm doing battle with. I mean, there's a couple of people that I unfollowed that I don't talk to anymore because they turned out to be assholes. Trump has a way of bringing out the asshole in people, like, you know, people that used to be actually like pretty good hearted and seemed like they had a pretty good head on their neck. Trump does something to them. It's like he almost like pulls them out of their shell and is like, listen, you don't have to hide the bad side of you. Just let it fly. Like, you know, be an asshole. And so these people, so many people have changed. Like, because they started off supporting him and then they just kind of became him. And so those relationships I cut off because there's no reason to be in a relationship with somebody anymore when they change to the point where they're no longer a good person. Like, that's one thing I require is I need my friends to be good people. That's it. Just, and it's not hard to do it. Just don't make your life all about wronging other people and doing whatever makes you money, even if it hurts other people. Like that's something that you know that makes you, that's all you have to do to be a good person, right? It's just not intentionally harm other people for your own benefit. The sad thing is a lot of my friends, you know, like me, supported Elon Musk, but unlike me, they still support Elon Musk after all the bad shit's come out. And then they're like, well, Elon Musk's a bad person and I like a bad person, so that means I can do bad things too. So I'm going to like him because I want to be like him. Like, I want to be able to do the bad things and I want to be able to be rich by cheating and lying and doing all the things he did. And yeah, it's sad that some people go that way, but not everybody. There's a lot of people that don't go that way. So I have bad blood with Elon Musk. Elon Musk and I never had a personal relationship. We've only talked a couple of times on X. He's responded to some of my tweets before. You know, one of my friends was on the board of directors at SpaceX with him, but they left because they left when Elon went batshit crazy on ketamine. I like what they told me. They said Elon was actually somewhat fun to work with, like at SpaceX, until he hit $12 billion. Once he hit $12 billion, he just turned into a total asshole. And then the reality came out. He was no longer a fun person to be around. It was clear that he was just lying through his teeth about everything. All the things that made it fun to work with him just disappeared. So, but apparently from another person who's, you know, that was on the board, they said that he was actually pretty fun to work with up until that point. So, but yeah, he stepped out. He sold all of his Tesla stock and jumped ship. Let's see here. What about the egg comment? I didn't see the egg comment. Let's see here. Hey, Pele, thank you for the support, man. I truly appreciate it. You take it easy, man. Have yourself a good night. Let's see here. Back in the 1990s, when he was first becoming famous, we would hear rumors about other artists, both male and female, said he made them suck his dick in the office. I heard the same thing. Yeah, about P. Diddy. That's been a claim from a couple of people now that, yeah, he would get him in the room all alone and try to push the limits as far as humanly possible before he'd give him a contract. Omnipotentia said Elon basically needs the SpaceX thing to work out to redeem everything. He's unredeemable. Elon Musk in my head is unredeemable. What Elon needs to do is go to jail for all the crimes he's committed, and the actual intelligent people that are doing the actual work and running the companies, they actually need to take the reins and stop Elon from completely fucking derailing them just to make more money for him. And that's the problem. Like, SpaceX would be so much further on without Elon in the picture anymore. So would Tesla, because all he does is rob Tesla of an insane amount of resources that they actually desperately need. So, and for SpaceX, all he does is take assets that could be used to actually further the programs that are actually making the company money, and instead investing them into a giant fucking rocket that can't even land yet, that eats up like 32 engines, that every time it blows up equates to, like, you know, fucking hundreds of millions of dollars of damage. And I still don't think Starship's going to be viable. I really don't think Starship's going to be viable. Even if they do successfully take off and land, they are so far away from having it capable of actually deploying payloads. It's not even funny. I mean, the thing is literally a beer can at this point. Like, even if it takes off, even if it comes back and lands, it is so far from being capable of actually carrying cargo to space. And by the time they get there, there'll probably be 10 other fucking companies that have that capability, because that's what Elon does, right? Elon's big claim to fame is he claims he can do something tomorrow, and then it takes him 5 years, then all of his competitors actually make it happen before he does. Same thing with Cybertruck, right? Look at Cybertruck. Same thing with the Roadster, the Tesla Roadster. Every time he announces something is ready to go and, oh, it'll be out in a month, it'll be out in a year, every other competitor jumps on the bandwagon and beats him to market, does their full R&D, gets started after him, go to market, beat the shit out of him, and then he finally comes out with it, or he just scrubs it all together after he's used it to boost the stock. So much vaporware coming out of that company, which is just it's sad, because it's like who's the CEO? Gwyneth Shotwell, is it Shotwell? So Gwen Shotwell, it has run SpaceX amazingly, right? And she actually is pretty good at herding Elon for the most part. But Elon isn't the person that did any of the engineering at SpaceX. Not a bit of it. I forget the name of the guy, but there was a guy, when SpaceX was started, there was a guy there that was hired as the engineer, like an ex-NASA dude. And he was the guy that designed the Falcon. He's the one that furthered the research from the rocket that they made, I think it was back in the late 70s, that could land vertically. And Elon never told anybody about that, by the way. He's like, oh, I made the first rocket that could land like this. Everybody thought I was crazy. It's like, no, you didn't. NASA already made a rocket that did that back in the fucking 70s. It's just back then it wasn't really efficient and viable like it is today with the current technology that we have and the price of the technology. So it's like he's just recycling an old idea. It's not like, but he tries to make it look like he invented magic. And it's like, no. Yeah, that's it. Tom Mueller. Yep. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, Tom Mueller's the guy. So it's like Tom Mueller, Gwen Shotwell, that's SpaceX, right? Go over to Tesla. Franz does everything now. It used to be Franz and one other guy, but that other guy left to create Lucid Motors. He was the drivetrain guy and Franz was the designer. Now Franz has taken on more. But Franz is the one that's making everything happen at Tesla. He's the one that's doing the car designs with the team, running the teams and everything to do that. Elon is just the mouthpiece. Elon is just the guy that jumps on the stage every once in a while when he needs to boost the stock when it's bonus time's coming around, so that he gets his biggest bonus and he can extract as many resources as humanly possible from the company. As a matter of fact, people on the board of directors at Tesla are actually mad at Elon because, one, he just sucks a bunch of resources. He's never there. He's always at X. He spends all of his time shit posting on X and helping Trump. He doesn't do anything for fucking Tesla anymore. All he does is show up to be the mouthpiece at these events that are clearly fucked up. Like his last event, he basically had a bunch of robots that were bolted to the floor because otherwise they would fall over, that were being driven by humans, like humans at another location instead of the AI he claims that's running the robots. But most of the people at the event don't know that. So they think that what they're seeing is like, oh, this is the real AI. It's like he might as well just brought out the people in the spandex suits jumping around, right? It's like we've already had robots for a long time that can move when another human's giving them the inputs and they're bolted to the floor so they can't fall over, right? Same thing with the taxis. Never went on a public road, just drove on the back lot of like Warner Brothers on a predetermined route with no other fucking traffic involved. And you had no other options to go anywhere else. It's like, honestly, the Model 3 beta full self-driving that you have to like pay close attention and drive very safely, even it's more capable than what they demonstrated on their cab. So it's all just vaporware, man. Tom Mueller's working for Impulse Space now. Then it's whoever replaced him. So let's see here. Give me a second. Got to open up Wikipedia. Let's see here. Miller. If Miller's working for Impulse Space, they're going to kick SpaceX's ass in the long run, because he basically lost the intellectual horsepower right there. Why did he leave, though? That's what I'm curious. I'm always curious to see. Did he just leave to find Impulse Space, or did Elon push him out for disagreements?
Jake Hudson tipped $2.61.
Oh, thank you, Jake. I appreciate it, man.
You managed to give Titanfall 2 a go.
Oh, shit, I haven't. No. I dude, I'm sorry. I totally haven't. I forgot to put in the EA, what is it, EA installer or whatever the thing is I have to put on there to install it. I haven't, but you just reminded me. I will install that and give that a try this weekend, brother. I appreciate the code, though. As a matter of fact, let's see. Can I get that installing right now? Here, let me go over there. I got a gigabit connection. Why not, right? Let's do it. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Where is it? Is that it? Titanfall. There it is. Got it. Scrolling on up. Oh wait, where is it? Where's the code at? What's your Twitter name, Jake? So I can look you up again, because it looks like you're down the list a little and the search isn't working for let's see here. Yeah, search is not working. Because I typed in Titanfall and it's not bringing up our message thread. Our DM message thread. Let's see here. I thought Elon put everything into a space thing. How is he losing people? RIP. Oh no, he didn't even put close to everything into SpaceX. As a matter of fact, SpaceX is highly subsidized by the government. So is Tesla. Like, actually, a lot of the money that Elon hoards that he doesn't deserve, that he got from gaming the stock and cheating the stock market, which, by the way, he did get caught for once and had to charge $20 million, even though he made like $3 billion. So he basically had to pay $20 million to win several billion. So anybody would have taken that deal. It's like, no, he didn't put everything into SpaceX. At the time, though, if you go back to the time, that's now, but back at the time when he did it, he did put pretty much everything into it. However, a lot of it, like I said, did still come from subsidies. Like, for instance, the fourth flight was never supposed to happen. He was never funded for a fourth flight. When the first three failed, the business was supposed to flop right there. So, but because he had another injection of cash, which I wouldn't be surprised if most of it didn't come from the government, he was able to do the fourth test and it was successful. I will say this, Elon is a gambling man. Like, I will say this about Elon. He is a gambler and he does win. Like, he doesn't win every time, but he has so much money that he can sustain any amount of losses now. So he can try as many things as he wants. He'll never run out of money unless he really truly fucks something up. However, I will say he's already holds the Guinness Book of World Records for the most money ever lost by a human. So, or the most wealth lost by a person. So, you know, I wouldn't put it beyond him. I mean, I could totally see him, especially with the ketamine rotting his brain. I could completely see him losing his entire fortune. I mean, his bet on X is not paying off unless he gets Trump elected. If somehow he manages to get Trump elected so that Trump can circumvent all the laws and ensure that neither one of them have to face justice for any of their criminal activity, then he'll be in a good place where it's like X was a good investment, right? But short of that, no, it's like X is not a good investment. The company has lost a record amount of money since he bought it. It's
Jake
being
Hudson
mismanaged
tipped
into the ground.
$2.61.
Oh,
it's
thank you,
Jake Hudson, 775.
Oh shit, I thought I said that I already saw that. My bad. I think the stream is a little delayed on YouTube. Yeah, no, I already pulled it up. I got your code right here. I'm just trying to figure out how to install the Electronic Arts thing, because do you have to log into the website to download the installer? Because if that's the case, I can't log in right now because I got to go open up my like password utility and do all that. And I really don't want to do that while I'm live streaming. So I will do it after the case, but I'll leave it up here on the screen so I don't forget. Here, let me get all these other notifications out of the way. All right, cool. Let's see here. I wonder if he'll ever deliver the Hyperloop. The tunnel was so hilariously bad. No, the Hyperloop he's already completely abandoned. He sold the Hyperloop rights to the idea to Virgin Galactic, I think it is, or Virgin something. Richard Branson basically owns the Hyperloop now. So it's been a massive failure. Like, and honestly, every even basic like engineer knew that from the beginning. Everybody was like, listen, Elon, you cannot vacuum seal a chamber that is this large over this amount of area on the surface of the earth where the temperatures change so dramatically. There will be no way to keep that thing sealed and under vacuum without wasting enormous amounts of electricity. And there's no way that you'd be able to gain enough solar to offset that. And sure shit, that's the problem. That's why they've never been able to create a test run that's longer than like not even a quarter mile, right? They're always really short and they're always really small because they already figured out that even at that scale, they cannot maintain a seal. And so you're basically never going to see a Hyperloop. And even if you did see the Hyperloop, it would still overall, when you factor in all the inefficiencies and everything, not be as good as flying on a jet for long distances. For short distances, who knows? It might be a little bit better. But honestly, a bullet train, way better option. Bullet trains are already established. They already work well. We already have the technology for them. So it's like Elon wants to create something that costs, 150 to 200 times as much as a bullet train to produce per mile. And he claims that it'll give you like 600 miles an hour, but no, it absolutely won't. In order for it to be able to go around the bends and go around the corners and navigate just like with the bullet train, it's going to have to slow down constantly, which means it's never going to hit its top speed, and it's certainly not going to maintain it. It's not like a jet where it's going to be a perfectly straight point to point, right? The speed is going to be limited. And right now, I think the fastest that they've gotten a sled to go through the test prototype or something was 100 miles an hour, and it was like a little unmanned sled with incredibly powerful motors on it. They would never, the human pod, I think, only moved at like 5 miles an hour. 5 or 10 miles an hour was the top speed they could achieve. So yeah, it's a dumb idea. It's a really, really dumb idea. And the funny thing is, just like with the Falcon 9 rocket, it's a stolen idea. If you go back, the designs for vacuum subway system, like literally a vacuum tunnel with a vehicle traveling through it, was already created. It was already created and attempted back, and I think it was like the 30s or the 40s, like way back then. Now, granted, like Elon does, technology now is caught up to where maybe that idea works. But engineers already shot it down and said, we're not there yet. Like, we do not have what it takes to do this. And so Elon's like, well, then I'll just do like I did with the other two companies that I fucked over my founders with. I'll just sell it to somebody else. And he did. He sold Hyperloop to Virgin. It's just wild. Elon, he's just a gambler that's won it. Because if you look, Elon has actually committed the same exact crimes, like literally the same exact crimes as Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos. If you look at what Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos was found guilty of and what she's serving 11 years in prison for, Elon has done with much greater amounts of money and committed even more of those crimes across more companies. The reason Elon isn't in jail is because Elizabeth Holmes lost all of her wealth because it was all just paper wealth, had no wealth or value in reality. So she lost everything, which means that she was jailable, because if somebody doesn't have an insane amount of wealth, they don't have an insane amount of power, you can just throw them into jail. With somebody like Elon, he has too many resources that our prison system, you couldn't hold him because of liability. And could you put him on house arrest? Sure you could. But if you put him on house arrest, like, that's still going to fuck over a bunch of people, because all the stuff that he did led to a company that's taken subsidies from the government and tax dollars from the people. So it's like damage already done. I just don't see how it's possible for him. And if Trump gets elected, he will never be held responsible for anything he does ever again. It doesn't matter. Dude could literally do anything he wants. And he will, if Trump is in office, he will never, ever have to worry about anything unless he pisses off Trump, which has happened. There have been people that have said the wrong things, and I could see Elon's an alpha and Trump is an alpha. That usually never works long term. So I could see there being a power struggle, and because Trump would be the president, well, in that case, he'd be a dictator, right? Because he dissolves the Constitution. He'd have single point of power. He'd take a lot of power away from Congress. He'd have the Supreme Court reinterpret law. He's already said he'd do a lot of these things. So yeah, he would, Elon would lose. Elon would lose, because even Elon's massive wealth, Trump would literally just have it all locked up and suspended, prevent him from leaving the country, and have him jailed if he pissed him off enough, right? Because Trump already said he's going to send people to jail just for talking bad about the Supreme Court justices. He said anybody that says anything bad about the Supreme Court justice publicly should serve 1 year in jail. So yeah, I'd be very, very worried. The thing I don't get is why Christians are backing up Trump when they see what Hitler did to the Christians. Because just like Trump did the exact same thing. If you go back and look blow for blow, if you go back and study your history pre-World War II, so before the war, Hitler joined the Conservative Party because he wasn't in that Conservative Party already. For like, he joined it specifically to carry out his goal of seizing power. So he goes into the DAP, which is their Conservative Party in Germany. Trump matches him. He goes into the GOP, which is our Conservative Party. He then becomes this great orator that's really good at like convincing people of lies and pitting people against their neighbors and making immigration the center. Same thing. Immigration, same center point on both things. Gets all the Christians riled up and says he's a Christian, even though Hitler was never a Christian. He actually hated Christians. He said that he was a Christian and that the Nazi movement was a Christian movement. So he renames DAP to Nazi and then names all the old DAP people old DAP. Whereas Trump turns the GOP to MAGA and calls all the GOP people rhinos or Republican in name only. Same thing, blow for blow. And the goals are the same, right? Immigration to divide the people and Christianity. So now we're sitting with Trump. He's stopped right now. So now let's look at Hitler and look at how the plan plays out with Hitler. Hitler ends up trying to mount an insurrection. It fails. He ends up going to jail for it. Trump mounts an insurrection and he doesn't go to jail yet, but he's indicted and he has to go to court if he doesn't get elected so he can just basically, relieve himself of any responsibility. He would go to court. He'd most likely be found guilty and maybe not prison time because our system couldn't do that to somebody so wealthy, but maybe he gets fucking house arrest at Mar-a-Lago. So still blow for blow. So what happens next? Well, what happened when Hitler finally got power? Because the Christians actually handed him the power. What happened when he got power of Germany and he was the single point of power? First order of business, turn on the Christian church. He attacked the Christian church and tried to destroy it because he saw it now as opposition. He used the Christian church to rise to power, but then he realized that the Christian church had more control over the people than he did because they were the ones that had to direct those people to him. So he had to eliminate the Christian church so that the people would be loyal directly to him. So he tried to destroy the Christian church. Trump's going to do the same thing. Trump isn't a Christian. Trump has talked really poorly of Christians, and he thinks that they're stupid and gullible. Many, many times throughout his career, he said this, even in interviews. So as soon as he has power and he knows it can't be revoked, like once he is a dictator and he knows he doesn't have to worry about another election in the future and he knows that the Supreme Court can reinterpret law so that he never has to leave, he doesn't have to mount another insurrection. He knows that he's a dictator at that point. Once he knows that for sure, he's going to do the exact same thing that Hitler did. He's going to turn on the Christian church. He's going to destroy it. And he's going to, just like he changed GOP to MAGA, he's going to change Christians to MAGA. Hitler did the same thing. So everybody that used to be a Christian is now going to be a loyal, like, MAGA member that basically now Hitler is their God or their link to God. So yeah, it's like you can learn a lot from history because Trump is literally just flipping through the pages of Hitler's playbook and it's working again because so many people haven't studied history and it's truly sad. So yeah, a lot riding on November 5th here in the United States, man. If you guys don't live in this country, it's like we've got a crazy amount of people. So it could go either way, right? It's right now the race is like 50-50 realistically. So it could go either way, but it's just weird to think that there's that many people in our country that support somebody who is going to hurt them. Like it's crazy that they are completely ignorant of the plan he's carrying out and what his actual plan is. And they just ignore everything he says. They don't care if he says, "Hey, I'm going to destroy Christianity." He's joking. like they really think that he's their champion. And it's like his first order of business is to remove anybody that can challenge his authority over the people. And that's going to be churches because the church that handed those people to him can just as easily pull those people away from him. And he's not going to tolerate that. So yeah, expect if he gets elected that within a couple of years, Christianity is going to be heavily attacked. And any other, and not just Christianity. He already said he's already attacking every other religion, but Christianity is the one he claims is the one true religion because it's the majority. Same thing with Hitler. Why did Hitler choose Christianity when he could choose like half a dozen other religions in Germany at the time? Because just like in America, it was the leading religion in Germany and he needed the largest group of people to give him the power he needed. So that's why he targeted Christianity specifically. Same thing with Trump. If Islam had been the biggest religion here, he would have targeted that. If Mormonism was the biggest religion, he would have targeted that. But Christianity was what he was going after just for the sheer volume of people. Let's see here in chat. Lost in Space thinks we can't afford Trump again. We can't. We really can't. It's just sad because like there's so many people that are voting for him because they think he's like gonna do the things he says when he didn't do the things he said before. Like he says he did them, but if you actually go research, he didn't. Did he build this great wall that kept all of Mexico out of the country? Well, he claims he did, but then why is he talking every day about more people coming into the country than ever before? Did his wall stop him or not? He claims he finished the wall and it was highly effective, but then he also tells everybody that's the worst that's ever been. The wall hasn't been removed. It's every bit he's built is still there. So why? I don't understand, right? But those are the kind of contradictions that his supporters they don't analyze because they follow him on faith, not on fact, right? They can't reconcile. So like when he's like, oh, You know, life was so much better and it was so much cheaper under me. It's like, not if you look at it from a relative standpoint compared to the rest of the globe. If you look at his last year in office, it's like it's actually cheaper now than it was in his last year of office percentage-wise based on global inflation across all the countries because of COVID-19. But they conveniently forget his last year in office, right? Because the numbers look so bad. You know, and Trump was handed like a banger economy. Like he was handed a banger economy. He spent more than any other president and ran our deficit up to a record amount when he claimed he was going to eliminate it. Yeah, he still told everybody he eliminated more than any other president, even though he raised it more than any other president. I mean, these facts are actually easy to go and look at and confirm. It's like, but his followers don't. They love him so much because he's such an edgelord and he tells them what they want to hear. And they don't care even if he goes and tells the other group the exact opposite 5 minutes later. It's like they just want the guy that tells them what they want to hear and the person who's like super, super edgy. And it's scary what that's going to result in because, man, Trump already said if these are my biggest fears short term. If Trump gets elected on November 5th, he's going to try to pull out of NATO as quickly as possible so that he can help Russia defeat Ukraine. Because Trump is very indebted to Putin and Xi. He has ties to both of them financially. So Trump needs to help them. He tried to help them multiple times when he was president. He's going to do it again. He even said that he has to remove himself from NATO because, again, being a member of NATO, he can't help Russia, right? So he has to pull out of NATO so that we're independent, basically going against all of our allies, and then we can go and help Russia defeat Ukraine so that Trump can get what Trump wants, right? So Trump only cares about himself, his own wealth, and his own power. He doesn't care about anybody else in the United States. He doesn't care about his friends. He doesn't care about his family. He only cares about himself. He's demonstrated that throughout his entire life. His dad was the same, though, so it's no surprise, right? Elon turned out just like Errol. Trump turned out just like Fred, right? Exactly the same. So, yeah, it's scary because if he pulls out of NATO and he helps Russia take Ukraine, what do you think the next course of action is going to be? Well, China's going to want to do their invasion. China's going to go and take Taiwan. And when China takes Taiwan, Trump already said he's going to neutralize that agreement, which means we don't have to defend Taiwan anymore, which means China has a very clear path to take Taiwan. And Trump already said that he thinks that it should belong in China and he thinks that they should have it back. So there you go. So Trump's going to let that happen. So now, so where does that leave us, on the global spectrum? It basically shows that we just abandon all of democracy, all the democratic countries that joined with us to fight against dictatorships. We now pull out and as the most powerful country in the world, support the countries that are the bad guys, the ones that are dictators, the ones that mistreat their people. Those are the ones that we back and we support just because it makes Trump more money. Not good. Trump could not pull out of NATO, only Congress can. Yeah, but Trump is a vote in NATO. It's almost 50-50 in Congress, and that's going to change really quick with Trump as president and the laws that he can invoke via executive order. And you forget that Trump runs the Supreme Court. We have 3 justices on the Supreme Court now that are all corrupt. Like they've shown their corruption publicly. Like there's no hiding it anymore. Clarence Thomas, it's very financially driven. The other 2, it's very politically driven, but they're very much loyal to Trump over the Constitution. So they can interpret law. Remember, Congress decides, but the laws that Congress uses to decide are based on the interpretation of those laws, especially our constitutional laws, by the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court can basically say, oh, this law that protected this or didn't protect this now means the exact opposite thing, as long as they use their corrupt majority. So it gives them a hell of a lot of power. So, no, the Supreme Court can't pull the U.S. out of NATO, but they can reinterpret laws that would enable Trump to replace people in Congress that could make it happen. So, Gordon, let me ask you this, Gordon. Is that a risk you're willing to take? Like, that's the real question here. Is like, let's say he doesn't have the power immediately to do those things. We know they're his goals. We know he's corrupt and doesn't honor our laws at all, never has. We know he has the most corrupt in his pocket Supreme Court of any president that's ever existed. And we know that Congress is sitting close to 50-50. So with his influence and with his capability and the Supreme Court's ability to reinterpret laws to like push back, hold, and censor his opposition, there is a path. So is it worth that risk? Is it worth that risk just to have a president who's a rapist, a 34-count felon, who also committed rape, who also committed fraud against a charity and can never have a charity ever again, who also defrauded people with a fake university and who sells a bunch of Chinese goods that aren't even manufactured yet, like Home Shopping Network, every single night on the television. Why does that guy need to be the president? Why do we need to take all these risks to put a guy in office who never understood the job, who never could do the job properly, and basically just shit talked and elevated everything the whole time? It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. How many wars were going on, including proxy wars, when Trump was in office? I'd have to go and do some research, but Trump did organize the worst pullout ever that was executed by Biden verbatim, and then he attacked him for executing, even though it was Trump's plan, and he actually honored Trump's plan, which I think Biden's fucked for. Like, I hated that. I was so mad at Biden for executing Trump's plan like that. He should have nixed that thing and started over. That was the fucking worst thing we ever did. As far as wars, though, like, if Trump was in office, well, Russia was invading Ukraine, they would have already taken Ukraine. So without our help and without the rest of the NATO people, they wouldn't have stood a chance. So I'm very, very glad that we're able to help Ukraine fight that back. And I'm also glad that we also got other people in NATO. Like, we brought in other countries into NATO that never were going to be in NATO just because Russia was becoming such a huge threat. So, and Kamala doesn't represent any of these threats. Kamala doesn't want war. Kamala is she is a mother. She is a wife. She has a career of fighting injustice, and a pretty solid career at that. Like, they like to try to smear her name, but it's really difficult to do when you actually go back and look at the evidence. Like, she has a good career. So does Tim Walz. Tim Walz has an excellent career. Are they perfect? No. There's no such thing as a perfect politician. All politicians have some scars on their record. But one of them has a career of justice. Well, the vice president, Tim Walz, has a career of helping the unfortunate, teaching children, and always trying to do what's right, actually putting his money where his mouth is and his service where his mouth is, and actually doing things. Then you have two people that avoided service. You have people that lied, cheat, and steal to take everything away, who appointed Betsy Ross as the head of education, that screwed over kids, got rid of free meals, fucked over everybody so that she could siphon more money, because she's already a billionaire, into her pocket and her friend's pocket for political favors, and then refused to answer any questions before Congress because Trump said he'd protect her and give her a pardon for anything. So they didn't even pursue her because she'd be pardoned. There's nothing you could do. So I don't know why anybody would pick Trump over that unless they're just believing his bullshit rhetoric. So, but yeah, this should be a no-brainer. This should be a no-brainer. Like Trump ranked is the single worst president that we've ever had in history. And that's by political scholars, both Democrat and Republican and centrists from all of our best colleges across the entire United States. They ranked all the presidents. I mean, Biden didn't do too hot either. I think he came, he did all right. I think he was like an 18th or 20th. But Trump came absolutely dead last. So he is a pathological liar. He is a massive hypocrite. He's told more lies than any other president in our entire history. He's the only president in history to lead an insurrection against us. He's the only president in history that said that the vice president deserves what he gets because he didn't break the law. He actively interfered in an election by creating fake electors. By the way, that is going to court, but if he becomes president again, he can make all that go away, right? That's why he needs to become president. He doesn't want to become president necessarily because he needs the power. He needs to become president because he's facing all of these criminal actions that he's created for himself over the years. And if he can't pardon himself or just not even bother showing up for court because he's the president, there's nothing they can do to compel him, that's a problem. But he needs that. Like, he knows if he doesn't have that, he's going to be sitting in a courtroom for a long time for the bad things he's done. So, but yeah, I don't accept the argument of Kamala or even Biden is worse than Trump. There is no argument to be made there. When you look at the two people side by side and the things that they've done throughout their life, and you look at their careers and you look at the pros and the cons, the only reason to pick Trump over them is if you are also corrupt. If you are corrupt and immoral, then yeah, Trump is your guy, right? If all you care about is your personal wealth, that is it, just your personal wealth and your personal power at any expense, then Trump will support you on that path for sure. But again, the second you become a threat with him or you misalign with him on anything, then he becomes your worst enemy, right? That's the thing you have to face. It's like, yeah, if you agree with him 100% on everything, then yeah, he's a great president for you. But if you disagree with him on anything, he doesn't care about your rights. He doesn't give a shit. He wants all your rights to go away. So Kamala actually has a record of locking people up for simple marijuana possession. She actually locked, but she was enforcing the law of the land. Everybody was locking up people for marijuana possession at that time because that was actually the law. You may disagree with that law at that time, but the difference is she enforced the law. She used the law, right, to do what her job was. She wouldn't do the same thing today because the law doesn't apply like that today. That's like, what about Trump? What about Trump like discriminating against black people and not letting black people rent any of his properties? What about Trump not paying his employees for all the work and using illegal immigration to build like half of his shit? Like, there's a lot of what ifs going on, right? But the thing is she at least followed the law of the time, right? Her job was to follow the law. If she went into court and she did not apply the law correctly, she would not be able to be where she's at today. Like, her job was to enforce the law. She hid evidence to win putting innocent people in jail. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. If she really did that, she would not be fucking president right now. She'd be in jail. Let's see here. So why don't they enforce the immigration laws right now? They do enforce the immigration laws. As a matter of fact, the immigration law that was going to stop a bunch of people from coming in and give them the resources they need was actually canceled by Trump. And I know that you know that. Like, I know for a fact that you know that Trump canceled his own bill that he wanted, that Kamala and Biden agreed with. He only canceled it because he didn't want Biden getting any credit for it, knowing that he could just let millions more flow in and that he could pass it if he becomes president. Do you agree with that mentality? Like, he said this like literally from his own lips during an interview. The reason she asked, why did you cancel this bill that would have helped with helped enforce the immigration law so much better? And he's like, I didn't want to give Biden a win. I'm not in the business of giving my competition a win. So don't even act like Trump hasn't fucking damaged immigration more than anybody else. Also, if you look at the number of people coming across, it's the same as when he was president. What? So the same amount of people are flooding across, the same waves, the same patterns. Nothing has changed. His wall didn't change shit. It just wasted billions of dollars of money. So the point is like, if you care about immigration, then look at Trump. Trump told you that he fixed all these problems, but now he's saying that they're not fixed. Why are they not fixed? Nothing was fixed. He just said it was. Trump promises something, does nothing, and then claims he did it. That's all. And then he just repeats it over and over again. That's his entire thing. That's why I think it's crazy that people fall for his shit. It's so fucking stupid. So, but anyways, I hope on November 5th that America does the right thing. I hope that we do the right thing. I wish we had better options, honestly. I'm glad that Biden stepped down to put Kamala in, because I think Kamala is the much better choice. Both Trump and Biden are both way too old. They're both way fucking mentally incapable of running a country. And Trump is becoming increasingly aggressive, which makes him even more dangerous than he already was, which was crazy dangerous. So Kamala, I think, is a huge breath of fresh air. Tim Walz would make an amazing vice president. I think that this could be, another Obama level presidency, which is what I'm hoping for. But God, I've never seen the country so divided on good versus evil. Like, it's just crazy that you have all these people that are claiming that they're Christian and they care about other people and they care about children and everything. And they're literally backing the guy who publicly bragged about looking at teenage girls changing against their will in a locker room because he owned the event, to Howard Stern. And the guy who literally said on public TV that he wants to have sex with his own daughter, who literally raped a woman and was found criminally liable of raping her and now owes her like $90 million or some crazy shit like that, who has 34 felony counts for crimes and many more indictments that he still has to go to court for. It's like, why on earth somebody would back that person over somebody else that actually believes in the law, who actually knows the law, somebody who actually cares about the Constitution as demonstrated, somebody who picked their vice president based on their actual skill and what they've done, instead of picking somebody who's just a massive fucking patsy suck up like JD Vance, who literally himself said Trump was Hitler and he should never be allowed to be put in power again. And here you have JD Vance sucking his dick just because he picked him as VP, knowing how weak he is and how many times he's flip-flopped on something just for money and power. So there's no argument to be made between the two. If you pick Trump and you defend Trump while ignoring the equivalencies between them and the inequivalencies between them, just to blindly say, oh, well, she did this one bad thing, so everything bad Trump did that's 10 times worse should be forgiven. What if? You literally have a fucking ancient criminal who has done ungodly amounts of bad things and bragged about it over and over and over again, versus somebody who has upheld the law. And whether you think that, oh, she did this and all this illegal shit, well, then where's the prosecution? Why isn't she in jail? Why wasn't she found guilty? Trump's being found guilty on his own. Fuck, he was even found guilty by his own judge that he appointed for many things. All of his fake election lies, they went before his judges thinking he'd get like some kind of fucking priority, and they all kicked him out on no merit. So this is the thing. There is no equivalency. There isn't. You're either for Trump because you are a fucking greedy ass person that only fucking cares about yourself over everybody else, and you align with enough of Trump's illegal bullshit that you're like, oh, whatever, that's fine. Or you actually give a flying fuck about other people and maintaining a democracy, right? And as far as the whole war thing, what do you mean we're not going to be at war? Trump literally fucking threatened World War III multiple fucking times. He literally said he was going to fucking vaporize North Korea. Yeah, that really fucking helped things, didn't it? He completely fucked up COVID and got millions of people fucking killed, and even said that he'd help Russia defeat Ukraine and China take Taiwan. How is that not war? That's still war. When you enable and help another country just go in and fucking steal another democratic country's shit, that's still war. That's worse. We defend democracy. That's what we're supposed to do. We don't always do it right. We fuck up a lot of shit, and we got a lot of blood on our hands. But at the same time, if you were trying to say that Trump is all about world peace and maintaining the thing and everything's going to be great under him, you're blind as fuck. The dude is a pathological fucking liar who claims that he did a bunch of shit that he didn't do. That's easy to verify he didn't do. He claimed during his administration he solved the fucking immigration problem, and if he was in office, it'd be still solved today. Nope, he never did solve it. Same number of people coming across. The wall was completely ineffective. Completely. It's like, goddamn, man. John said they say Trump's neck looks like an old couch that JD Vance would fuck. Oh my God. But here's the thing. Here's the brass tacks of it, okay? Here's the brass tacks of it. Everybody's going to vote on November 5th, right? And hopefully America does the right thing. But if they do the wrong thing, hey, that's democracy, right? One of our options is being a democratic country is throwing it away. I mean, Germany allowed, Hitler to come into power and destroy everything and almost destroy the entire world because they believed his lies, right? So the people ultimately get to decide, and that's a part of democracy too. As much as I don't want Trump to have power because I know where that's going to lead us, because I've actually done the research, it's still our democratic right to give him power if we want to just see everything burn. So whatever happens next month, you have to abide by it. That's what a democracy is. And if we never get to vote again, so be it. But I hope that we do the right thing. I really do hope that we do the right thing as a country. Grant, the right thing is voting for Kamala and making sure Trump doesn't have power so that we can demonstrate that Trump can actually stand the rest of his trials for the rest of his indictments and not send a message to the world that becoming the president by any means possible, using all your wealth and corruption and breaking all the laws is a way to skirt the law and do whatever the fuck you want. And hopefully our democracy continues. That's all I can really hope for. I just try to get as much information out there as possible, because you have the people that are going to vote for Trump no matter what. You got evil people that are up Trump's ass. They know he's a bad person, but they're a bad person too, and they like that about him, right? They're going to vote for him no matter what. Those aren't the people I'm trying to reach. I'm not trying to convince anybody in chat that's sitting here simping for Trump. There's no point in convincing them to vote for Kamala. The only reason I'm even engaging them is because of the people that are on the fence or the people that don't understand what's going on. Maybe it's enough to get them interested enough that maybe they go vote when they weren't going to vote before, right? Maybe it helps get us a little closer. But here's the scary thing, is I can tell you for sure that if Trump doesn't win on November 5th, there will be another insurrection. And it's going to be bigger, and it's going to be more deadlier, and it's going to be a lot more violent. And Trump is going to mobilize and set fire, because Trump knows if he doesn't do something to draw attention away from him, he's going to have to stand trial for the rest of the things he did, right? He can only skirt those if he becomes president again. And normally he'd defer it for 4 years, but that's why he's going to spend his entire 4 years trying to put himself into a dictator position so that he doesn't ever have to face it, right? Much like Putin did. So he's got nothing to lose. Dude's got nothing to lose. So he's going to break every law. He's going to bend every rule. And if he loses, he's going to fight. He's going to put so many innocent people through misinformation into harm's way, and he's going to get a lot more Ashley Babbitts killed. But if Kamala wins, but if Trump wins, then maybe you don't have an insurrection in the street, but we lose our democracy and we end up helping a bunch of dictator countries take over a lot of democracies just to put more money and power in Trump's pocket. And I don't like that. So I'll vote the way I vote. You guys vote the way you're voting. I hope everybody that can possibly vote votes. And I really hope that in the future, if we do manage saving our democracy, I hope that we can get the education system bolstered well enough that we never have to have this situation again where you have somebody who is so evil and has such a dirty past and has done so many unforgivable things, literally being 50-50 in the neck running against somebody who actually doesn't have a single criminal conviction, not a single anything against them, with a vice president that's good versus a vice president who's just pure fucking evil. So and I thought Pence was bad. I used to think Pence was bad. Fuck, man. JD Vance makes Pence look like a goddamn altar boy. Like, Jesus. So when I say insurrection, and it's going to be a bigger insurrection, civil war is what I mean. It will definitely be civil war. It'll have to be, because there's no way as a country we can allow that to stand, right? So civil war is inevitable. But Trump already said that he will not follow the rules. He said even if it's a complete fair election, even if he loses completely legitimate, he said the only way that the election is fair is if he wins. And the reason for that isn't based on evidence. It's because everybody knows that more people vote for me by like 100,000 times. So if I don't win, we know it was rigged. That's it. That's the evidence right there. And that's scary. That's scary that you have a man who's going to completely, that should disqualify him immediately. If you're not willing to agree to the rules of democracy and honor the will of the people and lose gracefully, then yeah, you have no fucking business running for president. But yeah, like I said, the dude's brainwashed a lot of people. So, I mean, it's crazy. Have I seen the movie Civil War? I haven't, Bradley. Is it any good? Hey, Gordon, with all due respect, you're a massive Trump supporter here in chat. So when you say nobody is going to fight, I could have guessed you were going to say that, bro. It's clear that you are definitely in the Team Trump camp, regardless of who he's running against. It's like he is your only option because he wouldn't allow any other option to stand, right? That's another thing that Trump did, is he basically took over the entire GOP and didn't allow anybody else to get any priority. Hey, Vamirian, thank you for the €11.99, bro. Mucho apreciado. Here, let me throw some stuff at you here. But you know what, Gordon? I respect that you have that you can vote for whoever you want, and I hope that you do. I think that the only way for this election to really work is if everybody votes. We need everybody to vote, regardless of whether I agree with you voting for D's nuts. Gordon, I actually like that. I like that. You know what? I can get behind D's nuts. So something tells me if Xander could vote too, it'd probably be for D's nuts. Bradley said what you're talking about is pretty much the movie, but that's the background. It's about the photographers mainly. Oh, interesting. Oh, I'll have to check that out then. Grant said, what are the 3 main objectives that you hope Kamala can achieve? Improved education. Improve the cost of living and the lives of the middle and lower classes, because under Trump, that's just cannon fodder, right? And supporting the union, so supporting union jobs and allowing people to actually have rights and the presence of their employers. I also really hope that she that she puts a lot more focus on the education system than because Trump did irreparable damage to our education system. I'm really, really hoping that Kamala puts in the work there. And the fact that she picked Tim Walz, of all people, who has a history of working with the school system and a history of education, something tells me that is big on her priority list. So that's what I'm hoping for. But the one thing that I know for sure that she can do is she honors the Constitution. She respects the law. She absolutely respects the law. Like, as a career prosecutor who's never had a misdemeanor, who has never been like successfully sued and had to like litigate for any wrongdoing. That's why I laugh when people are like, oh yeah, she did this and put a bunch of people away and did this and everything. It's all fucking hearsay, right? If she actually did those things and they were legal, those people would have sued her. She would have that on her record. She would have had to do a payout. She would have gone to jail if she was found guilty by a jury of people that the evidence showed that she committed the crime. That's why we have a judicial system, is you and I don't get to decide who's guilty and who's innocent. The courts do. That's why when I say Trump is a 34 count convicted felon and adjudicated rapist, that is physically on the public record. Like, he has done those things. He was found guilty in both cases by a jury of his peers selected by both his attorney and the other side's attorney. So that's why our law system works. It doesn't always work. It does have failures for sure, but not fucking that many times. Like there's no possible way, especially when the evidence is so overwhelming. Like, the evidence of Trump's fraud was massively overwhelming. It was so much beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like, it was literally 100%. And Eugene Carroll's rape case, same thing. The deposition video alone, fucking massively incriminating, right? From his own mouth. The dude literally bragged about being able to sexually assault women. Like because he's a celebrity, he should be able to do that. Like, in a deposition, like, she even had him say it twice because she couldn't believe he said it the first time and wanted to make sure it was clear for the record. He's like, yeah, you know, stars are able to do that, fortunately and unfortunately. Like, what do you mean, fortunately? So, yeah. We'll, but anyways, we'll see. The Teamsters didn't endorse Kamala. Why, though? The Teamsters is one union. There's a ton of unions that do support her. And honestly, I don't know why the Teamsters are endorsing Trump. The Teamsters literally said that the Trump screwed him and didn't give him anything he promised in 2016. So I'd have to go and look, because the last time I looked at the Teamsters, they couldn't stand Trump. So I don't know. Maybe he threw some money to the union leaders. He did the same thing with the church. Why wouldn't he do it with the union? Who fucking knows? But most unions stand with Kamala. Because Trump has already said he hates unions. Trump has proven in his life he hates unions. Trump has fought against unions. So is Elon Musk. His new right side guy in his rallies fucking hates unions and wants to destroy them. Why would the union support a guy who wants to neutralize unions and make them illegal? Fucking your guess is as good as mine, man. Honestly. But regardless of which one they're endorsing, if you're a union and you want to remain a union, you don't support the guy who wants to neutralize it. Let's see here. How many Diddy parties did Trump go to? I'm sure a lot. But yeah, I would be curious to know why the Teamsters are supporting Trump when they literally said not a year ago that Trump completely lied about everything in 2016 and they wouldn't back him. So I am curious about that. Let me see here. Why? Let's see if we can find anything here, because that does sound really fucking suspicious. Because Kamala has openly supported unions and Trump doesn't. So, okay, Teamsters heavily favor Trump over Harris. I had a union endorsement. Okay, the union said it expects to announce whether they endorse either candidate later in the day, but General President Sean O'Brien, yeah, that guy got paid off, said earlier this week the polling of its members would be a key consideration. Did they make the polling public? Former President Donald Trump leads Vice President Kamala Harris nearly 2-1 amongst Teamsters members. Okay, so they are going by the member survey. According to the survey data, the union released Wednesday, as it considers an endorsement in the presidential race, close to 60% of the members who participated in the electronic poll said they support Trump, compared to 34% who backed Harris. A separate survey conducted via phone, similarly, Trump had a big 58% versus 31%. Earlier this week, General President Sean O'Brien said earlier this week that polling of its memberships would be a key consideration. Our members are the union and their voices. So where do the Teamsters operate out of? I'm wondering if they're in like heavily conservative states. The union did not immediately include other details about polling, including how many members participated, but it is a stark shift from, so they didn't even poll everybody. They just polled certain sets. See, straw poll showed Biden ahead of Trump among, interesting. So a public straw poll available to everybody showed Biden leading Trump among the Teamsters, 46% to 37%. with then Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy getting 5%. Harris' vastly worse performance among membership also raises questions about whether other blue-collar unions harbor similar reservations about her within their ranks, despite their organization's endorsements of her. Let's see here. O'Brien faced pushback from the Democrats and other organized labor over how the Teamsters had handled the endorsement process, including inviting Trump as well as other GOP and independent candidates to the roundtable held at the union's headquarters in D.C. Okay, so they were one-sided right out of the gate. He has repeatedly defended his approach by saying it's important to incorporate the rank and file rather than posing a decision to the top. Yeah, it sounds like they picked who was involved in the poll, but the public straw poll actually was the opposite. Let's see here. What unions support Trump versus Harris? Let's see if we can find a chart. Okay, let's see here. God, there are a lot of unions. Damn. Okay, here we go. So, pause. Okay, one of the nation's largest unions, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, said it won't make an endorsement in 2024 presidential election. It's the first time the union has skipped an endorsement in a presidential race since 1996, having supported the Democratic nominee each time in the election since. Jeff Bennett discussed the decision with the Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien. So wait, this one's saying that they're not making any endorsement. What's the date on this article? Hold on. Trying to find it here. Because if this is old, then they may have changed their minds. But yeah, according to this article, where's the fucking date? Why don't we have a date? September 19th, 2024. So that's actually not that long ago. Oh, okay. So it looks like things have changed. Unless things changed again in the last month. You guys can go check this out, but it looks like they decided not to endorse either. Interesting. Let's see. How old was the article where they were considering Trump? Let me see. Interesting. 9/18. So it's a newer article. So Teamsters member heavily favored Trump over Harris ahead of union endorsement decision. So it looked like they weren't going to endorse somebody and then they changed their mind. Bizarre. So is that where they're standing? So General Stone, they're friendly to Trump, but they're not going to endorse him. Because I found a thing in November September that says that they would endorse him. So, but then I found another article that said that they wouldn't. What was the date again? Was this also September? Yeah, this is September 19th. This is later. So yeah, so I guess they were going to endorse him and then they decided not to. They got cold feet. That's weird. Was that so Bear, is that what happened? Is the Teamsters basically got pissed and O'Brien had to back down? Because it sounds to me like if the public poll was in favor of Harris, but the private poll that they didn't poll every member, they just polled members that they chose. That's like shady as fuck. That's like Elon Musk running a poll on his thing saying, oh, who do you think's better manufacturer of cars, Tesla or Lucid? Like, obviously Tesla's going to win by a landslide, right? So again, it sounds like O'Brien kind of, controlled the set of people that were in the poll. Also, it looks like they invited people. That was kind of weird too. They invited the GOP, but didn't invite the Democrats to the roundtables when the union has historically voted Democrat. It's like, what kind of money changed hands and what kind of backdoor deals were signed to get them to flip on that? That's a little bizarre, don't you think? Yeah, that's crazy, man. The other thing that's also alluring about having Harris as president is like all the people she's associated with and all of the people that have been in her cabinet during the Biden administration aren't in jail. Like, if you think about it, it's like not only is Trump a felon and a rapist, like literally, like I'm not just saying those things, like that is actually on the record. He is under U.S. law a felon and an adjudicated rapist. So and charity fraud and tax evasion and the Trump University case that he lost also for fraud. And he's still selling all this like fucking crypto, NFT, scam Bibles, scam shoes, scam jewelry, scam coins, scam watches, all this shit on like fucking late night TV, like he's the goddamn Home Shopping Network. And then you have Kamala, who none of the people in her cabinet that are around her that I know of are in jail right now. Like all the people that worked with Trump are in jail for like fucking corruption and money crimes and fucking all kinds of bad shit. So, except for the ones he pardoned, which, you know, if he didn't pardon them, they'd be in jail too. So like Roger Stone, and he didn't pardon Bannon though. That made me laugh when he didn't pardon Bannon. It's like Bannon thought for sure he'd be pardoned. He'd be like scot-free, and it's like, nope, report to jail, buddy. It's like, nope, he fucked you. He spent his pardon and time pardoning the person that gave him $3 million. That's another thing too. If you look at who's pardoned, go back and look at who Obama pardoned and look at who Trump pardoned. That'll tell you a lot about Trump. Trump's pardons are all over the place, but the one thing that's consistent throughout his pardons is they all link back to contributions to his campaign. All of them. So like there was a person, I can't remember the name of the guy. He's serving life in prison for murder because he basically murdered somebody in cold blood while he was deployed. And so they found him guilty. He went to jail. Trump pardoned him. And all he could say about him was, oh, he's a good kid. He didn't deserve to be in there. When all the evidence showed and the jury showed that he actually did murder this person, it's like, why the fuck did he get out? Oh, his mom and dad donated $3 million to Trump's campaign in 2016. Oh, wow. There it is. $3 million because they wanted their son pardoned. And so he had to make that happen on his way out of office because that was contingent on the deal of him getting the $3 million. So he sold pardons. It's like, there's no doubt about that. Like Trump sold pardons. I don't know how many other presidents have done that in their history, but when you look at Trump's roster of people he pardoned, it was like there's financial links to all of them. So, oh, Grant M., you want to know who the person is? Here, I'll find him really quick. Let's see here. Person Trump pardoned. Donation. Let me find him here. Where's it? Violation. See your campaign contribution fraud. Nope. Use of fire to damage and destroy property. Unpermitted murder and assault. Ah, here it is. His name is Michael Chase Behenna. This is the guy. And by the way, Trump knew nothing about him before his family asked for the pardon. There he is. And let's see here. Let's see. Is there I think there's one other one. There might be one other one. Let me see if there's another one. It's a U.S. Army person that he pardoned for killing, illegal murder. Let me see if I can find it, because I think there was one other person he did too. Let's see. Used. My God, man, have you seen the crimes that these people have committed that he pardoned? Jesus Christ. Let's see here. Okay, attempted murder, wrongfully communicating a threat, reckless endangerment, soliciting a false statement, and obstructing justice. I don't think this is the guy. I think Michael Chase sounds right, but it might be this guy too, or this guy. So this guy right here. These are the three guys that he pardoned for military crimes. Let me see. Are there any other military crimes? I thought he only had two, but I found three so far. Let's see here. Illegal voting. Oh, I think it was towards the end. Let me hold on. Let me go to his last pardons that he did. Okay, conspiracy to defraud the United States and tax evasion, fraudulent tax returns and tax evasion, conspiracy to defraud the United States, illegal gambling and money laundering. Let's see here. What else we got here? Conspiracy to commit mail and wire fraud. These are the crimes of the people that he pardoned. Use of fire to commit a felony, conspiracy to distribute and possession with intent to distribute 500 grams or more of cocaine. Let's see here. Espionage, conspiracy to gather or deliver national defense information, 2 counts, violation of Subversion Activities Control Act and receiving and obtaining classified information by a foreign agent. Let's see what else we got here. Conspiracy to commit security and mail fraud, conspiracy to commit extortion, attempted extortion and wire and mail fraud, honest wire service wire fraud, conspiracy to commit money laundering, concealment of money laundering, transactions with criminally defrauded funds, 2 counts, extortion under color of official rights, 2 counts, conspiracy to make false statements, insurance fraud, and racketeering. 36 months imprisonment, 3 years supervised, release, $25,000 fine, forgiven by Mr. Trump. What else we got? Conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Man, he let, like, everybody that committed wire fraud, he let out. That's kind of funny because he's committed wire fraud himself. Let's see here. Conspiracy to distribute cocaine. He's actually, hey, to his credit, he has pardoned at least 3 people I've seen now on the list for drug crimes. So my guess is, though, he only pardoned them because I bet you these are the people that Kamala Harris probably found guilty many, many years ago. And oh yeah, they are. Actually, if you look, like, the conviction dates are really, really old and they already served their sentence, so he just pardoned them to clear it off their record. Okay. I bet you if I go back, because this is like 1998 through 2001, how much you want to bet these are people that Kamala put in jail and he just pardoned them so that he can make the argument that she's corrupt? I can't say that for sure. I'm speculating here, but that sounds like something he would do. He has pardoned a lot of people that have committed really bad crimes like money laundering and wire fraud and gambling. Like, check this shit out. This is crazy. And I'll give you guys a link so you guys can play along. This is pretty wild. Ron said Liz Cheney, a Republican, endorsed Kamala. Oh yeah, quite a few what Trump calls rhinos, but those are real Republicans. So true conservatives are the ones that are still aligned with the GOP's goals. MAGA is not GOP or conservative. MAGA is just Trump. It's about the person, not about the, like, Trump changes what he believes every day, and he requires all of MAGA to do the same along with him. GOP stood for one specific set of conservative goals. And so Liz Cheney and all the people that stuck with the GOP that honored the GOP's goals and not just Trump himself, they're all named Republican in name only. They call them rhinos now. But yeah, the rhinos are the real Republicans. They're the ones that have been Republicans their whole life. They're the ones that didn't throw it all away to hand it to Trump, right? So yeah, MAGA is totally a cult of personality, 100%. But it's wild, like even just like in chat, it's like the shit that people will say to defend Trump is wild. Like, absolutely wild. Like, Trump can do no wrong. Like, anything that Trump has ever done wrong is just excusable just because. Grant said, what are your 3 main goals? Goals for what? Let's see here. Did you see the Aurora? No, I missed the Aurora, Bradley. But luckily, I've got to see it the last 2 times it happened, which was pretty cool. I think it's neat that I've never seen the Aurora my whole life, and then I've seen it twice within a couple of months here in Washington. That's pretty wild. Trump also wears adult diapers. Oh, my God. This is crazy. Did you guys look at this list I posted? Like, look at the shit that he has pardoned people for. I mean, this is fucking wild. Like I'm curious to see his relationship with a lot of these people. So David Tammen, 84 months imprisonment, 3 years supervised release, and $2,500 fine for conspiracy to, and this is in the Central District of California, so conspiracy to obstruct justice, destruction, alteration, and falsification of records, aiding and abetting, causing an act to be done, accessories after the fact, and obstructing justice and aiding and abetting. So, hold on, I'm curious to see. Okay, so oh, you can actually even open up the document that Trump signed to pardon him. Oh, that's wild. So you can see that they actually take a picture of it. So, executive grant of clemency, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, to whom the president shall come greeting. Be it known that this day I, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, pursuant to my powers under Article 2, Section 2, Clause 1 of the Constitution, have granted unto David Tanneman, also known as David Marsh Tanneman, a full and unconditional pardon for his conviction in the United States District Court of the Central District of California on a superseding indictment charging violation of Section 2, blah, 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 Title 18, United States Code, for which he was sentenced on September 23rd to 84 months imprisonment, 3 years supervised release, and a $2,500 fine to $1,000 special assignment. I hereby designate, direct, and empower the acting pardon attorney as my representative to sign and grant clemency to the person named herein. Interesting that you can see the actual document. That's kind of cool. Here, let me go back there. This is fucking wild though, man. So let's see. Okay, well, who was his first pardon? So his very first pardon he did was in 2017. Are you shitting me? Guess who Trump's first pardon is? Oh my fucking God. Well, you guys looked at the list, so you're going to know. How could I guess? Sheriff Joseph M. Arpaio. District of Arizona. You know, the dirty sheriff who has broken so many fucking laws and literally abuses the people he jails and literally doesn't enforce the law. He's just like Trump. He literally just makes up the law as he goes, and if he doesn't like something, he just puts the person in jail. Or he fucking makes them work on a chain gang against their will. This dude's bad. Joseph Arpaio needs to be in jail. He was the very first person that Trump actually pardoned. His charge was only contempt of court, though, but I'd be curious what he did in contempt of court. Because the dude is so fucking dirty. Okay, so March 9th, 2018. So he only did one pardon in 2017. Then in 2018, he only did one pardon. And that was for unauthorized retention of defense information. So Kristen Mark Saucier, District of Connecticut, 12 months imprisonment and 3 years supervised release, conditional upon 6 months home confinement and a performance of 100 hours of community service. Dismissed by Trump. And there's unauthorized retention of defense information. So I am curious if her unauthorized defense information had anything to do with the Russia shit that Trump was doing. Let's see here. Oh, by the way, I assumed it was a woman. It's not. It's a man. Kristen Mark Saucier is a former U.S. Navy sailor who was convicted of unauthorized retention of national defense information and sentenced to 1 year in prison in October 2016 for taking photographs of classified engineering areas of the USS Alexandria, a nuclear-powered attack submarine. President Donald Trump pardoned him on March 9th, 2018. Saucier was a machinist mate on board the submarine. From September, Saucier took photographs of the classified areas of the submarine while it was moored at Naval Submarine Base New London in Connecticut. The photographs showed components of the nuclear submarine system, including various control panels and panoramic views of the reactor compartment and panel that showed the connection and exact location of the submarine at all time the photo was taken. By the way, if you work on a nuclear submarine, you know what you're not supposed to take pictures of. Like, you're even as a visitor on the ship, you're not even allowed to go near the reactor compartment. Personal electronic devices are prohibited aboard U.S. submarines owing to sensitive areas on board. In March 2012, Saucier left his phone at a waste transfer station dump in Hampton, Connecticut, where the photographs were discovered by a supervisor. The supervisor contacted a retired Navy officer who alerted the Naval Criminal Investigation Service and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The FBI said that after being interviewed by the FBI agent, Saucier destroyed his camera and computer and disposed of their parts. At the time, Saucier held the rank of Petty Officer First Class. So, by the way, that's really bad. So they questioned him, and he didn't just destroy his phone. He also destroyed his computer, his computer and his camera, and disposed of all their parts. So think about that for a second. So, yeah, he wasn't just taking pictures to take pictures. He was arrested on May 2015 and charged with unlawful retention of national defense information and obstruction of justice. The U.S. District... That's funny. They didn't have the obstruction of justice charge listed. He pleaded guilty to unlawful retention of national defense information. U.S. Judge Stephen Underhill sentenced Saucier to 1 year in federal prison, which was a light sentence considering it. He was given an other than honorable discharge from the Navy. At sentencing, Saucier unsuccessfully argued for probation rather than his imprisonment on the basis that Hillary Clinton was not indicted for her email controversy. There it is. There it is. What'd I tell you guys? Why did he pardon this guy? Because he called out Hillary Clinton in the email controversy. I guarantee that's the only reason he pardoned this dude, unless there's money involved. Judge Underhill rejected his argument as weak, but sentenced Saucier to 1 year in prison because he determined Saucier would be fundamentally a good person overall who had done a beyond stupid act. He served, it says he served his sentence at the Federal Medical Center, Devens. He was released from prison in 2017. Oh, he served his time. So this is another one where Trump just pardoned somebody after they already served time to expunge it from their record. So far, Trump hasn't pardoned anybody that was actually in jail. Like, he's only pardoning people that are already out of jail or dead. Huh. A little weird. Isn't that funny, though? So far, 2 people. He's only pardoned 2 people, one in 2016 and one in 2017. One of them is Judge Arpaio, huge Trump supporter and notoriously bad and crooked sheriff, right? Who's committed a lot of crimes and openly admits to abusing the prisoners and breaking the law and taking their rights away. And then you have the second person he pardoned is somebody who took pictures of restricted areas on board a submarine on his personal camera and then tried to destroy evidence when he was questioned about it, when he carelessly left the phone somewhere where people could just access the photos willy-nilly. And his argument for why he shouldn't be in prison is because Hillary had emails on a server. So we know why Trump pardoned him, right? If he hadn't called out Hillary, he never would have been pardoned. 100%. 100%. Okay, let's look at the third guy. See if there's a link back. Dinesh D'Souza. 5 years probation conditioned upon 8 months community confinement and a performance of 1 full day per week of community service and a $30,000 fine. Issued on September 23rd, 2014. Can anybody guess what the crime is that was forgiven? Oh, this is amazing. You guys are going to love it. You guys are going to fucking love this. Campaign contribution fraud, baby. And he did this in 2014, at the end of 2014. How much you bet I looked this guy up on Wikipedia? And the campaign contribution fraud has to do with Trump, that he illegally gave money to Trump. How much you want to bet? All right, let's roll the dice. Let's look under Wikipedia. Dinesh Joseph D'Souza, born April 5th, 1961, is an American right-wing political commentator, conspiracy theorist, author and filmmaker, and convicted felon who received a presidential pardon from Donald Trump for his crimes. He has made several financially successful films and written over a dozen books. Several of them are New York Times bestsellers. Born in Mumbai to Catholic parents, D'Souza moved to the United States as an exchange student and graduated from Dartmouth College. Okay, let's get down to the crime here. Let's see here. Okay, in 2012, D'Souza contributed $10,000 to the Senate campaign of Wendy Long on behalf of himself and his wife, agreeing in writing to attribute that contribution as $5,000 from his wife and $5,000 from him. He directed 2 other people to give Long a total of $20,000 in addition, which he agreed to reimburse and later did. At the time, the Election Act limited campaign contributions to $5,000 from any individual to any one candidate. 2 years later, D'Souza pleaded guilty in federal court to 1 felony charge of using a straw donor to make an illegal campaign contribution. He was sentenced to 8 months of incarceration in a halfway house near his home in San Diego, 5 years probation, a $30,000 fine. He was issued a pardon in 2018. So again, he served his time and then Trump just expunged it from his record. But isn't that funny? The third pardon. So Trump has full presidential pardon and he's only pardoned 3 people so far in 3 years. And all 3 people have been a crooked sheriff, right? This guy who doing illegal campaign contributions, which Elon Musk does to Trump, and that's how Trump gets a lot of his money is from illegal campaign contributions. And the last one he pardoned was a guy who took pictures, secret pictures aboard a nuclear submarine that was more than likely probably selling them to Russia. And so Trump pardoned him. So again, but he's not, so far he hasn't pardoned anything that isn't, like nothing he's pardoned so far is like worthy of a pardon. And all these people already served their time. So all he's doing is taking it off the record. So very, very weird. Not unexpected though. Let's see what else we got. But yeah, it's funny. He's the last one he pardoned was a conservative conspiracy theorist. All right, moving on down the list. What else do we got? Oh shit. Violation of the white slave traffic order? What? John Arthur Johnson, aka Jack Johnson. Okay, we got to look this guy up. I want to see what the fuck. That crime sounds bad. All right, let's see what we get. Okay, so John Arthur Johnson. I somehow don't believe it's that guy. What was the other name that he was under? Let me see here. Jack Johnson. I'll do Jack Johnson pardon. Excuse me. Let's see if we can find him here. Let's see here. Trump pardons Jack Johnson, heavyweight boxing champion. Oh, wait, what? It is the guy. Oh, wait a second. The guy. Wait, isn't this dude dead? Let's see what we got here. You pardon this guy after he died? Let me see if I can find information on the pardon. Give me a second here. Fight of the century, riots and aftermath. Let's see. Post-championship, personal life, boxing style, marriages, prison sentence. He was arrested on the grounds that his relationship with Lucille Cameron violated the Mann Act against transporting women across state lines for immoral purposes due to her being an alleged prostitute. Her mother also swore that her daughter was insane. Cameron, soon to become his wife, refused to cooperate and the case fell apart. Less than a month later, Johnson was arrested again on similar charges. This time the woman, another one, alleged prostitution named Bella something, whom had been involved in the 1909 and 1910, testified against him in a courtroom. Let's see here. But I'm going to assume since he was black and it was in the 40s, it looks like. there was nothing fair about it. Like no court was ever fair to a black man back then. He was sentenced to a year and day in prison. Okay, so Trump pardoned. Okay, here it is. President Donald Trump granted Johnson a posthumous, I guess that's dead after you die, presidential pardon after reoccurring proposals to grant one had not been acted on by previous administrations. In April 2018, Trump announced that he was considering granting a full pardon to Johnson after speaking with a World Boxing Council committee on the advice of actor Sylvester Stallone. Trump pardoned Johnson on May 24, 2018, 105 years after his conviction, during a ceremony which included special guest Sylvester Stallone. I'll say this is his first pardon that actually looks like it might be legit. But again, the guy served his time and he's dead now, but he pardoned him. I'm sure it was for some kind of political gimmick, though. Let's see what else we got. Okay, so July 10th. So he's only like pardoned one person a year for the first 3 years of his presidency. Or the first 2 years. Okay, so let's see, 2018. Dwight Lincoln Hammond was pardoned for use of fire to damage and destroy property in the United States. I guarantee you this is going to be some fucking Republican extremist that probably like destroyed somebody's property. Let's see. Before I even look, I'm just guessing. I could be wrong, just like I was on the last one, but I'm going to guess it's somebody who destroyed a crazy mega person who destroyed Democrat property. How much you want to bet? All right, let's see what we got here. Could be totally wrong. Okay, United States versus Ham was a court case in Oregon, United States, culminating from a 20-year-long legal dispute between Harney County ranchers and Dwight Lincoln Hammond Jr. Let's see here. Both Hammonds were charged with several counts in retaliation in relation to two fires in 2001 and 2006, and eventually convicted of 2 counts of arson on federal land. Knowing they would face the statutory minimum of 5 years, the men waived the right to appeal these convictions in exchange for dismissal of several unresolved charges. After this mid-trial agreement has been entered, the Hammonds were sentenced to a few months in jail, which they served in 2015. Again, they served, so this is another post-served pardon. The Ninth Circuit remanded to the district court for sentencing. The district court subsequently resentenced both Hammonds to a mandatory minimum of 5 years in prison with credit for time served. Okay, wait a second. If it's 5 years and they were convicted in 2012, then let's see, 2012, 2018. So, okay, so he did get him out a little bit early. Okay, by the late 2015, the Hammond cases attracted the attention of Nevada activists Ammon and Ryan Bundy, who planned to protest against the resentencing, though the Hammonds rejected their assistance. However, the protests still went into effect on January 2nd, 2016, and resulted in the Bundys and associates staging a 40-day armed occupation of the headquarters area of the Mahler National Wildlife Refuge. And then on July 10th, 2018, President Trump issued full pardons to Dwight and Stephen Hammond. Okay, so that's why they're both on there. So Dwight and, I didn't notice the last names. So yeah, so Dwight and Stephen Hammond, they both got pardoned for use of fire to damage and destroy property of the United States. But what did they destroy? That's what I'm wondering. Like, it didn't really say, did it? Let's see here. Fire. Okay, so let's see here. Protested the rest. Oh, okay. So voters are called to. Okay, so let's see. Let me read this have this whole thing read. This should shed some light on it. Where is it? Read aloud. Oh shit. Interesting. And then it says, the arson continued. Both Dwight and Stephen Hammond later set more fires, one in 2001 and another one in 2006, that would lead to the eventual convictions for arson on federal land. The 2001 Hardy Hammond fire began. See, this is what's weird. Is like, why is Trump pardoning people that like kept repeatedly making death threats and setting fire on public land? That's weird. Like setting fire to public land, like purposely setting fire, like arson, not like setting a fire and it accidentally gets out of control, like literally burning on purpose. So I'm curious, like if Trump has any tie to these guys, or if like somebody in their family or something gave him money, because that's most of his pardons later in his presidency are linked to either campaign contributions or some link back to the person. Let's see here. October 6, 2016, Bundy and 6 other defendants were acquitted in federal district court of all charges of conspiracy and weapons violations. Dude, these guys have a laundry list of charges too. My God. Bundy and 4 other militants were arrested on U.S. Route 3 about 45 miles north of the occupation. One militant was lightly wounded during the arrest. Another was shot and killed by law enforcement officers while he was reportedly reaching for his gun. Several other arrests followed on February 11th. The occupation ended with the last 4 militants surrendered to police. A total of 26 people, including Bundy and Payne, were charged under the federal law with a single count and felony of conspiracy, though more charges may have been brought in due course. Okay. And then it says Dwight and Stephen Hammond disavowed the occupation of the refuge. They voluntarily reported to begin serving the remainder of their prison sentence. Okay, never mind. So Dwight and Stephen did not agree with this occupation that happened, that they apparently thought that they did. Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't say why Trump pardoned him though. Like I wish it would just fucking say it. Let's see. Okay, on July 1st, Walden stated that President Donald Trump, to whom he had spoken, was considering pardoning the Hammonds. Stephen had been scheduled to be released on June 29, 2019, and Dwight on February 13, 2020. So he did actually get him out of jail early. This is the first one he's actually gotten somebody out of jail. Trump issued pardons for both men. A release from the White House press stated, the Hammonds are imprisoned in connection with a fire that leaked onto a small portion of neighboring public grazing land. The evidence at trial regarding the Hammonds' responsibility for the fire was conflicting, and the jury acquitted them on most of the charges. According to a spokesperson, Sarah Sanders, God, she's dirty as shit, who read the statement, the previous administration, however, filed an overzealous appeal that resulted in the Hammonds being sentenced to 5 years in prison. Why would Trump even bother with this? Like, how does this even get on his radar? There are so many people that need pardons that have been wronged so much more. And he's like, oh, the guys where their fire burned onto land a little bit. Like, I'm wondering, like, who told him about these people to get him pardoned, and like what money transpired or what favor transpired to get this, to sell it, because this doesn't fit with like anything that Trump would pardon. Like if Trump wanted to pardon something, it'd be for like wire fraud or other criminal offenses he's done himself. And as far as I know, Trump's never burned anything down. Let's see. Who else we got here? Oh shit. Unpremeditated murder and assault. This is the Michael J. Case thing. Let me look this one up and see if this is the one I was talking about. Go up here. There's the guy. So former U.S. States Army First Lieutenant who was convicted in 2008 of murder of Ali Mansour Mohammed during the occupation of Iraq. He's colloquially associated with a group of U.S. military personnel convicted of war crimes known as the Leavenworth 10. He was sentenced to 25 years of imprisonment. Okay, the guy I thought was for life, so this might not be him, which was later reduced to 15 years and served his sentence in the United States Disciplinary Barracks at Fort Leavenworth, United States Army post in Kansas. He was granted parole on March 14, 2014 after serving less than 5 years of his sentence. Since his release from prison, he's worked as a farmhand. He received a pardon from President Trump. So he already served his time. He's out of jail. And Trump pardoned him. Again, how did this get on his radar? God, I would love to know. Let's see. I'm trying to see. Okay, Lieutenant Bennett started talking with Ali Mansour and the Sergeant Warren following them. Let's see. Bennett and Warner started taking off Ali Mansour's clothes with their knives. They then cut his handcuffs. Ali Mansour said, I will talk to you, but Lieutenant Ben-Hannah pulled trigger and killed him. Before we started the patrol, Lieutenant Bennett told to Ali Mansour, I will kill you. I thought Lieutenant Bennett was trying to scare him. I didn't think he would go through with it. I was standing 10 meters back during the shooting. I could see everything, even though it was getting dark, and Sergeant Warner was right next to me. He took the grenade from his pocket, pulled the safety ring, walked around, and put the grenade under Ali Mansour's head. Then they hid his clothes, and Benhena and Warner went back. Holy shit. This guy not only shot a guy in cold blood who was cooperating, he put a grenade under his head to try to vaporize his fucking body, and they tried to dispose of the clothing. And this is why would Trump pardon this guy? What could possibly, other than money from the family? I think this is the guy. Because there is no fucking way. Like, why would he pardon somebody who so blatantly did this? Wow, my God. After the killing, Benhena ordered the platoon back to the base, and the next day, local villagers found Mansour's naked, burned body in a culvert. Benhena was relieved of his command and charged with the premeditated murder of Ali Mansour Mohammed on November 2008. Benhena was returned to Fort Campbell and assigned to security duties pending a court-martial. My God, dude. So, let's see here. So Benhena's appeal, arguing that the government failed to disclose Brady material in the form of the prosecution's forensic analysis of Herbert McDonald's statement to the defense of his that his analysis of the wound corroborated Benhena's account of the shooting as being self-defense, was rejected in a 3-2 decision in the United States Court of Appeals for the Armed Forces on July 5th, 2012. The defense contended that McDonald had told the prosecution that Benhena's story was consistent with the forensic evidence that was needed to alert the defense of the fact under the ruling of the Supreme Court and the Brady. God, my brain just goes fucking when I read legal shit. McDonald also told defense attorney Zimmerman that he would have made a great witness for him. Zimmerman confronted the prosecution about any potential information they might process about Benhena, but the prosecution denied being aware of any. Okay, so scroll down here. On February 12, 2014, another request for clemency was denied, but Benhena was granted parole and released on March 14th, 2014, after serving less than 5 years of his sentence. And then he was granted a full pardon by Trump. Why this guy? Doesn't this make you wonder, guys? Like, why? He's only pardoning like one person, maybe 2 a year so far. And they're like, how does this shit even get on his desk? Like, there's so many people that have been wronged with way longer sentences for shit that they didn't do. Like, why these guys? Like, it's gotta fucking be money. It's gotta be favors. It's gotta be something, because there's just no other fucking link here. Oh, here we go. Now we get into the white collar crimes. This is like Trump just went on a rampage, like pardoning everybody that did white collar crimes for like the next 2 years. So let's see here. Let's see, where's the guy? Okay, Patrick James Nolan, 33 months imprisonment, 3 years supervised release for conducting the affairs of an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering. Keep in mind, Trump does a lot of mafia crime, right? So you're gonna see a pattern here. Conrad Mafat Black, right? Mail fraud, attempted obstruction of justice, 42 months in imprisonment. Okay, July 29th, 2019. Let's see here. Michael Anthony Tessito. Conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute in excess of 5 kilograms of cocaine and quantities of marijuana. Okay, 5 kilograms is that's straight up like the small drug crimes. Those should be pardoned. The bringing in giant fucking bricks of cocaine and marijuana, probably not, right? Roy Wayne McKeever used telephone in distributing a marijuana. Okay, that one should be actually released, so good on him. John Richard Bubala, conversion of government property. What is conversion of government property? I've never even heard of that charge. Let's look this dude up. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Because I honestly, I have no clue, man. Let's see here. Okay, list of people granted clemency by Donald Trump. Oh, I found another list on Wikipedia. This will probably be easier just to go through the list on here. Okay, so for 125 years, the key advisor to the president on clemency has been the Department of Justice Office of the Pardoned Attorney, which normally reviews all requests for pardons. Trump often bypassed the OPA, and unlike previous presidents, made the majority of his grants to executive clemency to well-connected offenders who had not filed petitions with the pardon office or did not meet any of its requirements. Think about that for a second. So every other president went through like a group of like a person that would say whether these people were like, these were good candidates for pardon or not. And Trump just went right around them. So why would Trump go around that office when everybody else didn't? Yeah, because he's fucking getting greased to release these people. Unlike previous presidents, he made the majority of his grants to executive clemency. Well, here, let me just have this read it because I can read fucking better than I can. Here we go. You ready? Wow. Yep. 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 That's wild. Wow. So there, I mean, yeah, there you have it. So most of Trump's pardons are linked back to him. And that's what I saw too when I was looking at the guy that got pardoned for murder. It's like his family contributed. Like his family contributed millions of dollars to the Trump campaign. And so why was he suddenly selected for a pardon? Like, doesn't that look like a conflict of interest? He just didn't give a shit. Oh, wait, could you not? Oh, did you guys that whole time not hear that? Wait, hold on. Let me hit play again. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. We got to do that again. Let me unmute the desktop audio. Fuck. I forgot I had it muted. My bad. Let's try this again because you guys need to hear this. This is really important.
For 125 years, the key advisor to the president on clemency has been the Department of Justice's Office of the Pardon Attorney, OPA, which normally reviews all requests for pardons. 1. Trump often bypassed the OPA and, unlike previous presidents, made the majority of his grants to executive clemency to well-connected offenders who had not filed petitions with the Pardon Office or did not meet its requirements. 1. Ultimately, of the 237 grants of clemency by Trump, only 25 came through the Office of the Pardon Attorney's process, which at the end of Trump's presidency had a backlog of 14,000 applications. The other clemency recipients came to Trump's attention through an ad hoc process at the Trump White House that benefited clemency applicants with money or connections to Trump allies, friends, and family members, for most of Trump's pardons and commutations were granted to people with personal or political connections to him. 10. Compared to other presidents, Trump granted clemency at
Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
At low rates, with the bulk coming later in his term. Of Trump's grants of clemency, 84% were made in his last fiscal year in office, 11, with 144, 60%, of his 237 grants of clemency being granted on his last night in office. The list was assembled so hastily that it contained inaccurate information about some cases. 12. Legal experts raised concerns that Trump was relying on his personal connections rather than the Justice Department's established review process for finding convicts deserving of clemency. 13. A late December 2020 analysis by Harvard Law School's Jack Goldsmith determined that 7 of the 94 Trump grants came on recommendation from the pardon attorney and at least 84 out of 94 Trump pardons had a personal or political connection to the president. 2. On February 19, 2020, Vermont Senator Patrick Leahy requested information on the process used by Trump in deciding to grant clemency to 11 people the preceding day, 14/15. In response to the criticism of his bypassing of the OPA, Trump said that he is the chief law enforcement officer of the country. 13. Former Justice Department official and Mueller investigation prosecutor Andrew Weissman noted that the language of Trump's pardons varied, ranging from a broad pardon of Michael Flynn to narrower pardons for several others, including Paul Manafort and Roger Stone, which Weissman argued created windows of opportunity to prosecute individuals who had been narrowly pardoned. 16.
All right, did you guys hear that time? So, yeah, that's fucking crazy. Like, fuck, we cannot make this guy president again. This guy is so fucking corrupt. Jesus Christ.
Trump's use of the pardon power was marked by an unprecedented degree of favoritism. 12. He frequently granted executive clemency to his supporters or political allies. 17, 18, or following personal appeals or campaigns in conservative media. 19, as in the cases of Rod Blagojevich, Michael Milken, Joe Arpaio, Dinesh D'Souza, and Clint Lawrence, as well as Bernard Kerik. 17. Trump granted clemency to 5 of his former campaign staff members and political advisors: Paul Manafort, Roger Stone, Michael Flynn, Stephen K. Bannon, and George Papadopoulos. 20. Many of Trump's grants of clemency were criticized by the federal agents and prosecutors who investigated and prosecuted the cases. 21. Trump's grant of clemency to Stone in July 2020 marked the first time Trump granted clemency to a figure directly connected to the president's campaign. 17. Representatives Gerald Nadler and Carolyn B. Maloney, who chair 2 House committees, said that no other president has exercised the clemency power for such a patently personal and self-serving purpose, and said that they would investigate whether Stone's commutation was a reward for protecting Trump. 17. Most Republican elected officials remained silent on Trump's commutation of Stone. 18. Exceptions were Republican Senators Mitt Romney, who termed the commutation unprecedented, historic corruption, and Pat Toomey, who called the commutation a mistake due in part to the severity of the crimes of which Stone was convicted. 17, 22, 23. Requests by celebrities. Edit. In 2018, following a request by celebrity Kim Kardashian, Trump commuted the life sentence of Alice Marie Johnson, who had been convicted of drug trafficking. 24. In August 2020, he pardoned Johnson after she had praised his leadership in a campaign video at the 2020 Republican National Convention. 25, 26. Military personnel accused or convicted of war crimes. Edit. Trump granted executive clemency to 3 court-martialed U.S. military officers who were accused or convicted of war crimes in Iraq and Afghanistan. 27. Trump granted the pardons against the advice of senior military and Defense Department leadership, as well as U.S. military lawyers. 27. Critics state that Trump's pardons of the officers undermined military discipline, constituted an inappropriate interference in the U.S. military justice system, and called into question the U.S. commitment to the law of armed conflict. 28, 29, 30. Tensions between Trump and the Defense Department regarding Trump's interventions in the military justice system culminated in the firing of Secretary of the Navy Richard V. Spencer. 27, 31, 32. 2 ex-military officers pardoned by Trump appeared with the president at campaign events in 2019. 32.
That's fucked up.
Congressman. Edit. Trump issued pardons to 7 Republican congressmen convicted of crimes: Chris Collins, Duncan D. Hunter, Steve Stockman, Rick Renzi, Robin Hayes, Mark Silgender, and Randall Duke Cunningham. 20.
So Trump has issued more pardons to his cabinet members and people in Congress, all for corruption charges and racketeering and money and fraud and everything. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
Also granted clemency to at least 10 healthcare executives and doctors convicted in large-scale Medicare fraud schemes.
Wow.
21, 33. The National Healthcare Anti-Fraud Association criticized Trump's pardons to executives who orchestrated massive Medicare frauds. 34. Wealthy individuals. Edit. Many wealthy individuals paid tens of thousands of dollars to former advisors to Trump for them to lobby Trump to grant pardons, bypassing the review process of the Office of the Pardon Attorney. 35, 12. Trump former personal lawyer John M. Dowd was hired by a number of convicts to lobby Trump for clemency, taking advantage of his direct access to Trump's White House counsel's office. 12. Matt Schlapp, the chairman of the American Conservative Union. 12. And a lobbyist close to Trump administration. 35. Also lobbied Trump for clemency on behalf of their clients. 12. 35. As did Mark D. Cowan, another lobbyist allied with the administration. 35. Trump's White House counsel Pat Cipollone was officially in charge of the internal White House pardon process, but key gatekeepers included Trump's daughter Ivanka Trump and son-in-law Jared Kushner. 12. Trump was also influenced by a kitchen cabinet that included Tolman, Americans for Prosperity, Chairman Mark Holden, Trump's former acting attorney general, Matt Whitaker, Trump clemency recipient Alice Marie Johnson, and Trump's former attorney Pam Bondi, a former Florida attorney general. 12. Chronology. Edit. From 2017 to 2019, the pardons included former Arizona Sheriff Joe Arpaio wink with a frown 36, former Navy sailor Christian Saucier, who was convicted of taking classified photographs of classified areas inside a submarine wink with a frown 37, Scooter Libby, a political aide to former Vice President Dick Cheney wink with a frown 38, conservative commentator Dinesh D'Souza, 39, he pardoned or reversed the sentences of 3 American soldiers convicted or accused of war crimes in Afghanistan or Iraq. 40. In November and December 2020, Trump pardoned 4 Blackwater guards convicted of killing Iraqi civilians in the 2007 Nisour Square massacre wink with a frown 41, white-collar criminals Michael Milken and Bernard Kerik wink with a frown 42, and daughter Ivanka's father-in-law Charles Kushner. 10. He also pardoned 5 people convicted.
Dude, he literally pardoned Ivanka's father-in-law? What?
Convicted as a result of investigations into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential elections: Michael Flynn, George Papadopoulos, Alex van der Zwaan, 41, Roger Stone, whose 40-month sentence for lying to Congress, witness tampering, and obstruction he had already commuted in July, and Paul Manafort, 43.
How can anybody want this guy to be president? How seriously? How it is, dude? John Hess said, I'd rather have anarchy. Dude, that is anarchy. Having Trump as president is full-on fucking anarchy. This guy is a fucking criminal. Selling his pardon power, bypassing every agency just so he can fucking, and he claims, oh, I'm the chief justice officer. Why does our country have a chief justice officer who's also a convicted felon and rapist? Dude, there is so much bad shit here. Like, nobody could shrug this off. Like, not even the best debater on planet Earth could shrug this shit off. Trump is just a fucking notoriously criminal-minded, bad, evil, criminal motherfucker, and he should not be president.
43. In his last full day in office, Trump granted 143 pardons and commutations, including to his former chief strategist Steve Bannon, Trump fundraiser Elliot Broidy, and former Republican Congressman Rick Renzi, Robert Hayes, and Randall Duke Cunningham. He also commuted the sentences of dozens of people, including former Detroit Mayor Kwame Kilpatrick and sports gambler Billy Walters. The latter had paid tens of thousands of dollars to former Trump attorney John M. Dowd to plead his case with Trump.
Jesus Christ, man. So fucking dirty. Here's the Wikipedia article for you guys. Yeah, no, the only reason to support Trump is you're either super, super gullible, like really gullible, and you get all your information from Trump and you don't believe anybody else just because on faith. Or you're just truly that ignorant and dumb. Like, there is no fucking way any sane person with any kind of basic intelligence that's good spirited and doesn't just want to fuck everybody else over for their own gain, who isn't criminally minded, would not back up somebody like Trump. Like, seriously, my God. Guys, my pain is starting to radiate here in my back a little bit, so I'm going to go rest it. So I think I'm going to call it a wrap. But hey, I put in an extra 2 hours after Aux left. So I feel like that was a pretty good stint. Yeah, we'll find out next month, man. November 5th is when we figure out if we still have a functioning democracy with a leader that follows the rules and understands that the power lies with the people, or we end up with a 34 count convicted felon who committed charity fraud, and like, these are convictions, actual, like, he's lost in court. 34 felonies, having to pay a settlement on Trump University fraud, and raping a woman, and let's see, what else has he done? Tax fraud, interference with election he's indicted on, fake electors scandal he's indicted on, January 6th insurrection he's indicted on that got Ashley Babbitt killed and a bunch of other people killed or harmed. Yeah, it's fuck, man. No brainer. Like, if you support Trump, it's like, goddamn, man. Glad you weren't around during pre-World War II Germany. Jesus Christ. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and John, you already sent in your ballot for Harris. Yeah, I'm gonna early vote too, just to make sure that I get it in. Robert, I don't know if I'm gonna stream tonight. We'll see, but I may stream tomorrow because I got to get back on Twitch again, and on the weekends are good times to stream. Yeah, don't get complacent, please. Don't get complacent. Please, if you're not registered to vote, but you're able, please register to vote and get in there and vote. We can't be like, oh, Trump, like we did in 2016, where it's like, oh, Trump only has 26%. And then he ends up winning because nobody votes because there's no chance he could win. Like, literally, he was so far behind that everybody just stayed home and didn't vote, and then he won. It's like the dumbest fucking reason for a president to win an election in the history of our country. And luckily, we didn't let that happen in 2020, but we definitely can't let that happen in 2024, because between 2020 and now, Trump was really upped as fucking crazy. So, especially now that he's having to face consequences for his many criminal actions. But hopefully we get some justice. Hey, Irene, how's it going? Yeah, he should have been in jail years ago. That's the problem with people like Trump and Elon and stuff. When you have that kind of money that you got from exploiting people and breaking the law, and that money starts to protect you from the legal system, which is sad. And I hope Kamala solves a lot of that. If she can win the presidency, hopefully she can start working on actually draining the swamp. Trump always laughed because he said he was draining the swamp, but in reality, he wanted to fill it up. So I'm hoping Harris can fix a lot of this damage. So yeah, everybody get out and vote. Please get out and vote. That's the one thing take it very seriously, because it is very seriously. Like, honestly, all of our lives depend on it, quite literally. I mean, hell, we even have to do it to save the people that are voting for Trump, because they think he's what he claims he is. but they ignore all the bad shit that he says he is. Like, they only listen to the things that align with them. They're like, oh, he's Christian and he says Jesus every once in a while, therefore we're going to ignore his rape and we're going to ignore his criminal activity. It fucking sucks. But no politician is clean. Just so you know, clear in there. No politician is clean. Kamala's not perfect. Biden's not perfect. Obama wasn't perfect. Clinton wasn't perfect. Fucking no politician is perfect. Not by a long shot. But in this one, this is the biggest gap between good and evil we've ever seen between two candidates in the history of my life, at least, but possibly the entire United States. So that's pretty fucking wild if you think about it. And the fact that we're still this close with 50-50 is fucking scary, man. That really tells you, like, mentally where citizens are at here in the United States. Like, they either want to save democracy or watch it all burn to the ground. It's like pretty much 50-50, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'll probably do an election night stream. I probably will. There's a lot riding on that election, so I'll probably do it, but we'll see. I'll probably be, like, stressed out of my fucking mind, though. Because in the United States isn't the only one. Like we're the ones making the vote that makes the decision, but if Trump takes the presidency, he can't ever give that up. If he ever gives up the presidency, he runs the risk of having to go to jail for his crimes. So he's going to do everything in his power the 4 years he's in there, even if it means a bunch of, like, really illegal shit like he did with the fake electors and stuff like that. Like, he'll do whatever it takes to make sure that he secures himself in office and that no election can be fair again. And that's sad, man. All right, take it easy, guys. Keep it safe. Keep it real. Enjoy your weekend. I'm going to go downstairs and take my medication and rest this hip because, my God, it's burning now. But, hey, at least I got a couple of hours of being pain-free. So thank you to the gabapentin. The gabapentin's actually working decent at a high dose. Problem is it only works for, I don't know, 4 to 5 hours. I've gotten 7 hours out of it when I'm not sitting upright. But so I can't be out of pain 24/7. But, hey, I'll take what I can get, right? All right, I think that wraps everything up. Theodorus, thank you so much for being our newest member. Thank you, Pele, for being that top super chatter, man. Absolutely legend. And then the latest super chat from Vermirion. Thank you for the $13.13 tip, and Pele was the top super chat. You guys are absolutely freaking awesome, and I'll catch you later.